So, bear with.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Whilton Mill. It's the 2024 NKC Junction 6 National Kart Cup on Karting Live TV. Pretty much the whole of the day. It's a beautiful morning here at Whilton Mill. We're just, well, the nearest town is Daventry. That's where we are in the middle of the UK. And the weather is absolutely glorious at the moment. Temperatures up towards 20 degrees. It's going to get highs of 23, 24, and it really is perfect weather to go karting. And we're here for round 4 then of the NKC, and also the first round of the Junction 6 NKC Northern Cup. My name is Joe Bradley. I'm going to be with you all day long. Sorry to tell you that. And alongside me, even sorrier to tell you that Nick Damon is going to be alongside me. Nick, good morning.
Sounding quite sinister. I'm going to be with you all day, whether you like it or not. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to wonderful Whilton Mill, which I think is much easier to locate if we say it's quite near Northampton.
Do you think so?
It was a much bigger town.
Daventry is quite a...
No one really knows about... Daventry just sounds like wrongly spelt Coventry.
Mate, you said Wardlaw was near Hull. You've got no credibility. We have got Kart out on track.
Yeah, we can stop wittering.
We have got a weather forecast of consistent sunny and hot weather. It is the British summer that has finally arrived in the last couple of weeks.
And it's going tomorrow.
And we don't care about tomorrow because it's all about today. Junior Rotax for their third heat out on track with Freddie Worlock and Will Swales leading the field of 30 karts around. Lucas Howell on the O-plate is on row 2 with George Kay. Then we've got Daniel Clancy and Harry Hadley. Max Greatrex and Jensen Cox are on row 4. Row 5 is Leo Basterfield and Ben Adrian. We've then got Oliver Meek and Sam Mott, Melissa Adrian and Jacob Hobbs, Nathan Travers and Harvey Williams, Samuel Aston and Ryan Sayers, Josh Gora and Jill Leverton. Alexander Stefanoff and Lucy Lovell are on row 11. Row 12 is Freddie Theobald and Archie Hardiman. And then we've got Harvey Lee Winteridge, Jacob Aston, Jaden Shearing, Owen Keenan, Daniel Armour, who I believe might be a non-starter, and I don't see him out there, but we still have 30 cards, so he may be. Joshua Withcombe rounds off the 30-card field, Nick, and I think they're already with us towards the final turn here. Pittsbend, the old Pittsbend configuration on the warm-up lap, and then we go into the Nouvelle chicane when we go racing, and we are indeed about to go racing any moment now.
Good start.
And off they go towards Oblivion. Oof. Oh, that's quite busy in the midfield, as we found all weekend. We've got a cart.
They've got a red, someone's upside down. Okay, yeah, we've got a cart off. We've got a tipped cart there, so they're going to red flag it, I think.
And that was just on the entry into Oblivion. Carts off to the right hand. Driver's right there. Red flag will fly, will bring the field round to a halt. And we will get that Carter seen to. Already the safety crews on the scene. Safety and medical crews already there and on the scene. So we'll be getting things underway. Nick, that... if that's the way we're going to go,
not a great start, is it?
We had 5 heats yesterday, and we had enough drama out of 5 heats for a season, I thought, of juniors. We had 2 junior heats, 2 senior heats, and a 177 heat.
Because we were with race control. We had 9 people at one point outside race control wanting to make either a complaint about someone or be complained. Yeah, it was like a pharmacy.
Tickets, yes.
Little ticket, yeah.
Number 42.
Put it this way, it was easier to get an appointment with the doctors than it was to see the steward yesterday. But, either they would complain about what had happened or being complaining about what they'd been penalised for what had happened, or want to know why something else hadn't been penalised for what they thought should have happened. So, yeah, it was all a bit chaotic. And I think, it's a very, very full programme. I mean, this is just, what's happened here is just one of those things that can happen when 30 carts fly into oblivion. It's a bit unfortunate. Someone's got up and over. Medical team is with the carter.
The track here at Whilton Mill, that first sequence of bends, Oblivion, which is it's flat out. It's a flat out left-hand kink that leads immediately into a very fast open right-hander. And it's all about carrying speed because the all-important uphill straight towards Christmas Corner. And you need to get momentum out of that corner. So it is virtually just nigh on flat out through the left and then the right. So it's a very, very busy start. And it's very, very easy in those crowded conditions into the first turn that things can happen and carts can touch. And that's pretty much what we're going to see for the rest of the day, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Potentially.
All right, once again, your timing didn't change either. I thought obviously the timing, I wonder when the time is connected. Because your timing didn't change, and the race did start. I'm not sure it's tactful at the moment.
All right, okay.
So I guess we are. So just say the timing hasn't been. I think it hasn't been linked to the internet. It doesn't really matter because obviously we got to half a corner and that was it. But normally it would restart the timing.
I think we will probably get a full regrid. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, that's where Sarah's going out to do that now.
Sarah Darlow, our grid marshal, is making her way across to the back straight, which is just before the boot here. If you are familiar with the Will track configuration,
this is on there. I'm going to talk to timing here.
Okay, this is round 4 of the Junction 6 NKC, round 4 of the overall 6-round series. From here, next month, we are off to Three Sisters in the northwest of England, near Wigan. And then we round off the 2024 season for the first time, the first visit for the Junction 6 NKC to the northeast of England and Wardenlaw, my home track. So really looking forward to getting the series up there to that track in the northeast. That will round off 2024. We've already had 3 rounds. We kicked off the season at Clay Pigeon. We then went to another new circuit for the series, Forest Edge. It's a beautiful, beautiful track, Forest Edge, very picturesque, racing through the trees. And then round 3, Dunkeswell. Brought us to the halfway mark of the Junction 6 NKC 2024 season. However, it also concluded the Southern Cup part. So the first 3 rounds qualifying for a Southern Cup. We've got our champions that have been crowned, and this round here, round 4, is round 1 of the Northern Cup, which they're, as I've said, Three Sisters and Wardenlaw forming that 3-round series for the Northern Cup. But all 6 rounds forming a full championship for the 2024 season. Now, I'm not sure that things are going to change going forward. Here we are halfway through and already looking towards 2025. I know people are talking about calendars for next year, and pretty much that's the nature of the game, really. It's all about continuing to push forward.
Good news, the Carter who was down is now up. I think he's getting a bit of concussion protocol going on to see what he can do. But he's up and around. He was lying on the ground initially. He's now up, holding his wrist quite gingerly, unfortunately, but he's certainly walking.
Yeah, it's a good point actually, Nick, because we see the medical and safety crews go into a protocol, and it all looks really serious, but it is just a protocol to assess to see if there is anything serious injury wise, and always a good sign when the driver gets to their feet. And as Nick has just mentioned, we have got a driver on their feet. We need to clarify. Any idea of the identity of the?
Cart 23 is being wheeled back, but that's just one of 3 carts that were broken at the same time. So he might be 23.
Right, that's Ryan Sayers.
But I can't guarantee it because there were 2 or 3 carts on the Lando Norris cart,
involved,
which is wrecked, or not wrecked, has had more serious damage.
Put your glasses on and have a look, see if you can see the number.
That's there, 23. It's underneath us right now.
No, the Lando Norris car.
The glasses wouldn't do any good. They're reading glasses. I'm wondering whether he's hurt his arm, unfortunately.
Right.
Hopefully he's not dislocated his shoulder, because that'd be really, really unpleasant. So
can you see the number on that LN card now?
I'm saying 94. Is there a 94?
Stand by, caller. Keep talking amongst yourselves while I find 94 on the entry
or
list.
could be 96?
It's probably 96. Archie Hardiman.
Yeah. Were they in the same sort of the track?
Yes, we have. Yeah, Archie Hardiman was.
He's fine. His car has had its nose knocked off.
I saw that. I did see the nose cone jumping around. The number 11, who is. That's Jill Leverton, isn't it, on the gold cart? The number 11 was involved as well.
Yeah. He's now just he's just come from the back of the holding grid, which you can see the front of on the screen, and he's been moved in position by Sarah. So they only really need to remove the Lando Norris cart because the ambulance hasn't had to leave. There are 2 ambulances here. Hasn't had to leave. It does look like I'm afraid Ryan's certainly hurt himself a little bit. Kenny Capes says, good luck everyone. Well, didn't work quite well for the first race.
Yeah, thanks, Kenny.
Anders Ladd and Dad Go Karting says, cheering RG Hogan, Carter Inskip, Clarkson and Ethan Waters in the juniors.
Cool. I'm just checking. We've got all of our classes split off. The only class that we see out every time for their heats is the TKM class. We've got such a subscription. I have no idea what that means.
It's a special day for the TKMs today.
Oh yes.
What's that look like? Like an O, doesn't it?
That look like the clock is ticking.
Oh, okay.
Shall we mention that when we got TKMs actually on the track?
We're filling now, aren't we?
Yeah, we are filling. Yeah. I can mention our Southern Cup champions.
Go on then.
After 3 rounds, forming the Southern Cup, it's certainly new to us, and I think it was a new concept to the Junction 6 NKC into 2024. I'm not sure if the NKC actually did this in the very early days of the NKC, where they had a Southern Cup and a Northern Cup. But Jaden Sherwood is the Southern Cup champion. It's all points counting in the 3 rounds. The championship table, the overall championship table, with 1 drop round after 3 rounds, has Lucas Howell, the number 19, who was the winner at Dunkerswell. He was second at Forest Edge, and then he was 10th at round 1. So Lucas really coming into form in rounds 2 and 3. He's got the championship lead on 486 points. But Jaden Sherwood, who took the honours for the Southern Cup, he's only 1 point behind in second place. So Lucas Howell and Jaden Sherwood really are absolute head-to-head, neck and neck at the halfway point. Not that far away from them in the points with 1 dropped score is Charlie Green. Now, Charles Green, or Cheesy Green as he's known in the paddock here.
Or Blue Cheesy Green today.
This weekend he's Blue Cheesy Green. And why is he Blue Cheese?
Because he's dyed his hair blue. Apparently, he's done it for the last 3 summer holidays. He dyes his hair blue and then shaves it off just before school starts.
So he's got another 2 weeks of being Blue Cheese.
Yes.
Blue Cheesy.
Hello to one of our good friends, Laura Stewart.
Oh, Laura's watching.
Hello to Eddie as well.
With her feet up.
I know, she probably just...
Eddie's got a weekend off.
She probably just
could have been here.
She probably mucked out the mini horse or something, you know.
Yes. Can't be much to muck out from a mini horse, surely.
I don't know. I used to have it. It's no indication. We used to have greyhounds, and greyhounds are quite slight. They produce so much waste.
Is that right?
They're really inefficient eaters.
So it's not like mucking out a big, normal-sized horse.
Well, it's a greyhound, but I mean, that's a dog. It's an interesting question, actually, and perhaps next time Laura's in, we'll ask her whether if your horse is 10% the size of a real horse, you get 10% of the muck.
10% of the poo.
Who knows?
So not as much manure from a mini horse. We've got the carts moving.
Yes,
Nick.
we can stop talking manure, can't we?
We can stop talking about I don't think I can say that word. But hopefully you've got your feet up in the garden, Laura, and you've got the coffee on, because it is early for a Sunday morning. 11 minutes past 9 here.
What I liked
Sunday
is
morning
when we came in, we said, "Well, when do you think lunch will be? When do you think?" Well, if nothing goes wrong, it'll be. And they've managed to lose.
Yeah, I know.
11 minutes, 12 minutes straight away. Yeah, but we've had one corner.
Yeah, we are.
At this rate, we're going to finish in 2029.
Well, let's see if we can get... We talked about the intensity of yesterday's heats, and maybe you said, maybe they'll calm down after that. Here we go then. They're at the boot. Okay. We'll miss out the Nouvelle chicane, the new chicane here at Whilton Mill. That has completely changed the nature of this last section of track here at Whilton Mill. So it's the Coles driver, the number 10, Will Swales, who will control the pace around onto the start-finish straight. It's a nicely controlled grid, and we get them underway again. And it's not Swales who leads into oblivion, though. Freddie Whirlock, I think that was, on the number 88. This time everybody gets through Crook.
There was some circumspection going through there. People going, I don't think I want... No, I will just take it easy this time.
Oh, and Will Swales had dropped to third. He's got the all-plate order of Lucas Howell, championship leader, who has moved through and into the lead. Oh, and there's a little bit of argy-bargy going on there, Nick.
Yeah, coming down to Ashby, they're really having a go at it, weren't they? But again, as we said, they've all calmed down. But a good break at the front.
If that's calming down.
Yeah, I know.
Then we'll have lunch around 5 p.m, I think.
Yeah.
We've got absolute intense racing here all very important on this first lap to make up as much ground as you can. Everybody's squirming around on relatively cool tyres. Whatever heat they got into that early pace into the first turn has now gone with them sitting there on the track. And after one lap, Freddie Whirlock, it was indeed the number 88 who got off into the lead. Lucas Howell second, Daniel Clancy on the 333 numbered cart there in third, but about to lose out to Will Swales, who now takes down the inside, takes that position back. So Will Swales, the pole sitter, and we've got a cart off backwards at Christmas, is it?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't Christmas.
Yeah.
It was in Inkermans.
Inkermans, come through. Right, okay, so they've set themselves down quite nice. A great start by Freddie Whirlock, got a second and a half ahead, and he's not really losing that. Lucas, and they're now side by side there. That's the 79. Yeah, I think that's George Kay getting aggressive, coming through Chapman. Up through the boot now to the Nouvelle Chicane for the second time. This is where the chassis manufacturers rub their hands with glee as 26 young men systematically destroy their fathers' and mothers' checkbooks.
Yes, I think you're right, Nick. That chicane is a very, very challenging bit of racetrack here in the UK now.
It was Leo Basterfield who fell off, I think.
It was Leo Basterfield because he's disappeared down the order. Freddie Whirlock, though, he's got a 1.5 second lead on Lucas Howell. That everything's settling down at the front of the field. However, mixed grid racing always brings this very, very busy racetrack all the way down the field, as people who starting at the back may have the pace to run at the front and have got to make their way through. And there's some acts of desperation going on out there I can see in the midfield.
So we were looking there, the red cart there at the front of that second ago, that was Ben Adrian, the 48. Behind him was George Kay and the 79. And now we've got one of the bright orange CRG carts, 187. So that's 167. That's Oliver Meek, who made out 4 places in that last lap. He's now number 7, and he's behind Traverse. So Traverse, you can see there in that 67 with the blue stripes in his helmet. And this next gaggle of carts coming towards Christmas Corner, and they sweep round now through Inkermans.
Downhill into Ashby. It's off camber there. You really see the off camber nature of that. That's not the camera being a bit askew. That is the downhill exit curb, and it slopes off to the left and just like a magnet pulls your car to the outside of the track. Here comes the leader though, just ahead of this group of guys there down the inside. The 167 was that Nathan Traverse again, inside of George Kay, using the curb at the chicane as well, and already pulling out a gap to George Kay as they cross the line. It's still Whirlock in the lead, Howell second, Will Swales third, Ben Adrian fourth, Nathan Traverse now up to fifth, George Kay down to sixth, Oliver Meek, Daniel Clancy, Samuel Ashton, and then rounding off the top 10 is Matt Greatrex.
Yeah, there are Inkermans again, and the 48 Adrian now getting a little bit racy with Swales, who made a good move early on, but now that initial pace has been matched by the rest of the field. And those two corners. We actually did see a couple of moves going into the boot, but those who were with us yesterday will see that the result of the Nouvelle Chicane is that it's made it quite easy to defend unless you do that. That's a great move. Ben Adrian absolutely on fire to get by Will Swales. The Coles driver had nothing in the toolkit to keep him back. He'd made the move coming out of the left-hand entry to the boot and then down the inside into the hairpin section. And then you've got the chicane where you can really, like you say, Nick, hold people up. We've got a 3-card battle here. Ben Adrian, Will Swales, Nathan Traverse now. And Nathan Traverse, that's the orange helmeted driver there, just looking like he is about to make a move. And he does, earlier than I thought he was. Yeah, Swales doesn't seem to be overly keen on... Oh, brilliant, we've got our first head tap. You missed it. You're looking out the window to someone's screen. First, follow me. We'll catch him up now. Now I'm ahead. And that was from Traverse in that with the orange helmet. Going down the back straight now into the boot. And we'll go through the Nouvelle Chicane. And once again, the carts and the backs will take a right hammering.
That new section does concertina the carts together through the boot and into the chicane. However, through and across the line, they spread back out. Here's a move coming from Traverse down the inside of Christmas Corner though. And Traverse is the man on the move. He's up into third place now. Now the gap he's got to the 2 carts ahead of him, Lucas Howell and Freddie Whirlock, is about just over 4 seconds. So whether Traverse can make that ground up, we're about to see, because with 2.5 minutes remaining, there is indeed time. He's got such pace there. Freddie Whirlock, I'm doubtful whether or not he's got enough pace to catch the actual leader. Fastest lap of the race there from Whirlock with a 47.454. 5. He puts in a 47.515 this time by Lucas Howell goes quickest. 47.2. Traverse 47.4. So the gap extends to 4.6. So Traverse breaking clear from Ben Adrian now in that very solid third place there, the orange car. And then the blue overalls there of Ben Adrian keeping in contact, isn't he? He's keeping in contact with Nathan Traverse there. And they are beginning to drop Will Swales, the number 10, the Coles Racing driver, in 5th place behind this lot, the top 5 that is, Oliver Meek, George Kay, Owen Keenan, moving up into 8th, Max Greatrex, and there's Melissa Adrian into the top 10. And Melissa started in 13th, so a little bit of ground made up for Melissa. And I think this battle is pretty much done as Nathan Traverse is in control of that 3rd place, Nick, in the orange helmet. Yep. However, Ben Adrian might just prove that I'm not sure about what I'm talking about, because he's still keeping on that bumper.
Yeah, Adrian, he can make an extra position now, an extra couple of points. Not just, of course, remember with the NKC, your overall championship points include the points you get from the heats. It's up to 50 for each heat, 100 for the overall final. And Adrian stalked behind Traverse. Traverse has had this thing where he's been very quick in the middle of races, Joe. He's kind of made a number of positions and then kind of stopped. We haven't seen a kind of a constant progression through to the back half of the race. We are now down to the last couple of laps.
I'll tell you why. It's because Freddie Whirlock and Lucas Howell are the fastest drivers on the track at the moment, and they're in 1st and 2nd place. So that's why Traverse hasn't made any further ground.
Yeah, but he's not been pulled away either, really.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't been. Yeah, he got by Ben Adrian, and then Ben has just hung on to that rear bumper.
Yeah.
I'm not sure though. Looking at the, let's call it body language of how the karts make their way around this track, I'm not sure whether Ben Adrian's got a bit of pace to get by. I'm not sure he is, and I think both of these drivers driving absolutely flat chat.
It's going to be touch and go. We get another lap.
Oh, it is touch and go. I'm not sure how that's going to be.
0.9 of a second. We're getting 2 laps to go.
Incredible.
So 2 laps to go there.
Absolutely incredible there, right on the cusp there of it being the final lap. However, it's not. We've got 2 more laps of racing. Let's latch on to pick up our leaders, I think, Nick, because Freddie Whirlock and Lucas Howell have really been the quickest drivers out there.
Yeah, it's a white helmet blue car.
There 88. He is, the number 88. Well done to our camera crew of Frank and Ash. And we've got Lara producing the pictures for us this weekend, making her debut on Karting Live TV. And she tells us she's never done this before, but I don't think she has. I think she has.
I'd like to point out that only Ash got a kiss, but Ash gave her a kiss, and he didn't give me one. It's like,
I've never had a kiss off Ash. Here we go then, final lap. Final lap then for this Junior Rotax. It's the 3rd heat for this class. It's not exactly everyone's 3rd heat though. We've got how many heats? 7 heats for. I don't
think anybody would. This is probably some people's second one. I can't think. No one's going to be in 1, 2, and 3, are they?
Yeah, so. No, not at all. Not at all.
So you look at the winners here. Well, the winners in other heats. So it's not. Oh well, pretty well. Lucas Howell. I'm not saying they're not, but they're not the fastest people in the junior road tax. There's no point. Because there's really fast people in every single heat. And obviously, grid position plays a part of it. And the winner yesterday, obviously Charles Green won one, and who won the other one? The 2 we had yesterday. So this is another winner in Freddie Whirlock. Freddie now takes the kart over the line for the win.
Checkered flag for Freddie Whirlock in fine style. TH Courses Lucas Howell on the O-plate. The O-plate winner at Rowra last month comes through in second. Then we've got Nathan Traverse in a very solid 3rd with Ben Adrian on his rear bumper.
All the karts.
Yeah, a mass of midfield runners there. Absolutely nose to tail behind Ben Adrian. We had Will Swales, Oliver Meek, Owen Keenan, Max Greatrex, George Kay. It was Melissa Adrian on the number 100. That rounded off the top 10, and the rest of the finishers there on the timing bar for everyone to check out where their favourite driver ended up. So as the Junior Rotax field make their way round and back into the paddock, we've already got the first of the Senior Rotax players out for their first heat of the day. It's the 3rd heat for the Senior Rotax. This is the 162 kilogram category. What do I mean by that? Well, we've got 2 senior Rotax classes. one with a minimum weight of 162 kilograms. They are the carts with the blue number plate and the white numbers. And then later on this morning, in fact, it's the next one out after this one, we've got the Rotax 177s. And this is usually where we'll see the older drivers who are a bit taller, carrying a little bit more weight, and their minimum weight is 177 kilograms. We get immense racing from both of our senior classes. It doesn't really matter what weight they are, but right now we've got the blue-plated carts in the collecting area, ready to take to the track. John Hobbs will be our pole position driver with James Becker alongside. We've got James Wood on the number 12. He's sharing row 2 with Joshua Priest, who you'll see. We have a chat to Joshua in the paddock show. That's coming up in the lunch break. Levi Earle is on row 3 with Billy Vogt. Then we've got Michael Goodburn and Kel Gray on row 4. It's Josh Della Carter and Marcus King on row 5. Sam Elliott and Finlay Watson are on row 6. Ben Ballou and Harry Wright are on row 7. Ollie Varney shares row 8 with Zach Fletcher. And then we've got Elliot Barrow and Jensen Watts on row 9. Jensen having a second place finish in his first heat of the day yesterday, or first heat of the weekend, I should say. Row 10 is Sam White and Finlay Underwood. Then we've got the current junior champion moving up into seniors for this year, Mason Parent on row 11 with Ryan Shepherd. Matthew Lambert, winner of a heat at the end of the day yesterday. He's sharing with Braden Hill on row 12. Row 13 is Jack Maidman and Jason Anderson. And then we've got Grace Lee Davies sharing with Tommy Lee Davis. And we have Reese Knight rounding on off the 29 cart field. Reese Knight on the novice plate at the back of the field. We're already out of the boot and heading towards the start. It's a relatively nice pace, but it's how they accelerate to the line that'll please the starter. And we do get things underway. And it's the number 89.
Are they all through?
69, I should say.
Team.
Of John Hobbs, who got away on the Tony cart and into oblivion first. Look at how busy that midfield is, Nick, going to Christmas.
Yeah, there's a lot of five-wide action coming up towards that top of the track, and now they plunge down towards Ashby, and it's a good lead from...
That looks like James Wood, who sneaked into second as well, although they're very, very similar. Attired and helmeted, aren't they?
Yeah, it doesn't help
in second and
really.
third. Is that a clone of each other?
They probably have done. So we got so it is the 12 that's in second from the 18 in third, and leading away is John Hobbs on the 69. So Wood's got through. Oh, we've got some issues up at the start of the boot. A couple of carts sliding off. Both have rejoined though. It was kind of a misunderstanding, kerfuffle going into the entry of the boot.
Here they come then across the line for the first time. John Hobbs. It's James Wood and his DGSW teammate Levi Earle in second and third. Joshua Priest on the 666 numbered cart is in fourth place. Then we've got Jensen Watts moving up the order very, very swiftly into fifth. Finlay Watson, Josh Della Carter, Ben Ballou, Michael Goodman, and it's Ollie Varney. He's the driver on the number 2, rounding off the top 10.
I think we've got an interesting situation. I think we may have a cart that's wasn't counted that time round. I'm not sure, because I think Jensen Watts is in fifth. So currently going 69, 12, 18, 1, 66, 66, and then Watts. Yes, that's fifth. Watts is in fifth. Yep, that's right. So they've lost a couple of transponders. So there are a couple of carts. I thought we had a situation with a cart that wasn't being counted. It's the 19 cart that's not being counted because he hasn't got his transponder on. So there's nothing we can do about that. Who is 19? Billy Voigt. So Billy Voigt is in this. I'm not sure whether it's the responsibility of the carter to have the number on.
James Wood in the lead.
Yeah. Whose responsibility? If your transponder's not working, that's your problem, isn't it?
Well, kind of. But I think in the NKC, we kind of we try and get everybody on equal ground. And if the timekeepers are aware, there's Jensen Watts into third. But James Wood has moved ahead of John Hobbs now.
Back out of third again.
And yeah, that's great driving from Levi Earle. The DGSW driver taps his helmet to indicate to Jensen Watts that let's work together and catch the two leaders, because while they've been squabbling for third, just look how James Wood and John Hobbs have moved away. And if anything, James Wood, now James all the way down from Cumbria, his home track at Rowers, saw him out on the Oaklid running very, very strongly indeed, led the final for quite a while. But here they all coming back together. We've got the first, 7 or 8 carts coming back together.
Into the 19 that's not being scored. So into the lead, and now running down into this fourth lap. It's 12 of James Wood trying to make a break. Hobbs in the Tony cart with actual Tony Kart livery, I believe, with the whole green and white stripe, the famous green and grey stripes.
Jensen Watts has dispensed with Levi Earl, who's dropped off the tail of him.
Yeah,
and now we've got a battle first, second, third, who are breaking away as they go into the boot. Now making their way through the Nouvelle Chicane, using all the curb. It's perfect symmetry the way they bounced over that curb there into oblivion. And now the run up to Christmas Corner, and Jensen Watts is in the slipstream. He's got the toe on John Hobbs. Will he come out the slipstream and down the inside and under braking? Yes, he does.
I think Ben Ballou managed to hold off Finley Watson that time in the fourth and fifth battle.
Now the question is, we know how quick Jensen Watts is, and just look how quickly he's pulled away from John Hobbs and onto the tail of James Wood. James pulled a little bit of a gap while Jensen Watts was making that move, but it's not going to be long before James is going to come under immense pressure from the number 93. The orange helmet of Jensen Watts chasing down the yellow helmet of James Wood across the Nouvelle Chicane curbs. Very, very harsh ride there.
Yeah, what they're really stalking behind James Wood. As he didn't get quite the drive out he wanted to, but he's managed to make up for it in the second phase of the exit, the corner there, and up the inside. Made it absolutely look like it wasn't even a problem.
Textbook stuff. Little bit of momentum there, Nick, to pull you alongside, and then you go on the brakes sort of at equal measures to the driver you're overtaking, and there's no like sort of kamikaze style do or die move down the inside.
Really at this point where people perhaps aren't as the kamikaze there, where
37,
people aren't getting that's dear, oh dear, that's really bad luck for James Wood there. As it's
we are
and it's
five
all going
wide, and that you know what?
Come off.
If we'd paused it there and said what's going to happen next, that would have been my win. Yeah, that was James Wood there.
So he needs to make sure he
was it James
back.
Wood?
No, it wasn't. Woods dropped right back from the previous kerfuffle.
It was Levi Earl.
Woods gone down to 8th. So lovely for our leader, but behind them, there's another move being made there as the 37 kart Ben Ballou tries to get past the 333 Finley Watson, doesn't. It's over and under, and the net result is the same. And we've got 19, which is Billy Voigt not being scored at the moment. Right behind them.
Well, it was Ben Ballou who went down the inside of James Wood at Chapman, caught him unawares really, and
slightly turned him.
They ran out of room together, didn't they?
Yeah, he slightly turned him. They both lost momentum, and then suddenly you got 7 carts going.
We had 7 carts covering an area of maybe 2 carts comfortably.
The only problem I have with this, I kind of feel there's going to be several people standing outside this door off this one.
I think so. We're in race control here at Whilton Mill, right alongside the timekeepers and the race officials. So we really are in the heart of the meeting with Karting Live TV this weekend. So we get a look at and we certainly hear what's going on. And
that's Finley Watson now moving up into 3rd position. Just got past Ben Ballou. There's this constant swapping and changing in the lower reaches of the top 5. Watts has just broken away. It's 2.5 seconds. He'd helped everyone else had a bit of an argument behind him. He got a bit of a clear run. I'm not saying he wouldn't have got away anyway, but
that did help him massively. Yeah, I mean everybody just concertinaed up in the sort of 5-6 carts in the space of one. Here we go then. This race is not over with 1 minute and 40 left as Jensen Watts crosses the line. He's still putting in fastest laps though. He's the only driver I see in the 46s. 46.9 the previous lap, 47.1 that time by, and behind him Levi Earl. I'm not sure what's going to happen with Levi Earl because when Oakley Garthwaite in one of yesterday's heats missed the chicane, he got a 10-second penalty. So Levi Earl, we're not sure. It's all provisional what we say. It's up to the officials how they react to that.
I mean, it's really gaining advantage. If he backed off the end of that queue, then he's probably all right. But then we just saw Ballou and Watson continued their every lap swapping, and it's now Ballou ahead of Watson for 3rd. The 37, they go down the back straight again into the boot, left-hander, and then you kind of lose a bit of more pace you would do historically because you've got to take this old bumpy machine here, the Nouvelle Chicane. Look at them going.
It looks untidy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
As we've got side-by-side action, the
because
37.
Watson's got past Ballou again.
Yeah, Finley Watson, and that was all about the chicane, Nick.
Yeah,
that was all about the chicane, and Ballou hit the curb all wrong, and his car just went sideways. And that allowed the number 333 of Finley Watson alongside across the line and in front of him.
And then behind him again.
And is he behind him again?
Yeah,
all right, brilliant.
They changed down the straight.
Brilliant. There's the number 19 of Billy Vogt as well. We can't discount Billy. His transponder's not picking up, but he's very, very surely in the mix.
Yeah, so another cracking race. I think you might get. I think for some reason these carts are going just the right speed to crack an extra lap each time. So Jensen Watson come across the line with about 3 or 4 seconds to go.
Yeah, here
he's
he
coming
comes.
underneath now in that red and white number 93 cart. Crosses the line on a 7:57.
So 3 seconds to go as he crossed the line. So that means 2 more laps. 2 more laps for Jensen Watts to continue his winning way. But behind him, this is certainly not over. As Levi Hurl, as Ben Ballou, Finlay Watson, Billy Vogt, then Ollie Varney.
Where's he?
Oh, down the inside has gone.
Where the 18 cart was. It was the second was when you're supposed to be surely on the track at that point.
We had the number 333. Look at this.
And the 18's going to. Does Levi realise there's 2 laps to go?
I'm not sure.
That was massive defending.
Well, he's got to defend because he needs to stay where he is. Because I think he might have in mind that having missed the chicane, that might alter the result. Jensen Watts, I should say, has gone through. Levi Earl continues in second. Ben Ballou now behind him. Then we've got Ollie Varney and Braden Hill, but where's Billy Vogt in that as well?
There he is.
He is. And there's a change for second. The number 37, Ben Ballou, now up to second. Levi Earl down to third, but here comes Billy Vogt. Not just poking his nose there.
He's got his nose nipped as well.
He did indeed, and that slowed him down, didn't he? Into Parker, then Chapman, the next left-hander. And they're driving defensive through there, and it's going to hold them up on the back straight.
Well, that second batch are gone now. Ollie Varney's not going to get any. I think no one's getting any place. Oh, no, an outside attempt being made. The checkered flag being waved for Jensen Watts. His win is by about 4 seconds. His second, third, and fourth going over the line. They go side by side. But it's Ben Ballou who gets second place. Well done, Ben. Levi L third, Varney fourth. Braden Hill, well, it's actually not because Billy Vogt's in there.
Billy Vogt's in there.
Because he's obviously got a transponder issue. So this is very, very provisional result. So I think Vogt went across in fifth, but please don't quote me on that. Just a quick word to everyone watching. The screen is going to go blank and quiet for a very brief period. Just trying, we have to reset something here. So if you could just bear with a blank screen for not very long. Back again.
Oh, hello, everybody. Welcome back. A little impromptu break.
Well, I think impromptu breaks are the best sort of breaks, don't you?
Not really a proper break. I didn't have a chance to replenish my coffee cup. We're about to go racing, though, very, very swiftly, as ever, in the Junction 6 NKC, and it's the 177 category out next. This is the minimum weight 177 kilograms senior Rotax class. Same engines as we see on all of our Rotax classes, the 125cc water-cooled single-cylinder motor. Exactly the same in the senior classes. There's a little bit of restriction in the junior class to keep the power down for obvious reasons. But the 177 class about to take to the track with Alex Thomas and Marcus Basley. There are pole sitters on the front row. Alex will control the pace at the front. Behind them on row 2, we've got Stephen Horner and Nathan Wells. Carl Bryant, the team principal of Jib Tech, shares row 3 with Oliver Smith. I've got Stephen Mottram down from the northeast of England on the 777 numbered car. He's with MP Motorsport this weekend. He's alongside Nicholas Walker on row 4. Steve Gilly, we will talk about Steve Gilly during this race, no doubt, Nick, as Steve's got a bit of a race on. We've got George Willis alongside him on row 5. Callum Porter and Keith Mason share row 6. Tonino Machichi and Tim Darlow are on row 7. Harrison Crook. We talked about Harrison Crook in his heat yesterday as well, and he managed to come home third, nursing a problem. More of that coming up. Andy Collinson's alongside him. So it's a TH Corsa versus LRG, row 8. Kieran Thompson and Jack Sweeting are on row 9. Jamie Zyra making a guest appearance, as he does, in the Junction 6 NKC at his home track at Whilton Mill here. He's with Dan Holland Racing on the premises. Lewis Crocker alongside on row 10. We've got Rob Simpson, Loris Hilton. Next up, Scott Clee and Tyler Fossey on row 12. Then we've got Alfie Williams, Dennis Treziak, Josh Constable, Richard Evans, Lincoln Bailey Arneson, Jack Goodyear, Rhys Llewellyn, Oliver Moss, and then rounding off a 33 card field. 33 cards, wow. James O'Keefe on the novice plate. And we're about to get things underway and into turn one. Great tails away shot there as the field pile into oblivion. We've got carts off the track on driver's right. They'll rejoin in the middle of Crook Corner. And everybody, I think, staying on the track and heading towards Christmas Corner. Into Christmas and out of Christmas through Inkermans. That right-hand sweep and then into this right-hand area, very, very off camber. As Stephen Horner from the second row on the LRG Motorsport entry off and away in the front of this field, taking advantage of this first lap and getting on with it very much. And it's great to see Stephen back here in the NKC. They've been LRG went away racing in another series for the early part of 2024. They're here for the remaining 3 rounds of the NKC though, going forward. And it's great to have all of the LRG drivers here this weekend. And it's Stephen Horner from Carl Bryant. A little bit of a gap though, almost a second there. Stephen Horner has pulled out. Carl Bryant now chasing him down. Alex Thomas, Steve Gilly, Steve in 4th. And Steve's going to have his last race here. He's going to have a bit of a battle on his hands with Steve. We wish him all the very best in that battle with testicular cancer that he's going to encounter in the next few weeks. And we wish him well. He's going into treatment for that. And we look forward to seeing him back here next year. And hopefully we'll keep him entertained with the final 2 rounds of the Junction 6 NKC on Karting Live TV while he recuperates from that. We wish him all the best for
Absolutely,
that.
100%.
At the moment, he's in 4th place and the leading master.
So they go down. It's a big, big lead straight away for Stephen Horner. 1.7 seconds in just 2 racing laps. Carl Bryant in second. Thomas and Gilly, Smith, Willis, Dyser. Zyra. Harrison Crook in. Oh, and out they go.
Well, who was that? That's the 153 who grinds to a halt. And the 153 is George Willis. And they're getting it all wrong. That's the 95 of Jamie Zyra, who tried to get down the inside and just ran out of space. Contact and both carts being delayed massively. So Alex Thomas there in 3rd place. Ahead of him is Carl Bryant and Stephen Horner.
You took that completely wrong. Cart number 5 there. That is not the direction he should have been facing whilst going over that.
We haven't got a cart number 5, Nick. Who was
it? No, in the 5th cart in that trade.
Right, the 5th, right, Oliver Smith.
God, some right pedanticism going on here.
That confused me because I was looking through Christmas
If
Corner.
confusing you with an issue, it was any sort of a measure, we'd be in serious trouble, wouldn't we, really?
Yeah, state of confusion. Stephen Horner pulled a gap of 2.3 seconds there to Carl Bryant and a fastest lap of the whole field. So Stephen,
really, Harrison Crook there just took a place by just effectively just easing up the inside there of Oliver Smith, who always leapt on him. Crook, who had a problem yesterday.
Harrison Crook ahead of Oliver Smith is that.
So Harrison Crook in the 6th. He was, if you remember with us yesterday, he was the racer who had a situation where he couldn't get the cart to come out of the corners. He had a power valve fail.
Yeah, the power valve stuck. He was effectively on a junior Rotax power unit. His Venator engine with carburetor issues now, but he's got that Venator working well now. And there's another move.
Yeah.
Another move and another place for him, and he's now up into 5th spot. Or is that 4th? Was that Steve Lee he snuck by? I think it was, So that's a 4th place. And down another 3rd, one. Yeah, he's just taking everybody as he wants.
I'll just be in all the positions now.
Now that I've got all my power back.
Suddenly things seem a bit easier.
He did really well in yesterday's 177 heat to hang on to 3rd place. He was having to find grip levels through the corners that he'd never known he had. And he was absolutely flinging that cart in, losing out, punching out of the slow corners, so he had to carry a lot of speed into them. There's our leader, Stephen Horner. Here's Carl Bryant, who's now got Harrison Crook, is it?
Yes, Crook in the blue and white, right behind him on the 6th bright yellow plate. And there's 4 or 5 of them scrapping behind. But it's more 2nd and 3rd at the moment where we need to be at. Going into Ashby, going wide, that huge seductive run off there. Then Crook out with the inside.
Carl Bryant's a tough character, isn't he?
But that's not. There's 2 corners there. He's still got him, and Bryant's lost some momentum, which is going to put him into the Alex Thomas's clutches.
I think that's Zyra.
Zyra's come through in the 95. Yeah, Zyra's got Thomas as well. Right,
so that's Jamie Zyra as well, up into third.
Now the only issue for Crook now is that the 16th of Stephen Horner is miles ahead. Miles, Joe.
He is. Yeah, it's
4
you know
seconds.
What? We've now got the battle of the Northeast engine builders at the front of this field with Stephen Horner on an HRS.
I can see they'll be making an Apple mini series about that, won't they?
Yeah, it's a good drive to survive kind of thing.
The battle of the Northeast.
The battle of the Northeast engine builders.
I'm fettling my Rotax in Sunderland. I'm fettling mine in Newcastle. Fight.
Well, Stephen Horner is on Nigel Horner's HRS motor, and Harrison Crook is on the Venator.
Are they Sunderland Newcastle?
No, they're not. HRS is T-side, and Venator has lost out to Dan Holland Racing's Jamie Zyra. Harrison Crook will be thinking, who is this guy? Well, Jamie Zyra made a guest appearance in the O Plate here at Whilton Mill last year in the NKC and went very well indeed. And here he is in second place. The gap 3.8 seconds, and there's a fastest lap of the race from Zyra.
Well, Zyra has the advantage of being a Dan Holland Racing car, which means all he has to do is get the cart from 200 yards over there, where the entire factory is, and go, Dan, I assume it's Dan Holland Racing, is there?
Yes,
Dan, yeah. Sometimes the name is left, you know.
Oh,
no McLaren at McLaren anymore, is there?
Dan is very much a thing.
Dan, can I borrow the cart for the weekend? Where are you taking it? Literally, I'm just going to push it.
Over there.
Just push it over there. All right, then, you're okay.
Harrison Crook wakes up to the fact that Zyra's gotten by, though. And that's Harrison Crook with the blue sleeves on his overalls. Jamie Zyra on the Lando Norris kart. Dan Holland, of course, the supplier and distributor of the Lando Norris OTK kart. And Zyra looks over his shoulder. Harrison Crook is going to play a waiting game behind these two for second and third. Let's drop back, because I think that's going to be a bit of a stalemate, Nick. Let's drop back to this one as Carl Bryant about to succumb to Oliver Smith there, the number 9, moving down the inside at Christmas corner, and number 11, Alex Thomas. Now Carl Bryant lost all of his...
He's going to lose the third one as well.
Yeah, that's Steve Gilly coming through as well. Is it Steve?
Yeah, it was Steve, it was 23, yeah. They are fighting back on this one.
Carl not letting that happen and coming back at him.
And then Gilly got taken by Nathan Wells there.
I think he has, and that's all about losing your speed through the turn, because you're having to, you're offline, where it's a little bit less grippy.
Yeah, it's very battly, this one, isn't it? They're all kind of tripping over each other. In fairness to Jamie Zyra, he has pulled down about a second and a half on Stephen Horner's lead. Unfortunately for him, there are, I think this next lap, I think that actually Stephen Horner is just going to go, effectively, not collect £200, but will collect the last lap board.
Yeah, I think he will. 17 seconds as he comes through Chapman. So he's not going to get round in time for another 2 laps, or is he? 10 seconds on the clock, he's
really
into the
close.
boot.
I think he's going to miss it by about half a second.
There's the drivers that are chasing the leader down.
Is that last lap board?
Yeah, it is the last lap board.
Yeah, they've worked it out. And he's going to go, we're going to go about 8:01, he's going to go across, I reckon. There we are, 8:01.4. So, just the wrong side of the extra lap, though as far as Stephen's concerned, just the right side of the extra lap. It's a section less Collins has to do to take this home for the win.
Let's see if we can pick him up, Nick, as everything seems to have settled down.
Where's
now.
our leader?
Stephen Horner leading into Ashby. It's the red and white cart. There he is. Well done, boys. Picking him up into Parker for the final time. Behind him, Zyra and Harrison Crook are second and third, and then we've got Oliver Smith, Alex Thomas ahead of Carl Bryant, Nathan Wells, Callum Porter, Scott Clee, Steve Gilly losing out the most there and dropping to 10th with Stephen Mottram just outside the top 10. But this heat has been dominated, I've got to say, by Stephen Horner, and we welcome Stephen back in great style to the NKC, and that will motivate him to keep on coming back with a great heat win for the LRG Motorsport team. Louis Larger's team. Louis not driving this weekend. He made an appearance at the O Plate and
I made a disappearance as well off the side of the track.
What a dramatic O Plate that was at Rowra in this class.
And if you want to see it, it was our race of the month.
Race of the month, yeah, it was indeed. Yeah, it was a great race, full of drama, full of intrigue and intensity.
And if you want to know what happened in the actual end, there's actually a comment that tells you what happened.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, because it was some post-race kerfufflage.
There was some post-race issues, yes, of course, and you'll see by the action why that was. This one, though, heat number 2 for the Rotax 177s. Stephen Horner takes a very fine win, 2.8 seconds, the gap at the flag from Jamie Zyra here with Dan Holland Racing in second place. Harrison Crook for TH Corsa finishes in third, and then we got the first of the Masters, Oliver Smith in fourth. Alex Thomas was fifth, Nathan Wells sixth, Carl Bryant comes through in seventh, Callum Porter in eighth, and then we've got Scott Clee second in the Masters, ninth, Steve Gilly rounding off the top 10 there, and then we had Richard Evans just getting ahead of Stephen Mottram for 11th and 12th right there on the final lap there, a change for 11th spot.
Oh, looks like someone's failed the nose check there. 65, is that his name taken by the nose gnome? Who's 65? Callum Porter. I mean, I don't know whether it actually has been done. It just did have a look at it.
Usually when the scrutineer there, who's sat at the side, the hands put up there.
Oh, that does look down. That looks really down.
That's Andy. That's Andy Collinson.
That's really down, that one. Another one down there. Yep.
Andy Collinson pulled up to the line. He actually pointed at him and went, "You've got me, mate. You've got me." There's no escaping that one. It was flopping around, wasn't it? Almost loose.
So there's been some goings on in this race.
I think it was Andy Collinson.
Yeah, I thought it was 1-7 something. I think it might have been Steve Mottram, or it might have been.
No, it wasn't Steve.
What number is Andy Collinson?
He is
174. Yeah, it was. Yeah. 178. Yeah.
We've got the fourth heat for the juniors are being released. Ethan Waters and Tom Holden are on row 1. We've got Sonny Morgan and Michael Amble next up. Oakley Garthwaite starting at the front of the field here on row 3 with Frank Ward alongside. Jack Theobald and Sam Green Gomez on row 4. Row 5 is Daniel Hartley and Harvey Wilson. Alexander Colentano and Elliot Surtees start on row 6. Jensen Cox and Charlie Hulme on row 7. Then we've got row 8 is Charlie Fgrave and Cheesy Green. Row 9 is Archie Hogan and Zeri Visarek. Karthik Kameta and Bella McConville on row 10. Row 11 is Seb Corking and Jensen Hookey. Jaden Sherwood and Taylor Dixon are on row 12. Row 13 is Jesse Whitmore and Jamie Kirkbride. Levi Sanghera and Jacob Anslow are next up on row 14. And then running off a 29-cart field is Caden Welsh. And
Harvey Wilson there in the 12-cart had a problem going up towards Christmas Corner the first time he stopped. I don't think he's done a control alt delete. I don't think he can do that on a Rotex kart, but he is now running at a reasonable speed. But he's going to rejoin, I assume, right at the back of the field when it should have been a row 5 start for him.
Oh, that's a shame.
He will catch up, I think, because they're going to go really slowly coming through this first part of the boot. So he's caught right at the back, but he's not going to be allowed to retake his position.
He's getting some great heat into those tyres, though. He is going to start at the back, unfortunately, and he has caught the back of the grid up. So we might get this thing underway. This is the fourth time we've seen Junior Rotax out on track, and we are indeed going racing and off to oblivion.
And into oblivion they go. Whoa, one car just drove off the side. I don't know. I think he kind of almost...
He spun off.
Well, he didn't. He just drove off. He just drifted off to the right-hand side, but he's carrying on going. I think that may have been oh, well, you got the spinner, I got the drifter. There's a drifter over there. And I'm now pointing at the screen, which is not very good for commentary, to the right-hand side of that picture.
It's Ethan Waters who leads on the green and white liveried cart. I'm not sure of who that is in second. I think it might be... No, I'm not going to even guess. But I can tell you who's in third. That's Oakley Garthwaite. He's on the Carlos Sainz cart and looking down the inside, going towards the boot. They're 3 wide into the boot, and a change in the order as Frank Ward, the 42, who was in second, is now leading.
Yeah, great manoeuvres. They're kind of bouncing over the curb. But it's a good move there. The 42 straight in the lead of Ward. Ward's in second. Garthwaite third. Sam Green Gomez fourth. Jack Theobald fifth. And Daniel Hartley in sixth. Charles Green up to seventh. I think he started way down in the pack.
3 wide into Christmas for second.
And that's going to. Oh, that's a beautiful move. Look at that fantastic move by the blue cart there. Blue there. Who's in second now?
I think that's Sam Green Gomez, isn't it?
In the 21.7 it was.
Absolutely. Side by side, Sam Green Gomez and Oakley Garthwaite. They've been side by side, it seems. Every time I look at the screen, they're side by side. They were at the Nouvelle Chicane on the previous lap. They are still.
Yeah, but who's leading that now? Charles Green in third already. Cheesy Green into third from his position on row 8. So he's gone from 16th to third. Oh, but he's got. Oh dear! But look. tight at the rear there of the 77. He's got a problem with the rear bumper. So he'll be pulled in for a mechanical. Charles Cheesy Green's going to be called in for this one.
He's trailing his bumper.
Yeah, so that's not any good. So that's the. If you look at the back of the 77, you'll see that he's going to be getting a mechanical flag as the bumper's down.
And we've got yellow flags flying at Crook Corner. Got a cart on the outside. Meanwhile, we keep an eye on these as Frank Ward leads Oakley Garthwaite in a comfortable second now, as Sam Green Gomez has Charles Cheesy Green down the inside. Now Cheesy will be completely oblivious.
Yeah.
His bumper is trailing, but he will get a mechanical for that, I'm pretty sure. So it's just a matter of time.
They've gone Battenberg. We're on the Battenberg.
Right, they've gone Battenberg, and that pace at the front is really, really slow. It's half racing speed, not a crawl.
That's like
it's half racing speed.
He's gone back to speed of. So it's because we've got someone off at Oblivion, are they? Where's?
I don't know. They're off at Crook.
Crook, right.
Frank Ward really did haul up the pace there, and it's Battenberg is half speed, and I think we're very lucky if we get away with no nose cone penalties there, as everybody had to check up. Let's have a rundown of Juice 2's wear, because that was a very frantic start to this. Frank Ward leads, Oakley Garthwaite second, Charles Green third with a trailing bumper, Sam Green Gomez fourth, Jack Theobald fifth, Sonny Morgan sixth, Daniel Hartley up into seventh place, moving up the order. Zauri Visarek is eighth, Jensen Hookey ninth, Tenses Levi Sangira, Charlie F. Grave is in 11th, Jesse Whitmore, Karthik Kameta, Archie Hogan, Elliot Surtees on the 222, 15th, Taylor Dixon, Caden Welsh, Tom Holden, Jamie Kirkbride, Michael Ambler, Jacob Onslow, Jensen Cox is next, and then Harvey Wilson, Jaden Sherwood, Charlie Hume. The three drivers who were involved in that incident, Ethan Waters, Sebastian Corking and Bella McConville. Bella, we'll see, we have a chat to Bella. She's new to the NKC, making her debut appearance here this weekend, and Bella went off from pole position yesterday and had a torrid start to her NKC journey. That torrid start continues. Seb Corky making a return to the Junction 6 NKC after being our Minimax champion, and Seb having a bit of a dramatic and character building start as well. And they were joined in that instant by Ethan Waters. Now Ethan Waters was up at the front of the field at the start of this. 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
We're going to go green next time round. So they've had the race neutralised for about 2.5 minutes. You think, well, that's fair. It's neutralised. Well, it's advantageous to the people towards the back of the grid, because obviously all the gaps have gone. But it's disadvantageous if you've had a back of the grid start and trying to come through the field. You've lost half or a third of your race time to try and make up position. So it's all swings and roundabouts. And they get rolling again. We're told we're going to go green across the start-finish line this time. So Frank Ward, who's taken him around really slowly, with Oakley Garthwaite behind him. Charles Green scored third. Perhaps there won't be enough time to give him the mechanical. Who knows?
We'll see. There's plenty of time, though, Nick. There's 3 minutes. So, yeah, I mean, that hasn't been noticed, though. Ethan Waters, our pole sitter, is now standing off track. He's a retirement. As we get racing again, Frank Ward, Oakley Garthwaite, Cheesy Green, line astern towards Christmas. Garthwaite on the outside. Cheesy Green's going to take advantage, and he does indeed. Garthwaite was committed to the outside and left the door open. Cheesy Green filled the gap, and Green down the inside in very, very fine style. But who's that's gone through? Garthwaite. Cheesy Green stood them up in the middle of the corner, and some clever driving there from Oakley Garthwaite. Saw what was going to happen, and he took advantage of that.
And Green now down to third. Frank Ward's gone back past again. So Cheesy's been in all three positions on more than one occasion during this particular lap. But a huge break there through some superb opportunist driving for the number 101 of Oakley Garthwaite, miles ahead. With just 2 minutes ago, there's yellow flags running through these first two corners again. Somebody went off wide at the bottom of Christmas. There's the yellow flag waving. And the Carlos Sainz kart with Oakley Garthwaite. But Green now trying desperately to see if he can get past Frank Ward.
And just remember there, that number 277, the driver with the yellow helmet just behind the green and red kart of Cheesy Green. And he does. That's Sam Green Gomez. He was looking very, very chancy, and he took the chance and went down the inside of Charles Green. And now he looks down the inside, and they'll go wheel banging their way onto the back straight. and that's caused them massive disadvantage. And Cheesy comes back onto the tail of Sam Green Gomez, who finds himself in second place remarkably. Cheesy Green still trailing that bumper.
Frank Ward still was the big loser out that one. He again was personally got cut off and lost momentum in the back straight, but luckily he got a big shove at the backside, which gave the momentum back up again. Here we go, look. So he loses momentum here, but then luckily he gets a big thump. So his back will hurt, but it's often saved him from losing a couple of positions. To get the top of the corner again, and Cheesy Green back into second, I think.
Yeah, second. This has all been to the advantage of Oakley Garthwaite, who has disappeared on that CS55 kart of his. Off he goes into the lead, because this lot here are tripping one another up. Side-by-side action through Chapman. Cheesy Green about to be challenged by Sam Green Gomez for that second place back, and Cheesy hanging on to it into the final 30 seconds. Oakley Garthwaite across the line. It'll be the one lap to go board next time by for these drivers, and a very, very intense junior heat here. I'm not quite sure what the officials will make of all of that.
I also think that the clean-up after this, in fact, how you just get all those carts back. There's so many bits of chassis, bits of complete chassis lying left and right of the track, as the various walking wounded will have to be brought in by a cart trolley. But at the front, it's been a great break there by Oakley Garthwaite. Once he got the lead, he's just gone.
Well, that was more down to the drivers behind him squabbling. I mean, Cheesy sort of stood everybody up at Ashby, and then Garthwaite went round the outside, I think, if I'm not wrong, or he might have gone down the inside as they slid wide, because Cheesy just fired it out of a cannon down the inside. It'll be the one lap to go board this time by for Garthwaite as he crosses the line there. The number 101 off into the lead. Cheesy Green's got a bit of a comfortable second now. Sam Green Gomez is in third. Let's just follow Oakley home here, as things seem to have settled down, and it took until the final lap for things to settle down.
Yeah.
The Hunter Motorsport driver here with his dad being tending to the cart and prepping the cart with Oakley. But that Carlos Sainz chassis, very, very prominent livery there, and easy to pick out these days with the Spanish colours, isn't it? Red, black and yellow.
Yeah, the red's not Ferrari, which is as well, really, because he's not in Ferrari.
No, it's Spanish. Here he comes then, Oakley Garthwaite, in a very, very intelligent drive there. Well, Chaos was around, he kept his head and made that move in great style when there was a squabble in front of him, took advantage of the situation. And it's Sam Green Gomez. Where has Cheesy Green gone? We've lost Cheesy Green right there while we followed Oakley round
was
to celebrate
was he
that
pulled
win.
a mechanical?
I don't think he was. He might have been right at the very end, though, Nick.
I think he may have pulled off.
No, Cheesy's put in. He's disappeared.
Yeah, I think he pulled off.
Sam Green Gomez takes second place, kind of a moral second place. That trailing bumper causing Charles Green to have to pull in, I think, as Nick said. So Garthwaite takes the win. Sam Green Gomez second, Frank Ward third, and then it was Sonny Morgan making his way in fine style up to fourth. Zari Visarek in fifth. Daniel Hartley, look where Daniel came through. Where did Daniel start? He started in ninth. He made his way up to sixth, so he'll be happy with that point. So Jack Theobald seventh, Jensen Oakley eighth, Jess Whitmore is ninth, and then rounding off the top 10 is Charlie F. There's the remaining finishes there. Cheesy pulls off on the final lap. Charlie Hume we lost on lap 4, and then Ethan Waters, Seb Corking and Bella McConville all went out with that incident at Crook Corner, if I'm right.
You certainly were. I'm not going to criticise you for that one. I think you're correct. So
disappointing as well for hang on,
whoever you can,
Ethan Waters is what I want to talk about.
Yeah,
disappointing for him because he started from pole.
It's not been great. Pole has not been the greatest place to start from.
No, it really isn't. Senior Rotax next. It's the 162 category, all lined up in the collecting area. Sarah Darlow about to get the nod when all of these carts have been collected and put away. And it's Rufus Flan who starts on the pole position. Paula Nunez-Aranda alongside. The first of the Wyatt brothers, Ethan, is in third, with Tristan Sharp alongside in fourth. Row 3 is Sam Hawthorne and Kieran Gifford. And then we've got Joseph Rippon, Arthur Thacker on row 4. Row 5 is Ollie Morrison, Sean Rashid. Alex Timmins and Max Kettle making his debut with the NKC on row 6. Riven Welsh and Oliver Atkinson, row 7. Henry Swanson, Blake Ticehurst, row 8. We've got Andy Ambrose back with LRG in 17th with the current champion Bobby Rosier, the 2023 Junction 6 NKC champion on row 9 with Andy. Joel Bowden and JJ Hinder on row 10. We've got Louis Rees and Martin Bramwell on row 11. Archie Carter shares row 12 with Zach Burke. Simon Spagnuolo and Michael Thompson share row 13. Got Charlie Walsh alongside Rafi Salentano on row 14. And then the final 2 rows, we have Farad Arian, Ollie Rowley, and James Cutting and Jamie Green rounding off the 32 cart field.
Quite a lot of clean-up being done. A number of the walking wounded carts have been brought down. I've seen a few of them just rolled underneath us now. We're about to see the 52 come back, which is Sebastian Corking.
Yeah.
Doesn't look too bad. It's gone off, so I can't see any much damage on it.
No, that doesn't look too bad. It's got a chain off.
That's obviously what's he's gone. I think he's gone for a bumpy ride and it's taken the chain. And obviously, that means you're not going anywhere at that point as the carts roll through.
So they're out on their pace lap, so to speak. They will get as much heat into those tyres. That's why you see the drivers acting really aggressively and crazily out there, driving left and right, waving across the side from left to right on the track, getting some heat and getting those Maxxis tyres up to their operating temperature and pressure. That's when the cart will be handling the way they want to. That's the 115 that has pulled off. That's Alex Timmins, and he's devastated. Alex,
he
with a mechanical, he is. Yeah, he was starting in ninth.
They're getting the go round again, I think. They're readying the restart. Well, perhaps they've changed their mind again. I was thinking about it.
I'm not sure where Alex.
Well, they can't start with the driver trudging there. He's got himself to safety.
Yeah, as long as the cart's out of the way. Here they come, though. The field are with us on the start-finish straight, and we will get things underway. And yes, we do indeed. We go green, and we are racing into oblivion, and then into the right-hander at Crook. It'll be all hands on deck for that run up the Christmas corner. And look at that, the leader pulled out a massive gap, but behind him, all hell breaking loose. Their cart spanning left and right into the braking area at Christmas. They sort themselves out through Inkermans and down the hill towards Ashby. We've got a move for 4th place there. The number 20 of Joseph Rippon moving ahead of Samuel Hawthorne, I think it was. We'll check that out as they come back underneath us on the back straight there, just in front of us.
We lost the 1-2-2, Jamie Green. We didn't lose him, he was off the track and rejoined with a problem going through the first couple of corners. They come round through and over the Nouvelle chicane for the first time, and it's a very, very generous gap already that's been eked out by the number 52 of Rufus Flynn. Behind him now in second place, it's the 15 of Sam Hawthorne, then Joseph Rippon, Ethan White and Kieran Gifford. Arthur Thacker is in 6th. And as you can see, a lot of shuffling around towards the back of the pack as they go up towards Christmas Corner now through Inkerman.
So the leader benefiting from this squabble going on for 3rd. Samuel Hawthorne benefiting as well from Joseph Rippon and Ethan White and Kieran Gifford going to war. Metaphorically, that is, not literally. Sometimes it is quite literally, but not this time. They are racing pretty fairly at the moment, just waiting their time, waiting for their moment to perhaps make a move. All seem pretty equal on performance as they come out of the boot and into the Nouvelle chicane and then off towards the start-finish line. Rufus Flans maintaining that lead. Samuel Hawthorne 2nd. Fastest cart on the track was Joseph Rippon for a moment there, but now it's gone to Blake Ticehurst with the fastest lap of the race. Blake down in 9th place. And it really is a very, very busy track indeed. But they all look pretty equal on pace, Nick. So it's going to be a bit of a waiting game and maybe some, textbook overtaking is what we're going to see rather than some do-or-die moments. Yeah, it's a good break by the leader, obviously. The 2nd and 3rd are having a right old scrap at the moment as they come down the back straight. That's currently Rippon actually has got past Hawthorne during the course of this lap. And then behind it, it's Gifford trying to make up that gap as they come over the Nouvelle chicane. And it's really now with a new second place man, whether you'll find Rippon can actually start to bridge the gap towards Rufus Flynn. He's got himself 1.3 seconds of a lead. But behind, it's a little bit more all in the line than we've seen the last couple of races. I think that's because they're equal. They're not, you haven't got a really quick driver in amongst some midfield runners. They're all pretty equal, and that's why they're fanning out here. This is what the finals tend to look like, isn't it? When all of the quick drivers have qualified through to the front. etc. So you've got people of equal ability and experience, etc.
Third and fourth now. I think it's Gifford coming up the inside, going into the boot. No, he tries the outside, tried the inside, tried both sides, but basically he wasn't allowed to go past. But now he's got it on the inside. No, that's all gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, that was just running out of space there. Samuel
What
Hawthorne.
happened there is the question.
Well, Kieran Gifford stuck his cart down the inside and caught Hawthorne a bit by surprise here.
It's gone left and right first.
Turning right into the boot. Hawthorne slides a little bit, and then Hawthorne's on his line, and Gifford went for a gap that was pretty much closing on him. And the inevitable happened, and those two drivers way down the field, if indeed they do continue.
Gifford may be out.
Yeah.
Oh, the two carts are parked. Look in the runoff area.
Ah, right, okay.
Now, it'd be interesting with them being parked there. Yeah, I think they're yellowing it into the boot or halfway around the boot. I'm not quite sure.
Well, it'll be a Battenberg coming out now. So I see the Battenberg flying.
Oh, yeah, they've got to clear the carts off.
There's no Battenberg at the start though. There's a Battenberg on the back straight. And there's a Battenberg at post 9. There's a Battenberg across the road there.
Oh, there is one, yeah.
There is.
Yeah, we've got two posts in front of us.
I was looking at the wrong shed. So Battenberg is basically, if you're familiar with Formula 1 rules, it's a virtual safety car.
Free cake.
Yeah, it's what?
Free cake.
Yeah, we call it a Battenberg because it looks like a Battenberg cake. But basically, the leader of the race takes up the role of controlling the pace. Half race speed is the rule. That's why we see Rufus Flan travelling at the correct speed. We had a bit of maybe a little brush up of the rules needed for our junior classes.
Should we have another look at that incident?
Do you want to make a comment, Nick?
Yeah, before that, Gifford had gone all left and all right. It's really interesting. As he comes in, he must suddenly get his rear wheel, must just lightly touch the back of some solid part of Hawthorne's car, because then he just hooks up, drives it, and it actually runs around it.
He's on the curb on the right.
No, he's getting... all right, try it again, please. One more, please. Watch why he suddenly spins round, okay?
Yeah, he goes wide to take the corner, then he squeezes down the middle.
No, look, he flicks up. Now, why does he flick up? I think it's because actually the rear wheel drives up over the other bumper.
Yeah, because he didn't have any room, did he?
But you said it was a curb.
No, he was on the curb on the right.
That wasn't why he flicked round.
No.
No.
Yeah,
yes, that's right.
Now,
Thank
Nick.
you very much.
You've been pedantic.
I'm right, aren't I?
Yeah, we were both right.
That's not how it works.
You didn't really see. Talking about. There was two carts come together. They're both off at the sideline.
But the spectacular bit was the flick round, and that was caused by wheel overlap.
Okay, you were right. Well done, Nick. Assesses an incident correctly. Shocker.
Bit backhanded, but I'll take it.
Doesn't just throw words at the incident. He actually assesses it correctly.
Well, no, I can throw words if you like.
Yeah. We've got a technical deflect for the 1-2-2, which is Jamie Green.
He fell off earlier.
Yeah, he fell off earlier, so I'm not sure if that's a bumper dragging or whatever, but we're still under Battenberg conditions. I'm just looking across the timekeeper to see if we've got any sign of it going green. We've got carts out of the way, drivers to safety, so we may be going green this time by. And it'll be down to Rufus Flan, who will control that pace as they come through the boot now. Rufus Flan, Joseph Rippon, Arthur Thacker, Ethan Wyatt, Blake Ticehurst, Riven Welsh, Tristan Sharp, Louis Rees, Andy Ambrose, Charlie Walsh. There's your top 10. Bobby Rosier in 11th and just out of that top 10. Keep an eye on them. Here we pick up the pace now and we go green flag flies and we are back under race conditions and inside the final minute, Nick.
Yep. So again, a couple of laps of potentially overtaking action taking away. They all nose to tail coming in. Third place looking quite racy, and that's Arthur Thacker in the red and white machine. But first and second also not get the inside. They're going to get the inside. Oh,
there's not really time.
Thacker in.
There's not really time for these three at the front to work together to pull a gap because there's less than a minute. There's less than half a minute now, and it's touch and go. I think they're going to get round in time to do two more laps. Yeah. But you've got to really make your move. So this is an absolute flat-out blast to the flag now. Yeah,
there's a bit of a train building up behind the 20 cart now. So the 40 cart, sorry, it'll help if I read the right numbers. But there are looking quick at different positions. Right, so first and second right together, and it's looking up the inside of Oblivion. That's a brave one.
That's a very brave move from Joseph Rippin, who goes down the inside into Oblivion. That has caused Rufus Flan to be completely offline. As the side-by-side action from the number 336 of Blake Ticehurst round the outside of Arthur Thacker, and he made that happen for third place as well. The Durrell Art driver, Arthur Thacker, wondering what went on there, and they're queuing up behind Ethan Wyatt, Riven Welsh, Louis Rees, Charlie Walsh, Andy Ambrose, Bobby Rosier, ahead of Rafi Salentano now for 10th. But this really is...
It's going to be happening now, going around the boot. They're having they are all following the correct line here, so they're not actually going to... but it's about, as you pointed out, Joe, it's getting to be more and more about the exit, isn't it? It's about how you come out of the boot that's really counting.
And that's where we saw Joseph Rippin really make it happen there. He was alongside before the turn-in for the left-hander at Oblivion. They're on the final lap. It's all about this second place, though, as Rufus Flan defends with all he can on the number 52. And behind him, Blake Tyson, Arthur Thacker, Ethan Wyatt, Riven Welch. They're all queuing up for that second spot. Here they come then. They're out of Ashby, heading towards Parker. He drives defensively down the middle to the left-hand side of the road. He goes left now into Chapman. That'll absolutely cost him speed onto the back straight. And he's got to defend harshly into the boot. It's anybody's race here. And just put your hands together. Are they going to get through the chicane cleanly? That single file order as Joseph Rippin takes the heat win, and behind Rufus Flan, round of applause for hanging on to that second place under immense pressure there.
Yeah, he did by just about a tenth of a second from Ticehurst, who came through the field effectively during the second half of the race. It was Arthur Thacker who picked up third. Ethan Wyatt was fourth. Ruben Welsh was fifth. Charlie Walsh sixth. Louis Rees was eighth. Bobby Rosier was 9th, Rafi Salentano was 10th, Archie Carter in 11th, Andy Ambrose in 12th, Oliver Atkinson in 13th, JJ Hind is 14th, Simon Spagnuolo is in 15th, and it's Zach Burke, Christian Sharp, Max Kettle and Ollie Rowley. And we had a hello to Ollie from Judith Madanacht, saying good luck to him earlier. And those is your top 20. Well, actually no, 20th was Martin Bramwell. And then we had 3 carts not making the trip, and that was that Joel Bowden. And then we also had Kieran Gifford and Sam Hawthorne, who came together while fighting over second place, coming out of the exit of the boot and on the way into the Nouvelle chicane.
Well, Nick, it's the first sight of the weekend for our senior TKM.
Smoky Joe time. I'm not sure I should really call them Smoky Joe, but there we are.
Well, they're all two-stroke Smoky Joes, aren't they?
Some a bit sanitised these days.
It's been all about Mitchell Ball this season. He was the winner at round 1 at Clare. He took the win at Forest Edge, and then he had a second place at the third round at Dunkswell. And we asked the question of who can beat Mitchell Ball. It's the same question. He leads the championship on dropped scores. He leads the championship overall. But this weekend is a bit of a special round, isn't it, Nick?
Yep, because it is the TKM O-Plate rounds. The winner of this race also wins the TKM O-Plate. We also had the O-Plate for the championship a few weeks ago at Rowra. There wasn't quite enough for a full grid of TKM, so it was just, in the end, it just became the O-Plate for the juniors, seniors and 177s. But obviously you need an O-Plate for your championship, and that is being decided here for the TKMs during their normal course of their races. Yeah,
nobody fancied the trip up to Cumbria for the O-Plate event at Rowra, so we're going to run. So it's a little bit, usually an O-Plate meeting is all about on the day. It's all about the day. It's not about championship points. However, we've got a bit of a mix here. These drivers have got to be thinking about championship. Now, Joseph Booth made an appearance at Dunkswell and took the win and answered the question, who can beat Mitchell Ball? Well, Joseph Booth did indeed beat Mitchell Ball. However, I'm pretty sure we haven't got Joseph Booth with us this weekend. No, we have. He starts 15th. Let's have a look at the grid for the TKMs about to go out. And we've got... I couldn't see you leaving across my grid sheet.
I'm doing work.
Will Cregeen starts on pole from Matt Slate. Samuel King and Matthew Horton are on the second row. We've got Chris Whiteside and Molly Nicholas Biles on row 3. James Workman shares with Ben Watson on row 4. Row 5 is Joseph Phillips and James Hull. Then we've got Thomas Shaw and Jake Cox. Francis Holm and James King start on row 7. Joseph Booth, as I said, winner at Dunkswell, starts with Tom Johnson on row 8. Row 9 is Alexander Lehman and Ryan Layton. Matthew Temple Purcell and Charlie King share row 10. We've got row 11 in the form of Jack Crisp and Leo Crabtree. We speak to Leo in the paddock show coming up at lunchtime. And then the 24-cart field is being rounded off by Jake Humphrey and indeed championship leader Mitchell Ball. So I talked to Leo, and you'll see the interview in the lunchtime paddock show, and I talk about how the TKMs seem to have a different way around any track we visit in comparison to the Rotax carts, and I think it's because of the narrower track. They seem to be able to overtake in places the Rotax classes can't, and therefore we see quite a lot of action in this category. Again, the question is, can Joseph Booth pull it off again? Now, Mitchell Ball, as I said, winner of round 1, winner of round 2, second at round 3, and all to play for here. The question is, how many places can Mitchell make up from the very back of the grid in 24th? It'll be a damage limitation exercise for this first heat. And I'm pretty sure Mitchell, who carries the number 1 because he's our current TKM Junction 6 NKC champion. In fact, Mitchell Ball is indeed Junction 6. It's his family business, Junction 6 Commercials, based on Junction 6 of the M6. And big supporters of the NKC. Great to have them on board. They were main partners in last year's series. They continue into 2024. I won't be surprised if they continue that partnership into 2025. And a big thanks to Mitchell Ball and all of his family for continuing that relationship as the main sponsor of this series. So the Junction 6 NKC continues. It's our first sight of the NKC class under race conditions. They had plenty of seat time yesterday in our free practice sessions, and as Nick affectionately calls them, the Smoky Joes, and you can see what he means by that, with all of that two-stroke oil being burnt off on this initial run out of the collecting area. Air-cooled 110cc motors, direct drive, some drivers choosing to run a clutch for ease of starting, etc. But direct drive on the majority of these runners. Air-cooled, so no radiators needed. And in true, this is the sort of engine, this is the sort of motor that I'm more familiar with, and so are you, Nick.
Everyone loves a bit of Smoky Joe.
My first engine was a
my first
Pirelli
engine. Fisher Price, my first engine.
And then I ended up with a TKM reed valve thing, I think. Can't remember exactly the model number. But here we go. These are 110cc units on this spec formula. Everybody on the same tyre, everybody on the same engine. Or are they? Let's wait and see as the TKMs get the go.
And we just wave our way through the fog. Hello, carts. And off and away.
Into Oblivion and Crook. And you could see how slippery that was for the drivers. We've got a race towards Christmas Corner, though. And around the outside has gone the number 16 of Samuel King. A great move there, but he gets it all wide there towards Inkermans. He hangs on to the lead into Ashby. It's poleman Will Cregeen hanging on to the rear bumper of Samuel King, who started just behind him. So that second row position start.
It's going to be interesting, Joe, to see how, if we get any different racing with these smaller footprint carts than we've seen with the road taxis, whether we see different sort of ins and outs. Have you said that already, have you? Well, I was out fixing something else, I wasn't listening, I wasn't connected. But anyway, start again, because someone may have just joined in. I can't, if I'm technically supporting the entire situation.
Okay, enough about you. Let's have a look at the race.
What are you talking about? It's never enough about me. It's never enough about me, love.
We have indeed got a race on our hands as a challenge for third place. It's the number 24 of Matthew Horton into third place ahead of Matt Slate. And that was a textbook move. First, second, third, a little bit of a gap. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. behind him, swapping positions as you will, but great driving from the three at the front. And yes, Nick, we did mention how, and I talked to Leo Crabtree, that's what I did mention. I talked to Leo Crabtree about that very thing. And I think you do get slightly different body language of how these karts race on the track. Narrower width, I should say, is what I mean by narrower track on these karts, and allows the drivers to maybe, overtake in place of the Rotax Classics card. There's a challenge for second.
Inside. 24.
Yeah, the Flex driver with the black nose cone, probably to keep the weight down without the Flex sticker kit on the nose. You can see the Flex colours on the side pods and the nose fairing though. And he is off and after Sam King. Samuel controlling the pace, that orange helmet to drive with the black overalls. He'll be aware of who's behind him. Yes, he looks over his shoulder. It's Matthew Horton. Where is Mitchell Ball? He's up into 13th last time by. Charlie King going with him. The Klassen Racing driver, Charlie King on the number 2. Second in the championship last year. Keep an eye on Ben Watson, that third place kart there. He's the other Klassen driver. That's in contention.
Yeah, he's looking quite racing.
Great racing. Ben Watson down the inside of Horton. The old protagonists in Formula TKM, Klassen Racing and Flex Motorsport duking it out for second and third place. But now Samuel King is next on Ben Watson's list.
Yeah. King leaving Horton. There's Watson now. They go through Chapman, he nips out and straight away he said, I'm not going to spend any time not in the lead. And he's coming down the back straight now, leading for the first time at this round for the NKC. And the first round, of course, of the Northern Cup and, of course, the O-Plate. So it's a great start here. Don't forget it's the same karts every single time in TKM because we've got one grid, unlike the other grids. We've got 3 grids of juniors, for example. And they're going up and through Crook.
Ben Watson pulling out a bit of a gap. That's the biggest gap we've seen since we went green. And Samuel King having to find extra tools in his toolkit to keep Matthew Horton. He didn't have anything in the toolkit to keep Ben Watson behind him. And he's trying now. He's defensive driving. We're not even at half distance. And fierce defensive driving now from Samuel King. And we've got a train of karts just queuing up behind him. Matthew Horton, Will Cregeen, Tom Johnson.
Yeah, it looks like King's the cork in the bottle here, Joe, doesn't it? Because getting away has been Ben Watson quite easily. And now got 4 karts nose to tail, and then 3 karts. As you know, I'll go back. There's 9 karts nose to tail. They come over.
This is great stuff, isn't it? Look at that.
Nouvelle chicane and away, and you'll see them flashing over. There's about a cart's distance between 6th and 7th. That's it.
Isn't 11 o'clock yet?
Near enough. 25 minutes. Told you. 25 minutes past 10.
Yeah. Here we go then. Into Christmas and down the inside. Yeah, that was an out-braking move there. And round the outside goes the number 9 of Tom Johnson. Matthew Horton moves down the inside of Samuel King, and Samuel King was stifled somewhat, and he had nothing he could do about Tom Johnson joining in with the party.
Well, I don't know, Sam King was defending it and then just gave up defending it. But I think if you're going to move there and compromise yourself, stay there, unless you don't want to hold the position.
Yeah, and he left the door open as well for slides wide. The number 9 of Tom Johnson goes through as well. And who's that? That's come through as well on the other Flex machine.
That's the 45.
The 45 of Joseph Booth. Now Booth started ahead of Mitchell Ball. Booth took the win at Dunkswell, remember.
Lots of defence coming up to Christmas there. They sweep round. Johnson looking particularly racy, but actually you're absolutely right, it's Joseph Booth now is looking like he's got the most forward momentum amongst that group, and he actually just proved me right, immediately takes position. Now what's happening to Mitchell Ball, our erstwhile championship leader, and he's basically winning everything?
He's up to 7th.
Okay.
He started in 24th.
Oh, that's quite good then, really.
Yeah, it is.
I'll give him 17 places, that's fine.
Yes, he's on a chart.
Don't forget, I missed all the preamble to this. You could have said anything about me or the event, and I wouldn't have heard it.
Booth ahead of his teammate. And now into second. So the race is on. And the race
Watson's
is
away
for the
though,
lead.
Watson's away. He's way by. He's got 2.2 seconds in the lead.
Ben Watson. We know how quick Ben is. He's carrying the number 5. He was 5th in the 2023 championship. But we also know. Oh, and there's an incident there. That's Tom Johnson, who tried down the inside. He's lost his rear bumper.
Oh, that's that one again.
and that is an incident into Christmas Corner there. It got very crowded indeed. And Johnson looking down the inside of the number 24, Matthew Whilton.
Taking the nose off.
And they just ran out of space, really.
So the 24's got... do you get a nose penalty if you haven't got a nose?
Yes.
Does it count if it's not
That's
there?
Called a dropped-off penalty, isn't it? Not dropped down. Yeah. That would be just ramming people to lose the nose then, wouldn't it?
So luckily Booth was out of the firing line, but Mitchell Ball now into
look who's
third.
Who snuck up into third after that incident.
Yeah.
Mitchell Ball. Is that third or fourth?
He's fourth.
He's fourth. He's just lost out to the 77.
Who's not there?
Why is the 77
Is he on your sheet? No.
Is it 77 or 72?
No, I think it's somebody else who hasn't got a transponder.
Is that a back marker or
something?
No,
I think we've got another missing transponder issue. It's not on it's not on it's not any of the timing screens. So who is 77?
Francis Horn.
No, Francis Horn is officially, I think, actually is in third place, but his transponder is either not working or not being picked up.
Right, we'll bear that in mind because he's come through with... Francis started in 13th.
He's got a GoPro, so he can prove what position he's in.
Yeah, absolutely. He came by him. And there Francis saying to Mitchell Ball, let's catch Joseph Booth.
Don't know if he's going to do that to you.
It's going to be one lap to go board next time by for Ben Watson, who continues to lead by just under 2 seconds.
Gravinelli 1970. Go Jake, number 51. There's Jake Humphrey, currently in 12th. So go Jake from the support on the YouTube.
Mitchell Ball ahead now of the number 77.
Not my surprise.
Francis Horn. And Francis Horn coming back at him in Chapman. He came back at him. These are having a right old ding-dong. Mitchell Ball and Francis Horn swapping places down into the boot. Mitchell Ball down the inside. Horn round the outside. Hangs on to it. Third place is about to be lost, though, as he went wide into the boot. Mitchell Ball comes out of the chicane and across the line is losing ground to Joseph Booth in that second spot. And now that he's cleared Francis Horn, he might be able to shake him off. But there's Charlie King on the number 2 as well. Jake Cox, I should say, on the 26.
He's not shaking him off at all, actually.
No, he's not at all.
There seemed to be a little bit, in fairness, it looked like there seemed to be a little bit of extra pace at the end of the corner, end of the straight, and he's even trying it now. He's not giving any respect to our championship leader.
And if he's not careful, though, he's going to have Jake Cox taking advantage as well. So we're on the final lap. The leader, Ben Watson, has got Joseph Booth closing the gap.
Not
massively, but not enough to the flag. We'll stay with this battle for third because this could go anywhere, really. Over the chicane, Ben Watson takes the win. There's Joseph Booth in second, and it's Mitchell Ball from 24th. I mean, Joseph Booth's drive, really, that was applaudable. 15th to second. However, Mitchell Ball trumps that with 24th to third. It's Jake Cox in 4th, Charlie King 5th, Samuel King 6th, Will Cregeen 7th, Leo Crabtree finishes in 8th, Matt Slade 9th, 10th. Rounding off the top 10 was Jake Humphrey. The rest of the finishers are there on your timing board, on your TV screen.
On your timing screen. So that was quite a good race, having missed all your introduction. I feel it's quite. I wish I'd heard it.
You didn't miss much. You repeated everything I said.
Well, that's good to see. It's for people who weren't there in the first place.
Yes.
And the whole thing was pointless as well. It all didn't work. Didn't work at the end of all that.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The technical thing I was trying to do.
So we move swiftly on, and we are not quite halfway through our heats, Nick. Rotax 177s out for the third time this weekend. Not all of the drivers out for the third time, though.
A lot of fans for Jake Humphrey, and he's got a well done Jake from Deborah Humphrey, 23rd to 10th. So he's
now then, is Deborah his mum or his wife?
I don't know. There's been very much a lack of Zach Whilton fan clubbage today. We've had Zach out. Well, near a peep from them.
Yeah, Gran is out there. She's watching, and Zach will be out in this next heat, I think. So I'm wandering around without his suit on, but he's not. I'm not sure he is out. Anyway, let's have a look at the full grid then for our next heat of 177s. Lincoln Bailey Arneson will be our pole position driver. Then the first of the Masters will be Rhys Llewellyn. Rhys will start alongside. Second row of the grid is Jake Davis and Tim Darlow. with Scott Clee and the returning Keith Mason, another LRG driver that's making a return to the NKC, and we're glad to see that happen. Keith Mason now on the 122 numbered cart. Cole Edwards is alongside Richard Evans on row 4. We've then got Callum Porter and Zach Fontenue on row 5. Max Williamson and George Walker are on row 6. Alfie Anderson and Matthew Lee are on row 7. Stephen Horner, winner of his previous heat, is on row 8 with Daniel Hammett. Then we've got Ben Hitch and Nicholas Walker. Toby Case and Rob Simpson on row 10. Archie Elliott shares with Oliver Smith on 11. 12 is Will Milner and Steve Thompson. George Willis is on row 13 with Scott Smith. And then we've got Tyler Kelsey sharing row 14 with Will Murdoch, with Thomas Burchard rounding off the 29 cart field on the novice plate. Is Thomas?
There's a mechanic in there, or a father, he's got his shirt on, and it's got Dad written on it. I think it's maybe Freddie Worlock's father, actually, because I saw him with Freddie. But they not written it down once. So obviously he's used to going, Dad. So he's gone, that's what I have on the back of my shirt.
How do you think it's Freddie's dad?
Because I saw a kid walking down with Freddie on the back of it. The same design. Is he in the race?
Freddie, no.
Oh, it's not, I'm wrong then.
Freddie's a junior.
I'm wrong then. Well, no, people can help other people, can't they?
Well, that is true.
Is there a Max in there?
A Max? Max Williamson?
Yeah, I think it might be. I think it's Max's dad as well, because it was a selection of shirts.
Cake has arrived.
Cake has arrived. You have to make an announcement that the cake turns up.
Catherine Green has delivered cake through the window.
But why is the cake, Joe?
It's, who's that spun off? We've got a cart at the back. I think that might have been Will Murdoch being caught out by cold tyres there, just coming out the collecting area. Catherine Green is Reese Green's dad, and it's Reese Green's dad. Catherine Green is Reese Green's mother.
Not his dad, then.
Reese Green, who will be out later in the juniors, is his dad's birthday. It's his 50th birthday this weekend.
50 years old.
50 years old, Chris.
The little
Happy
youngster.
Birthday,
what a youngster.
We'll mention that again when the appropriate class is out.
See, look, there's all the T-shirts. See, Terry, Max, Dad, Luca.
Right,
oh, perhaps it isn't then. Perhaps it wasn't. Perhaps it's just some randomly. It's a CRG driver.
It's a CRG team driver. Right, we've got the field being brought around by Lincoln Bailey Arneson and Rhys Llewellyn. Lincoln Bailey Arneson, the pole driver there on the number 75, the yellow and blue and white livery cart. The white nose cone is Rhys Llewellyn. Rhys needing to shed that sticker kit on the nose to get the weight down, no doubt. Here he is. He's with TH Corsa this weekend, of course. Changed teams from the Howarth Racing as we was with last year. He's now with TH Corsa, and we are good. And there he's gone.
Okay,
number 75, Lincoln Bailey Arneson, gets the jump on pretty much everybody, but then he goes
all his momentum
wide.
Second part of Crook there.
Yeah.
3 or 4 well, but he's managed to emerge despite losing a couple of yards. What? Well, it's team. We work together. 90-10 like it has been so far today.
You've been flitting around. Onto the infield section then at Parker, and that gap that he pulled at the start has come back to him as the 3 drivers at the front just pulling away. We've got a lonely driver in 4th. We'll get a confirmation of the numbers and who they are as they come back towards us now at the paddock across the Nouvelle chicane curbing. Great action across that chicane. I do love the look of that. However, it must hurt you going across there. Bailey Arneson leads from Jake Davis, Rhys Llewellyn, Callum Porter, Cole Edwards, Keith Mason up into 6, Max Williamson, Richard Evans, Zach Fontenue and George Walker rounding off the top 10.
Drew Inkerman's the top 2. And he popped out, thought about changing his mind. Davis in the 74, that's the blue and white cart. Running behind Lincoln Bailey Arneson. He got a great start and then kind of lost most of it by going wide, or at least getting oversteer moment through Crook. Into the boot, and they swing round. It's sharp left, right, and now a much heavier brake before you send anything down almost straight. Unfortunately, part of that straight, Joe, is a massive great jolt to your back.
Yeah, massive. You have to use the curb as well there. You might think, why are the drivers charging over that curb when it's, you could break your chassis, you can flip you out and stuff, but you have to clobber the curb at the chicane. You get time. It costs you time if you go around the curbing. So you've got to smash across it and then deal with whatever manifests from that. Lincoln Bailey Arneson in the lead of this race. Jake Davis just sitting there on his tail. I say just sitting there. They're absolutely on the limit of everything here to keep these two carts in those first and second positions. They are bumper to bumper though into the boot. It'll be 3 laps completed this time by, and once again across the chicane. They are pulling a gap, Nick, and I'm kind of thinking Jake Davis is just playing a waiting game. He's happy with the pace. Reese Llewellyn there, still in third.
Llewellyn actually gained on them.
No, this is what I mean. That if they're not going to squabble, because then Reese will catch them. And if anything, Reese looks like he is catching them.
I think we end up with 5 carts at some point.
Yeah,
unless there's a change and Davis gets past. But I think that Davis may have a little bit more speed, a tiny bit more speed than Lincoln Bailey Arneson. But there is a change behind, as I think was that Cole that went past Callum there. Yep, Cole Edwards is into 4th now in the very easy identical.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cole. Purple and yellow.
Yeah, easy to spot that very distinctive livery.
You're right, the top 2 is becoming a top 3, isn't it?
Yeah, Reese Llewellyn's coming. So Lincoln Bailey Arneson aware that Jake Davis is behind him, the orange helmet of the leader, and it's just about 40 seconds, half a minute away from the half distance mark, so still plenty of time. And this race really is still forming, and that 2-cart battle for the lead is now about to become 3, as Reese Llewellyn in that white-nosed cart there in 3rd, just beginning to get on terms with the rear bumper of Jake Davis. I'm not sure if Davis maybe thinks he's got the pace to make a move on Lincoln Bailey Arneson, but he's just waiting his time and doing it at the right point. It's perhaps going too early.
Perhaps they are just evenly paced. Got a question here from Joan Young. I don't know the answer to. How come Stephen Mottram isn't racing? Don't know, but he is racing. Oh, how come he is?
Well, the reason he's not racing, this is not one of his heats.
I see.
He is in the 177 class.
He hasn't taken part, okay.
But he is here, and he was in the previous heat.
Right,
so we've got so many drivers that you have to split them into groups. So not every, for instance, Zach Bolton standing in front of us there, not in his suit. He's not in this one as well. So Stephen has just been out as we've got a move. Finally, Jake Davis moves down the inside of Lincoln Bailey Arneson.
And he's lost 2nd place as well. Bailey Arneson was the 3rd there as Reese Llewellyn very opportunistically went up to follow Lincoln Bailey Arneson. So not a great move there, as Davis now leads from Llewellyn. Arneson into 3rd. 4th place Cole Edwards is also coming past him as well.
4-car train now, isn't it? About to become a 6-car train. 3 minutes.
It's a good question from Joanne, because why is so-and-so not racing? The reason being, we have a 2nd ever highest entry for this event at 226 races, which means we have... Racers?
You said races.
Racers?
26 races.
Is it races?
Racers. It sounded like you said races, which means we've got 226 heats and finals.
Oh, racers. No,
see what I mean?
That's fair enough. I'm glad you think we've had that conversation. Luckily, there's no change of position. And we've got 226 races. It's the 2nd biggest number ever, down by 1 on the overall record of 227. Okay, competitors, people in carts, racing men. Anyway, which does mean that there are many areas where you need multiple heats. For example, in the junior and the senior, you have 7 heats, and no one's doing more than 3 of those. So you're actually not in more races than you're in the qualifying.
That 6-car battle has manifested for the lead of this race. Jake Davis leads by just under half a second. There's Reese Llewellyn in the white-nosed cart, but then 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th there, not that far behind, and that is Cole Edwards, Richard Evans, Callum Porter and George Walker.
We've got Bailey Arneson in 3rd ahead of those ones. If you want to kind of position yourself with the carters against the timing bar, luckily we have the very brightly coloured Cole Edwards there with the purple and the yellow.
Yeah, he's in
who's just about to move into 3rd. What happened there? A huge amount of smoke there.
Yeah, he moves into 3rd as well at the boot. So the yellow one, is that, are we saying pink or purple?
Purple, I think. I mean, I don't know what colour it is when it comes past. It is that metallic, it's metallic pinky
cerise.
Purple. Oh, for say, look at you and your colour charts.
Yeah.
Mr. Dulux there.
We have this discussion every time. Yeah, we're at the round 4 of the NKC, the National Kart Cup. As Cole Edwards moves up into 3rd and chases off after Reese Llewellyn and breaks away from the carts behind him. Lincoln Bailey Arneson now down to 4th. Richard Evans is 5th, Callum Porter 6th, George Walker 7th, Ben Hitch, Archie Elliott, Toby Case is the driver. That rounds off the top 10. Keith Mason just dropping down to 11th and outside of that top 10. And there's Cole Edwards chasing after Rhys Llewellyn. Now then, these two drivers know each other well. They were with Haworth Racing throughout 2023. And here they are about to get the grips on track. Jake Davis in the blue and white cart there in the lead. He seems very comfortable, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Very comfortable just to continue. And then who's that behind Cole Edwards? Who seems to be catching Cole Edwards? It's the number 7, Richard Evans. Now Richard looks like, Nick, he's going to run out of time actually.
Got a bit of pace about him, though.
He has, yeah, he has.
They're not going to get on the lap, are they? So they're going to get the last lap board, I would think. Yeah, 10 seconds to go. They're going to get the last lap board. They come round here. Davis, who since he's been in the lead, looked particularly strong, actually. I mean, I know less than a second doesn't sound particularly strong, but in this particular class, he's away, and he will just get that last lap board now. Behind him, Llewellyn took his chance to get through into second place. He's done particularly well. It's with the 11 o'clock shuffle there.
Yeah, bizarre that, isn't it? Into Christmas Corner then for the final time. Will these 4 carts come together? Will there be a change in that 1, 2, 3 and 4? If anything's going to happen, it's this one here for 3rd, with Richard Evans looking very, very racy indeed. If Cole Edwards had mirrors, his mirrors would be full of that number 7. Their carts haven't got mirrors though, unlike race cars, so Cole Edwards
doesn't know.
aware of him in his periphery sort of thing. And Cole Edwards has brought it away from Richard Evans to the latter bit of this lap. And if anything was going to happen, it looks like Rhys Llewellyn was under pressure, but it's going to finish the way it started this last lap, with Jake Davis taking the win, Rhys Llewellyn 2nd, Cole Edwards is in 3rd. Richard Evans 4th, Lincoln Bailey Arneson ends up 5th, Callum Porter 6th, Ben Hitch 7th, George Walker 8th, 9th was Archie Elliott, Toby Case was 10th, Keith Mason finished just outside the top 11th with Will Murdoch, his teammate, behind him in 12th. And then the rest of the finishers there on the timing bar on the side of your screen. It will be Junior Rotax out next, Nick.
It's just
for
non-stop, isn't it?
It is non-stop heats. It's the 5th time we've seen the Rotax out. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Another 11 heats to go before we break for lunch.
Okay, so how many we actually managed to get through then so far? 7?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
That's not bad.
Sorry, 7.
7. That is bad then.
Yeah. 7 heats so far. 11 to go. And the lunch break will be the point where we will play out our paddock show. I have a wander about the paddock and get some insight, have a chat to some of our drivers. Not all of them. That would take a week.
Wait, why don't you just walk up to people randomly, just ask them what their cart number is, and then just walk off again? It's an idea.
Yeah.
And then do that for ages.
Do you think it'll take on?
Just do it for ages, just on a stream of consciousness.
All right.
And then find out there's no one there because it's a Friday.
Yeah.
It's an idea.
Yeah, that's
an
something.
idea.
No, we'll never do that.
That's a stupid idea.
No, we will never ever do that.
I feel sorry about that.
Do you know why?
No?
Because Karting Live TV is professional.
That's. I better find myself then.
We try, Nick. We try. What was I going to tell you? That was where I was going to tell you. So after the lunch break, we then go into our finals. We've got so many competitors in junior and senior Rotax that we've had to split them into a C, B and A final.
Yes, this whole C, B and A final bump up thing makes me happy. Because that's my wheelhouse. That's RC racing. I know about the RC racing, the bump ups and everything else.
Well, a C final is, I've got to say, a bit of a consolation race. Because you'll start the C final, you might even get another final. The C final is 6 minutes and 1 lap. The B finals are 8 minutes and 1 lap. And then the finals are 12 minutes and 1 lap. At the moment, we start taking time off them if we have too many delays. But so far, so good. We had that red flag at the start of the proceedings this morning.
Delay here for some reason. Not sure why we got
a bit of a delay.
I think
here.
it was a rescue mission.
All right, okay. Well, we're off now with Junior Rotax out for their 5th time. And it's Reese Green. Happy birthday to Chris.
Happy birthday to Dad.
And thank you for the cake, ma'am. Catherine, just outside there, actually, rubbing her hands, getting all tense. Reese starting from pole. Catherine's heart rate will be through the roof when she watches this back.
Through the roof?
See what I mean? Through the roof. Sound like somebody we know. Charlie F. Grave is alongside. We've then got Lincoln Bevan and Daniel Armour, who's not going to take this start. So Daniel Armour missing from today's proceedings. Got Sam Mott and Dalton Haywood, Taylor Dixon, Luigi Perlini, Harvey Lee, Winteridge and Alex Dole, Jesse Whitmore and Caden Welsh, Jensen Hookley and Jacob Aston, Owen Keenan and Will Swale, Sam Green Gomez and Lucy Lovell, Jamie Cookbride, Dylan Morton, Max Greetrex, Carter and Skip Clarkson, Daniel Hartley starting 23rd this time, Oliver Grundy alongside on row 12. Bella McConville, this is the one where she can relax and just enjoy the race here, I think. I hope. Starting 25th, nothing gained or lost here, starting 25th, Bella. Ethan Waters alongside. And then we've got Charlie Hume and Oscar Pitt, and rounding off 29 carts is Jacob Hobbs.
I think Bella's not got a non-finish and a 20th, so she's going to have to go some here, or she will find herself in that C final. But then she might win the C final. So
yeah, that's right, and hopefully she can just enjoy some racing this afternoon. Here we go, though. We are racing indeed, and off they go into oblivion.
Everyone's got a little bit more sensible, haven't they?
Yeah, we've calmed things down here at the first turn, haven't we? Off towards Christmas. We've got a very busy midfield, but the lead is very much I'm trying to see the number across the way there.
Second place is, they're both 70s.
That's what I'm trying to find.
Is leading, so Charlie F. has taken the lead there.
Right, okay, Reece Green now settling for second. They're both similarly liveried carts as well. Here they come then through Chapman, and we'll get a glimpse of them across the way on the back straight towards the boot. The two leaders pulling out a bit of a gap into the boot for the first time. This is where it gets very crowded. Through the chicane for the first time.
Let them go.
Love it. Love that action shot there. And across the line then, F. Grave, Green, Dalton Haywood, Sam Mott, Harvey Lee Winteridge, Owen Keenan, Taylor Dixon, Jensen Hookley, Jesse Whitmore, and it's Jamie Cookbride, the driver who rounds off the top 10, 3 wide into Christmas for 5th place, I think that was. I'm not sure how that's panned out, Nick. And just look at that gaggle of carts there down towards Ashby. And it's the number 113 of Harvey Lee Winteridge. It's everybody fighting for that 4th place.
I'll just read off the top 3. So you go 74, and then you go into 71, and then you go 69, and then you've got this gaggle of carts screaming through, led by the 38 of Sam Mott, who's got the multicoloured and very interesting, slightly lower laid-back driving position. I think that's Harvey Lee Winton still behind him. No, it's not. It's Owen Keenan who did well yesterday. Has got through again.
Pan out of that lot. Too tight. Into the Christmas corner then for the 3rd time, and that 2-card battle for the lead has turned into 3, with Dalton Haywood now joining in. He's the what looks like white cart on the screen there. I think that might be a Tony cart when you get up close to it, but it looks predominantly white. And Haywood wanting to get by Reece Green now. Reece looking over his shoulder, tapping his helmet. Don't fight with me. Let's catch the leader. Let's stay with the leader. And Reece Green almost tripping over Charlie F. Grave.
Now, if I was a helmet painter, I'd be waiting at the end.
Reece Green sliding wide.
Wow.
Was that just him sliding wide?
He got a little bit of a nudgette, but he did. I think we'll find out thanks to our excellent Lara replay.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Did we see any contact? No, I don't think we did. No.
If I was a helmet painter, I'd be waiting at the end, because the 3 white helmets is very rare, isn't it? There's thousands of pounds he made there making a unique design for them.
It is. Reece couldn't quite get the cart to turn coming out the chicane. The Saudi cart driver, Dalton Haywood, into second there, and contact with Haywood and Charlie F. Grave in the lead. That's allowed Reece Green back through into second, and it's a reset. We're still a minute away from half distance, and we're back to where we were the previous lap, with Reece Green having a look down the inside and using a tin opener to make the gap happen there. I'm not sure how that will be perceived by the officials.
The big loser was Haywood there. He's going to drop down to 5th, because he reached the apex of the second part of the boot and then just lost all momentum, because it was just carts. There was no road in front of him. He's down to 5th now. Second, third, and 4th having a right scrap it as they go. In back coming in. Haywood saying, "I'm sorry, but I may have lost, but I'm going to get them back again." They come into Ashby. They've been fighting now for 4 corners in a row. And they're going to switch now for those double left-hander of Parker, and then the more than 90 degrees of Chapman.
So Reece Green has got a bit of a cushion. However, we've still got half of this race to run before we complete the 5th heat for Junior Rotax. Into the boot again then.
A little bit calmer this time.
It'll be, just for a little while, Nick. Catch your breath. Reece Green, very untidy. there fully sideways and losing
That
speed.
isn't the way.
And Charlie Owen Keenan there enable Owen, and that was all about the chicane. He got it massively sideways there. Oh, and down the inside goes Green.
That's Keenan going
disappears.
past Green,
No, Green coming back past Keenan. Keenan already had the lead because of the loss of speed. This is it. We had Reece Green coming back at him. He lost speed coming out the chicane and lost the lead. However, it will be Keenan who's now down to second. When we come back to it, it's still Reece Green and Owen Keenan.
No.
And there, and Reece Green,
take him off.
Just too much speed into the boot, slides far too wide. He's been promising to do that most of the time.
That was too many eyes behind and not enough eyes ahead. He distracted himself there.
Yeah,
so
he
Green,
did.
That's a learning experience for the young man. But he's now back in the clutches of the other predominantly white machine of Dalton Hayward. Hayward himself is going to be overtaken by Mott up the inside there at Christmas. So Sam Mott's been in every position in the top 5 as well, hasn't he?
I think so. It's been a very, very crowded time in that group there.
I know Keenan did well in one of the heat. I think Keenan won on the first or second in one of the heats yesterday as well. So he's going to get a nice hatful of points to add to his total already.
Sam Mott down the inside of Reece Green and into third now. So Mott is definitely the man on the move as these two go to battle. The LN cart of Owen Keenan leads across the line to complete 7 laps. It's Keenan, F. Griff, Mott, Reece Green, Dalton Hayward, Jensen Huckley, Dylan Morton, Will Swills, Daniel Hartley now up to 9th, Sam Green Gomez 10th.
No!
What happened there? Did they just get hooked up together, literally?
I think he braked onto him. There must be a nose cone for the 74. You're watching now. He just goes, I don't know whether he's made a mistake or whether he's braked too late, but they just come in and, it's just different lines of braking.
We've got 7 carts when we come back to it. 7 carts fighting for the same bit of real estate onto the back straight towards the boot. Defensive driving from Keenan,
still in the
who
lead.
Regains the lead. Yes, and there's a move into second.
Oh, but look at that. Right inside
and there's another move into second.
Amazing.
I'm not sure who that is. Is that Dalton Hayward?
Fantastic move. Was that Mott who's just done that?
Well, they crossed the line. Let's have a grasp. It's Jensen Huckley on the 33.
That was fantastic. Round the top of the boot there. It was a superb opportunity driving by Huckley in the bright orange machine.
Oh, how many carts have we got in this train now?
Oh, too many. There's
about 11.
There's 13 within 3 seconds of the lead.
Incredible driving from all of these youngsters, as ever, in Junior Rotax. The Junction 6 NKC Junior Rotax class always does entertain. Sometimes gets a little bit overly dramatic as well. Now then, there's a cart on the move down that order there. He's in 9th at the moment at the back of this train, and I can see him waving around. Daniel Hartley on the 63, looking for a way by. He's been very clever, though, staying in line with this train. And this is fantastic racing, Nick.
You've got Mott there again. Mott has seemed to be on the move forward the entire time. We obviously missed the points when he loses his positions again. Because it's Mott going for... he's back in 4th, back in 5th. But he's now looking to fight for 3rd with Dalton Hayward, who has also been a bit higher this is. That's 3rd and 4th, going through Inkermans now.
Beginning to settle down a little bit, isn't it?
Will Huckley be able to get Keenan on the last line, on the last lap? They're going to get this and one more, aren't they?
No. Yes, sorry, one more. Yes, sorry. Yeah, it'll be the last lap board next time by. Yeah, we're running out of time for Jensen Huckley to have a go at the lead.
Goes Mott, and he's then blocked back out of it again.
And he's lost 2 places. Let's see as they come across the line then. The last lap board flies. It's
Dylan Morton got 4th.
Huckley, Hayward, Dylan Morton now up to 4th. Sam Mott down to 5th. Reece Green, Will Swills, Daniel Hartley, Sam Green Gomez, Charlie F. down to 10th now. In all of that kerfuffling, that has been pretty much the whole of this race. Some tremendous racing down the order, but it's not over at the front of the field, is it?
No. As just a little, actually, I think Owen's just managed to pull a couple of extra cart legs this lap. It did look at one point that the orange cart of Jensen Huckley was incredibly aggressively going to catch him up with him. There is 3 carts thinking about who wants to go through the final corner there, and that's your 3rd, 4th and 5th, looking like they're going to go in the line, but behind them, the rest of the field shoots through in a single procession.
He's the leader.
Over the line and taking the win in the distance. There we are, the 129, Owen Keenan. Huckley is 2nd. It's Dylan Morton in third, Sam Mott in fourth, Dalton Hayward dropped to fifth the last lap.
Hayward went wide coming out of Chapman, completely lost that place,
Went on the last lap, on the last corner.
Yeah.
It's Will Swales who's sixth, Dan Hartley seventh, Reece Green's in eighth in the end.
Yeah.
Sam Green Gomez is ninth, Caden Welch is 10th, it's Charlie Upgrave in 11th, Lincoln Bevan is 12th, Taylor Dixon 13th, Jacob Hobbs 14th, Matt Gretex is 15th, it's Alex Dole in 16th, and it's Jacob Aston, Oliver Grundy, Bella McConville and Carter Inskip Clarks who makes the top 20. And I think we had two people not making the trip, and that was Jesse Whitmore and Harvey Lee Winterridge.
I was happy to see Bella McConville actually getting a race there, finishing in 19th, but at least she got a race. She's had a bit of a character building start to her first time here at the NKC.
Got to learn.
We move swiftly on though, as ever in this series, and it's now time for the fifth heat for senior Rotax. And we'll have a look at the grid in a moment, Nick, when I get the grid sheet up in front of me. There they are,
waiting, the piece of paper.
All present and correct. George Hulme and Ollie Varney. Ollie on the carrying the number 2, of course. He was the 2023 Junction 6 NKC Vice Champion. He starts alongside pole position driver George Hulme. Row 2 is Ben Ballou and Ben Harper. The Battle of the Bens on row 2.
Battle of the Bens.
Jensen Watts. He's got to start as favourite for this. The pace that he's shown here at Wilton Mill, coming through the order and taking a heat win. Sam Elliott's alongside him. Got Luke Evans and Jack Maidman on row 4. Zach Fletcher shares with heat winner Matthew Lambert on row 5. Harry Pearson and Kel Greer are on row 6. George Townsend and Braden Hill on row 7. Got James Becker and Martin Bramwell starting on row 8. Row 9 is Kieran Gifford and Ashton French. And then we've got Zach Burke and Scott Lowther. Tristan Sharp, Alex Timmins, Harry Wright, Nathan Jensen, John Hobbs, Adam Catling, James Wood starting in 27 with Sean Rashid alongside. And then on row 15, Jason Duxis, Reece Knight with Jamie Green and Farid Arian starting on the 16th row, rounding off a 32 kart field. Championship positions going into round 4 then. We've got Kieran Gifford leading the championship, both on dropped scores and overall. That means he also is the holder of the Southern Cup, part of the 2024 season. Jensen Watts in second place in the championship. Samuel Hawthorne third. Theo Frederick is in fourth. Bobby Rosier fifth. Braden Hill sixth place. Mason Perrin, the reigning junior champion, lies seventh in the championship at half distance. Here we go though, Nick.
Coming underneath us now, we are in race control. Being a bit quieter than I expected race control. So obviously people have been happy with the results they've seen, and they're clean in through Oblivion, round Crook. Just to the average, I think one person shot out the outside, but I think managed to remain on the tarmac the whole way. They're coming out up the hill. It is quite a big climb up the hill towards this Christmas corner. Right-hander. You switch back very quickly before you go for the Inkermans, and you dive down. Now that's Inkermans, you dive down to Ashby. But the question is, because we can't see the numbers, it is in fact George Hulme who's leading. Yeah, he helped us out with 3 numbers there.
Yeah, George Hulme from the pole. It's been very rare we've seen the pole drivers go off.
And they're not leading now. He's not leading now.
He's not leading anymore.
Because it's the...
That's Jensen Watts.
Oh, well, there we are. So Jensen Watts won this heat. Yeah, he's got some real pace.
Yeah, he's already won a heat this afternoon. This was his front of the grid start as everybody clatters across the Nouvelle chicane.
Do you think there's like people down in Italy who make OTK chassis just rubbing their hands with glee as they watch this?
Yeah, absolutely. Here they come then. Let's have a look at the top 10 then after one lap as things begin to move for that 4th place as well, as Ben Ballou moves ahead of Luke Evans at Christmas Corner. It's Jensen Watts leading, George Hulme second, Ollie Varney third. Luke Evans has now dropped to 5th behind Ben Ballou, who's our 4th.
Yeah, I think
Ben Harper 6th, Sam Elliott 7th.
Sorry, looking at one of the carts, they look completely out of shape. I think actually it was just the angle of the camera. So you managed, or an excellent piece of control. Second and third about to change now as they go into the boot. Nice drive at the inside there by Ollie Varney. I'm not sure how heavily George Hulme defended. I mean, the point about it is, Joe, with mixed grids, sometimes you know you're out of position, don't you? You know, and you think, well, I can go for the glory run. I can hold these people who are fast me back, or I can not lose time letting them past and get my best possible result, which might be a 6th, might be a 7th. You know, even though I've started in 2nd or 3rd. I'm already now past George Hulme. I think he's gone Ben Ballou. Now Ben, we got him earlier today, had a very active previous race where he's hanging around these lower routes with the top 5 as well. So he's used to scrapping on this track.
Now that we've got that battle for second and third, not exactly going away as George Hulme stays on terms with Ollie Varney. Ollie making his way through. The 2023 vice champion in the Junction 6 NKC has got Jensen Watts up ahead of him by 1.2 seconds. Let's see what the gap is this time by. It's 1.3, just under 1.4, so the gap is indeed going out, with Jensen Watts slapping slightly quicker. Matthew Lambert is the man on a move, and a man on a charge in 7th place as we get a move back to second. Has gone, or into second, I should say, Ben Ballou.
He's picked up second place.
He's got massive pace, Ben, hasn't he?
He's looked good. He wasn't lying. He was having a great time in that previous race where they were changing every two laps. But he never really managed to break out of that sort of third, fourth conundrum area. And I think, again, it's looking like we've got a little bit of a case here where it's actually easier to follow than to lead. And now they're joined and come the threesome with Luke Evans on the back of them, and they're going to come under and over the Nouvelle chicane. There's your leader. That shows you the gap. And there's various levels of angle, and I think a couple of people are still getting their angles wrong and just taking and getting themselves too out of line over that chicane. I mean, I don't know how. It's a really interesting question. But I suppose perhaps one we can ask next time we're here is how easy is it to hit it? Is to hit it the same every time? And do you always get the same result? Because these are unsprung chassis. So sometimes you might think you hit it exactly the same way, but end up with way more, lateral movement than you think.
Yeah, usually there is a spot where you have to hit the chicane, isn't it, and get over it the smoothest way. But that chicane here at Wilton Mill doesn't look like it's got that sweet spot. And every time people clatter over, they seem to come off at a different angle. It's the Racing Perfection Birrell driver, Jason Watts, who leads by 1.4 seconds last time by. This is the chasing driver, though, the number 37, Ben Ballou, the NCR driver, off and after Watts and pulling. It's a slight gap, isn't it, to Ollie Varney and Luke Evans?
Yeah, I mean, they've done a little bit of that kind of spacing thing, which makes us think it's going to calm down, and then suddenly all hell breaks loose 2 corners later as they come around Ashby, and they're 4 wide and 3 of them on the dirt. But as it actually turns out, they are staying equidistant. They've got a nice little gap now, back to 5th place. So back to 6th place, sorry. And that's a battle of 2 carts again. That's Harper and Hulme. But that's looking all around, but yeah, this one's looking like a little bit more static, Joe, at the moment. It doesn't mean it won't explode into life in the second half of the race.
Yeah, we've just clicked by half distance, haven't we? And everybody's sort of, running at a pace. We are driving flat out with a little bit of management going on as well. We're on brand new tyres here this weekend, remember, the first of the final 3 rounds. And it's one set of tyres for those 3 rounds, so we're all on fresh rubber, everybody on the same rubber life, if you like. We've got no interluders coming in, and so everybody on equal terms, it seems.
One thing I have learned, which I didn't realise, because this is the first time we've been in race control for a while, is how much what you say or what I say or what our pictures say is being used to argue the point.
Or is it really?
Everyone is walking. You're very straight ahead, and I'm looking around a bit, obviously, to do things. Yeah. And there's literally everywhere I look, there's someone on their phone showing this footage to prove they either didn't do it or someone else did it to them.
Yeah, they're not saying. The commentator even says, "Are they?"
The chance.
That's why I've said to you.
I don't mind.
That's what I've said to you. Be careful what you say.
Oh no! It makes it,
you like being contentious, though, don't you?
Half my life.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a couple come together, and that's the 2 blue carts at the back of this.
You know what?
The pairs, haven't they?
I thought Ollie Varney might be just sort of managing his pace behind Ben Ballou. 2-minute board has gone, 2-minute sounder has gone, as I say. Now everybody goes to work.
24 62.
Massive queue outside of here.
Have they all got phones on? No. So this is the battle currently for 4th and 5th. Evans in the blue and white. The more blue, the deeper blue, is the number 62 of Ben Harper, but they might get 3 more. They might get this in 3 more. It's quite close.
Well, still plenty of time. 90 seconds on the board, and with a battle for 2nd and 3rd and a battle for 4th and 5th, Luke Evans and Ben Harper are the drivers there. Both in sort of blue, white and black there for Luke Evans. Ben Harper in 5th with the all blue overalls there, just fighting the turn in there, wasn't he, at Parker?
Yeah.
Chapman's the same, out onto the back straight towards the boot.
These are a pair of pairs who flatters to deceive because no one's even made a move yet, and they're actually they might become a 4.
They might just become a 4 because Ben Ballou, I think, I was saying that these guys are flat out, but an element of management going on. But Ballou looks like he's got a bit of turning oversteer there. Certainly at the fastest part. That's a very, very quick corner at Crook, and he's losing time by doing so. And that's allowing Ollie Varney into a challenging position right on his tail there.
Yeah, a long way to go because this one is going to be 2 more off this one.
Yeah, 2 more laps after this one, so we are getting to the final stages of this heat. And is your money on Ollie Varney having a bash and taking this second place, Nick?
You kind of think it's what they're here for, but you don't know where in his mind he feels the previous heats have gone and where he is points-wise, because he's talking.
You mean discretion being the better part of
Well, he's thinking about his position in the final, and in fairness to Ben Ballou, he's just put in a good lap and pulled the gap slightly. But I must admit, they look a lot closer in real life than they do on the camera at the moment.
Yeah, they do, and I think they fan out there. But Ben Ballou's responded as well. Remember, they're on the penultimate lap, and Ben Ballou has pulled a bit of a cushion of, say, 1 cart's length.
That's all you need.
And
he's pulling away, actually.
Yeah, he's responded. He knew Ollie Varney was there, and he's responded, and he's eaten a little bit of pace out, and it just takes a tiny bit of pace, a little bit of extra speed mid-corner, and out onto the straight, carrying the momentum. Last lap board for Jenson Watts about to fly.
Watts passes the start-finish now, and I think his lead may have come down very slightly. Yep, he lost 3/10. That was mainly because Ben Ballou put down a 3/10 faster lap. I mean, obviously at this point, Watts is controlling what he's doing. He knows he doesn't need to stretch his tyres or his kart or himself. Got a huge lead. A bit defensive there. Evans trying to prevent Harper coming by at Christmas. And now we try that defensive again. Double defensive has not worked at all, and Harper got past. So Harper gets past Evans. Evans just went 2 defensive, just lost the momentum entirely. And it was a very, very easy pass. Much easier pass. He actually stayed on line trying to make him pass him. So that's 4th and 5th. Let's go moving forward. 2nd and 3rd are going to stay where they are.
Here comes the leader, though.
And over the line,
that's the battle for second as
will
Jenson
be
Watts
Jenson
takes the
Watts.
flag.
There he is in the distance, crossing the line. 2nd win of the day. Ben Ballou, great performance by Ben. Varney 3rd after having an early couple of minutes in the lead. And it's Ben Harper who picks up 4th, who got that on the last lap. And it's Luke Evans in 5th. 6th is Matthew Lambert. Kieran Gifford is 7th. Braden Hill is 8th. It's 9th for George Hulme. 10th for Aston French. It's Zach Berth in 11th. Nathan Jensen in 12th. Kel Gray is 13th. George Townsend 14th. Jason Dukis is in 15th. Adam Catling is in 16th. Jack Maymouth is in 17th. John Hobbs is 18th. Zach Fletcher 19th. James Becker is 20th. It's Sam Elliott, Scott Lowther, Harry Wright, Christian Sharp, Jamie Green, Farhad Adrian, and Alex Timmins. And James Wood in the end ended up in 28th.
Yeah, I saw James at the tail of the field there. Just he takes the last driver across the line there, so a problem for him somewhere in that race.
That's going to seriously affect his chances for the rest of the day. He'll have an uphill battle in the final. I'm sure he'll probably still make the A final because of his previous results, but he'll be battling through from a lowly position. Nose checking underway.
So with we're about to go into the last of our heats. We've got 8 more heats before the lunch break. It's just after 10 past 11 minutes past 11 here on Sunday morning in the UK. The weather is nigh on perfect. It's a hot and sunny day. We've got a bit of cloud cover, just giving us a little bit of respite now and again. But out there on the track, absolutely perfect conditions. I think we've got an ambient temperature of 23 degrees. That'll give us a track temperature of about 30, 33, 35 degrees, which is probably perfect for these slick tyres. So they're going to get quite a bit of grip. What that does for tyre life, though, Nick, I'm not sure. With these tyres having to stretch to 3 rounds, all right, October at Warden Law, might be a little bit damper than it is now. But when we get towards the final round of the series, on those very tired tyres, it will always be a talking point. We get off with the 177's 4th heat for them. We might even see Stephen Mottram out there to Who was it that was asking about Steve?
Joanne Young.
Joanne. Yeah, we might see Stephen out there now, Joanne. So hopefully you've kept in touch. We'll let's have a look. Lewis Crop and Jamie Zyra on the front row. Andy Collinson and Lawrence Hilton on row 2. Zach Bolton out at last with Dan Millward alongside. Josh Constable and Ollie Hancock. Tonino Machichi shares row 5 with Stephen Mottram, the 777 numbered driver down from the northeast. Another Sunderland, that, Steve.
Yeah.
Row 6 is Josh Howard and Nathan Wells. Oliver Moss and Steve Gilly. We're on row 7. Jack Goodyear and Joshua Pickford are on row 8. Tyler Fossey and Alfie Williams are on row 9. Ryan Taylor-Truman, championship leader, alongside Carl Bryant. Then we've got Dave Nolan and Sean Rudge. Nathan Chafer and Billy Clark. Alex Thomas, Chris Abraham, Jack Sweeting and Marcus Basley. Kieran Thompson and James O'Keefe round off a 30-cart field. With the likes of Nathan Chafer, Sean Rudge, Carl Bryant down there. Ryan Taylor-Truman starting in 19th. This is going to be a very, very busy time for everybody.
And they're about to roll off on the Heat 4 of the 177. They go into oblivion, and I always kind of crane my head round to see in real time what's happening, and the answer is they've all got through okay, Joe.
Incredibly, as they chase off down towards Christmas Corner, it looks like Andy Collinson in the lead. Andy hanging on through, just coming through the right under at Inkermans. That's Jamie Zyra. Who's that?
Yeah,
the 174, Andy
right.
Collinson. What a great start from him. And there's Zyra down the inside. The local lad gets down the inside at Parker, hangs on to the lead through Chapman, and it will be Zyra for Dan Holland Racing, who leads into the boot for the first time. Andy Collinson for LRG hangs on to his rear bumper, but it's the yellow-blue liveried Lando Norris cart of Zyra that leads. Collinson second, Zach Bolton making it an LRG second and third. Lewis Crocker fourth, Ollie Hancock fifth, sixth is Dan Millward. Then we've got Nathan Wells, Stephen Mottram up inside the top 10 and 8. Steve getting ninth. Josh Howard. Yeah. Joanne's there. He's there. Team Mottram.
So we've got a LRG battle for second and third place, and it's Zach Bolton, erstwhile within the NKC for a couple of years. He went off to do something else in the first half of the season. He's come back to the NKC for the Northern Cup. I don't know whether his fan club have lost our address or something, or they're watching it on Facebook, but honestly, there's a complete lack of...
He told me everybody was at home watching.
No.
Let's see what happens here. A little bit
hang on, it's all right. Let's go, Zach. We've got one.
There we go.
From Paolo Calavalo on the 69.
Let's see what happens. This inter-team rivalry. Andy Collinson joining LRG for the NKC for the last 3 rounds of the championship as well. Zach Bolton indicates to his teammate, go after him. Jamie Zyra, that's a big ask, Zach. Jamie Zyra is a specialist around here at Whilton Mill. Dan Holland Racing, of course, this is where they live. This is their back garden. Zyra, who's a mechanic for Dan Holland and has raced many, many times and has raced here. He knows this track. Every single bump and crevice of this tarmac here at Whilton Mill, Jamie Zyra knows.
He knows them all.
Off.
He's repainted many of them. No, I mean, the local knowledge is exceptionally strong with the Dan Holland guys. They'll be out here, doing some practicing. Obviously, it's very, very easy to do. They want to do some testing. You haven't got to get in a van. You haven't got anything. You just got to kind of wheel your car up on the trolley. And it literally, give you an idea, they are about the length of the main straight away from the main straight.
Zach looking like he wants to have a look beyond Andy Collinson. And Andy, tough competitor down from the northeast, these boys. And you'll see the red and white livery.
I hope they got a better journey down than you did.
Yeah, that wasn't a high benchmark to have a better journey down. But these lads had travelled down on Thursday for Friday practice. I spent Friday in the car in queues of traffic, pretty much the length and breadth. Anyway, that's another story. As these two continue in second and third. Zach looking at, in parts, Nick, where he's got pace to maybe... If he was ahead of Andy, he would start pulling away, but I'm not sure whether he's got the actual pace to get by Andy.
I think Collinson was quicker that time round, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is what I mean. Andy very quick on the straight, both on the HRS engine, of course. And look, Zach, looking down the inside there, he's got momentum to get, but just not enough to get on terms with Andy into the braking area, perhaps.
Yeah, you've got two very distinct parts of this track. You've got the fast-flowing bits, and you've got the second section, which is much slower and much tighter. We do see different carts being better, or different drivers possibly being better at different parts of it. You know, here, the second half of the track, from the back straight through the boot and the chicane, you do see that Collinson seems to pull away. I think he's slightly better through Parker and Chapman as well. But when we get back onto the main straight again, you'll see Zach absolutely up his backside as such, and looking to get through.
Nathan Wells is catching them both.
Yeah, Zyra's got a 3-second lead now, Joe. 3.60. So Zyra's going about half a second to 7/10 seconds faster than these two. Collinson breaks away, but they come out. There's a bit of a foreshortening effect on the camera, but they now go through together. But you're absolutely right, Joe. The key thing here is that there's a man called Nathan Wells looking to join this party.
Yeah, orange helmet with Nathan Wells breathing down the neck of Zach Bolton very, very soon. And behind these three, we've got Ollie Hancock, Steve Gilly. Shall we drop back and have a look at how Ollie and Steve Gilly are getting on? Steve, remember, it's his last race.
What number, Steve?
Yeah, there's Steve. That's Steve Gilly. Let's see if we can pick him up.
There he is. Back one.
That's
Ash.
Ollie. That's Ollie Hancock. There's Steve Gilly. Now Steve on that number 20. Steve's last race for this year in the NKC. He's got a bit of a battle. He's going off to get testicular cancer treatment, and we wish him well. He's lost a position. He's got more things on his mind, more important things on his mind coming up. We wish him well though, Steve, on that blue and yellow cart, as he loses that position to championship leader Ryan Taylor-Truman. Steve being a clever driver, and now he's got Nathan Chafer breathing down his neck. Nathan, just drop back beyond that orange cart, because that will please Joanne. The cart behind the orange cart.
We've had a change.
There he is.
Well, actually, no. Actually, we need to get back up to second, third,
I know
and fourth.
We do, but just wanted to give Joanne a bit of a glimpse at Stephen.
But they've changed position, second, third, and fourth. So we can move second, third, and fourth when we move on to Frank's camera, please, because what's happened is that going through into third has gone Nathan Wells. He's got past Zach Bolton, and he's now going to start attacking Andy Collison for second place. He doesn't get nippled back by Zach.
Zach's going with him though, isn't he? 2 minutes remaining on the clock, and this is a podium position, so to speak. Not quite a podium in the heat phase, but for second place, he'd be delighted with that. Jamie Zyra, by the way, is already 4.5 seconds up the road from these three. And Andy Collinson looking very strong in that second place. Nathan Wells struggling to close the gap, I think. Time running out as well, just coming up to the 90-second mark. As they cross the line, it'll be 8 laps completed. Zyra, 4.8 seconds. That gap's extending every time, Nick.
Yeah, Zach's just slightly off the pace, 1/10 of a second, 2/10 of a second at absolute most. But now Wells all over the back of Collinson. Let's not forget, Zyra is miles ahead and doing what he likes in the lead. He's going to be leading by 5 seconds by the end of this lap. But Collinson has made the most of his front grid start, driven intelligently. And kind of a Jacques Villeneuve, Mick Doohan mashup helmet he's got on there from the design. I'll probably deny any of that, but that's what it's saying to me, with the pink wobbly lines and the blue and everything else. Anyway, so now right together, and they've got a couple more laps to go. Actually, they're going to get more than that because of the speed of Zyra. These guys will only have one more to go because Zyra's so far ahead, he's giving them an extra lap.
Yeah, he's going to give them 2 more laps. He's going to give Nathan Wells 2 more laps to maybe have a go at Andy Collinson, but Andy's really strong, positioning his cart a little bit to the right, making it very hard for Nathan Wells. He's fully aware that Wells is there. They're going to have a go into Ashby. No, he's not. The orange helmet of Nathan Wells has to sit behind Collinson. Collinson taking the ideal line through Parker, and now just squeezing down the inside, and Collinson will duke it out. But Nathan Wells, the door was open. He went through the door and then kept the door wide open, didn't he?
I'd like to point out that if he was a vampire, he wouldn't be allowed in because he wasn't invited in there. He forced his way
in. No, he certainly wasn't invited, and Andy did well to hang on to that around his outside. So Nathan Wells into second.
Karen Smart Gallagher is asking, when is Heat 6 Juniors on? It's next. It's the next heat. I'll take the £1 in PayPal you're offering us. So Zyra leading by 6 seconds now from Wells. We just saw get into that second place. It's then the LRG pair of Collinson and Bolton, and then in 5th place Ryan Taylor-Truman.
Ryan Taylor-Truman is coming on that Saudi car. He's got a lap
and a quarter to go.
He's got the Venator engine. He's leading the championship. He has had a massive season first at Clay Pigeon, first at Forest Edge, and first at Dunkswell.
That's quite good.
Yeah, Southern Cup winner. And it's going to be a big ask for Andy Collinson and Zach Bolton to keep him back on this one lap to go. They're going to have to drive very defensive. We know how quick Taylor Truman is. In towards Ashby's. This is where Truman will make the move down the inside of Bolton. Zach tried his best, and Chafer through on both of them. Nathan Chafer with a fantastic opportunist move. So Chafer up to 4th place, and Ryan Taylor Truman will be smacking his head thinking, how did that happen? That cheeky devil, Nathan Chafer, great driving, the CRG distributor. Nathan Chafer Racing is up into 4th. Meanwhile, Jamie Zyra has taken the checkered flag. Here comes Nathan Wells in 2nd. Andy Collinson, round of applause, Andy. It was your teammate, Zach Bolton, who kept them back from you, as Nathan Chafer finishes in 4th. Ryan Taylor Truman 5th. Zach Bolton 6th. Great drive from Steve Gilly. Ollie Hancock 8th. 9th was Stephen Mottram. Joanne finished in the top 10. That's a cracking result for Steve. He's here with MP Motorsport this week. And then it was Oliver Moss who rounded off the top 10. The rest of the finishers there in the order on the timing bar.
Well done to,
on the side of the screen.
Nathan Chafer, let's watch him again, sneaking through there. Look
Brilliant opportunity.
You two have tripped each other up. Thank you very much for those extra points.
It's having that racer's mentality of just like, I need to get through. And then when that opportunity comes, bosh, you make it happen, you know?
Yeah. So we've got Junior Rotex Heat 6, which was requested, coming up. We're following that up. I think we actually get another TKM after. We're going to get another Smokey Joe after that.
Yeah. It's very hot, is what I was going to say. I'm sort of gasping for air. It's very, very hot here.
It's hot here.
We've got a lovely cooling breeze outside, though.
Yeah, that's why going standing outside is quite fun.
It's keeping the ambient temperature down to a nice, manageable 23 degrees. The crowd here at Whilton Mill using the viewing gantry at the very, very good facilities, probably one of the best facilities. And if you're wondering, in the country,
if you look at it's the middle of the track, and you can see someone with blue hair in the middle of the picture, or to the middle right of the picture, just behind those kickstands. That's Charles Cheesy Green with his blue hair.
Blue hair for the summer holidays. It's going to be shaved off for the new term. However, we've got Junior Rotax Heat number 6 out on track. Joshua Whitcomb starts on the front with Barnaby Grubb alongside. Alexander Stefanoff with Jacob Anslow on row 2. Seb Corking and Jacob Aston on row 3. Alexander Colentiano and Jasmine Taylor share row 4. Row 5 is Elliot Surtees and Leo Basterfield. Daniel Clancy and Levi Sangera are on row 6. We then got Harvey Wilson and Ben Adrian. Freddie Theobald and Michael Ambler on row 8. Freddie Worlock and Jaden Sherwood on row 9. Lucas Howell and Nathan Traverse share row 10. Row 11 is Ryan Sears and Jack Theobald. Frank Ward and Jensen Cox are next. Tom Holden and Sonny Morgan on row 13. And then we've got Archie Hogan and Harvey Williams. And then Oakley Garthwaite starting at the very back of this grid. Remember, he took the heat win in the previous heat he ran in. He's alongside George Theobald on the 15th and final row.
Well, Cameron Scott Gallagher has now found out that it's actually now this heat he's after. He's apparently a Sonny Morgan fan.
Right.
Supporter.
Sonny is starting in 26th, so he's got a big job on hand. He's
with a chance to get big points.
Yeah, he's got a lot to do.
Big points.
Here we come, though. We've got a nice looking ordered grid that will come towards the starter. And I've got to say, Nick, we've had very few false starts here this weekend, dare I say it. We've got a cart off on the right.
We've only had about 2 go-rounds, which would, I think most of the time, have not been caused by poor arrangement of the front drivers, but been caused by someone having a problem that needs to be cleared up behind them. But those carts that went off at the first couple of corners, they both picked themselves up again and got going. But the back end with our leader is Joshua Whitcomb in the 29, and we have
got a false start.
Have we?
Yeah, we've got a false start.
Where's the flag?
I haven't seen a flag. Pole 6. There it is. It's more important for the drivers than us, Nick.
It's not, otherwise we sound idiotic. We say, we haven't had any false starts. Oh, there's one.
Yeah, no. As I say, we haven't had any false starts. We get a false start. You did that deliberately, didn't you, Matt? You heard me say that, and you said, I've got a false start. Bradley's talking rubbish again.
Yeah, not letting Bradley off in this one.
Yeah. Right, we're going to do this all again. Let's see if the juniors can. You know what? It was a bit quick for the liking of the officials there. I thought it was a bit quick, so it doesn't surprise me that that decision was made from Matt Hildred, our race official here in the race control.
Oh,
one of the
Sarah
busiest men on the
properties. Slow down. Just slow down. They're ignoring her completely.
Here we go again. Gets ready with the yellow flag as we've got a cart spears off to the right before we even get to Oblivion.
Up in the air.
Yeah, cart 58 is that. And we get everybody racing towards Christmas. Turning through the right-hander. It's very, very fast corner. That's much faster than it looks. And then down the hill through Increments. And then the off-camber Ashby. Everybody sorting themselves out. That's the 84, is it?
I think is it still the 29 leading?
I can't see.
I'll tell you in a second. He's going to come right,
sweeping
right in front of us.
It's on Joshua Whitcomb from the pole.
Yep, it is the 29. In second place, the 14, and then I think it's the 72 in third.
So
but
Jacob
it might be the 172.
Jacob Anslow up from the second row, but it's the
222.
pole position driver Josh Whitcomb across the Nouvelle Chicane curbing for the first time and out onto the start-finish straight. It's Whitcomb. Anslow, Barnaby Grubb, Jasmine Taylor, Leo Basterfield, Jacob Aston, Freddie Worlock, Elliot Surtees, Jaden Sherwood, Levi Zangera is the driver. That rounds off the top 10.
Yeah, good clean start for that second time of asking. And we've got a really impressive breakaway by Joshua Whitcomb, to be honest. He's managed to get himself a good second ahead, and then he's got a battle of 6 carts after him.
Impressive first lap from Garthwaite, who started 29th and came through on 14th.
So Garthwaite,
massive first lap for Garthwaite.
Won his second heat, but of course his first heat was compromised by that 10-second penalty for jumping. Well, not for jumping, for
and you know what?
The circuit.
He's cleared that midfield gaggle there. That's absolutely duking it out. There's the battle for second, though. The 72 of Barnaby Grubb now into second place ahead of Jacob Anslow. Into Crook. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost a 7-card battle for second place. Now beginning to form up. The leader, Joshua Whitcomb, is delighted to hear the news that they are scrapping behind him. Down the inside. Where has he gone? Down the inside for fourth place. That looks like Leo Basterfield.
That's with their problems in one of the previous heats. Ended up, I think, dead last with a technical issue. Currently, the 172 or the 72. The problem is that we're quite a way into the heat now, the racing, and a lot of people now have big rubber tyre marks which are on their numbers. Are they adding a 1 to it, scrubbing off sight of the number? I think they should have to have new numbers every race so we can read them. They sweep through Crook up the hill.
They used to, in my day, if you lined up in the collecting area, your numbers weren't visibly able to be seen. Because, of course, that was all done visually.
Yeah,
we didn't have any electronic timing then. If the timekeeper couldn't see your number, you didn't get marked.
Was it true you couldn't race it?
Oh, we've got an incident there.
Was it true you couldn't race it with the Sunday because the sundial wouldn't work?
Stop it. We had an incident there, Nick, and it was bound to happen. Look at this. It just got very crowded at Ashby. 3 wide at Ashby never works. And we've got a cart out of that gaggle of
carts. We'll find out who lost as they go across the line.
I don't know who it was, whether it was Jasmine Taylor or indeed Freddie Worlock.
It's not Jaden Sherwood, just saw him go away.
It was Nathan Traverse. Oh, no, it was Jasmine.
Very
Jasmine
bad luck.
Taylor. She came out the worst of it there and was backwards off the track.
Frustrating for her and her team.
This is not over though, is it? The number 111, Jaden Sherwood. Now Jaden is having a cracking season. Currently second in the championship and winner of the Southern Cup, of course. He's got Oakley Garthwaite not far behind him though on the 111. Squeezes down the inside into the boot on the 14 of Jacob Anslow. Doesn't quite work. Anslow goes wide and now he makes the move. And then next lining up to take Anslow is Oakley Garthwaite. Garthwaite's got Freddie Worlock on the 88 behind him.
So where did Garthwaite start?
Garthwaite started in 29th.
And he's now 6th.
He's up to 6th.
Blimey.
That's him on the collar Saint chassis. Down the inside of Anslow, and going with him is the number 88 of Freddie Worlock as well. So Anslow down 2 already. He's absolutely on a flyer is Garthwaite, scything through this field.
He's going to be even more regretting not easing off the throttle a bit more yesterday, isn't he? And picking up that penalty.
I don't think he had a choice. It would have been carnage if he tried to take that chicane.
Yes, but he didn't give up enough time afterwards.
I see. He didn't back off and let them through. Yeah, maybe. However, I think this is when you're starting 29th on the back row.
We won the last one, didn't we?
That's a massive points haul.
And it's going to get nearer. This will probably get near enough the front of the grid to have a bit of a battle.
Yeah, with
multicolour green up the inside goes.
That's Sherwood. Sherwood, down the inside of Barnaby Grove. And Garthwaite has gone with him. You saw the momentum that was generated by that move on the 111. Sherwood goes inside of Barnaby Grove and Garthwaite goes with him. So Garthwaite up into fourth, would you believe, and looking very, very much like he's about to challenge the number 111.
Yep.
There is 2.5 minutes on the board, so still plenty of time. Joshua Whitcombe, by the way, he's got a 3-second gap to Leo Basterfield. Basterfield's got a second to what is now Jaden Sherwood.
Yeah, so the top three have a little bit of space. Whitcombe particularly has 3 seconds. Sherwood, you say, absolutely right, just a second. But now Garthwaite right behind, looking to fight, coming up through Christian's corner now. Look left, look right, decided against it. Blocking now as they come.
Sherwood having to defend already.
Yeah, I mean, Garthwaite's got, and he's going up the inside and makes it quite easy. Now, are they going to? They have seen a few switchbacks. This could be one of them. No, got enough drive coming out off the massive curbing area on the exit of Ashby.
So Garthwaite is absolutely the man of the moment here in this heat number six. It's his third hit and final heat for Oakley. So Oakley managing to haul points back. He never dreamt of being in the top 4 for sure. He's in the top 3 though. That's where you're at, mate. And from 29th on the grid to get inside that top 3 is a phenomenal points haul. Yeah. This is going to benefit him massively with that 10-second penalty he took in his first heat for missing the chicane and gaining an advantage. Put him down the order. He finished third on the road, didn't he? And then finished in
22nd or something. Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah, massive.
Goes to show how close the race was.
Yeah, I was about to say it. We're almost inside the final minute. We're just seconds away from that. And Leo Basterfield now ahead of these two there on the picture. He's in second place, 3.2 seconds the gap to Joshua Whitcombe, who's our leader. And I'm not sure whether they've got time. You know what? Oakley's going to prove me wrong here, isn't he? He's got massive pace. That Hunter Motorsport driver
purpled again
on the Carlos Sainz chassis, that Venator engine, absolutely powering up the hill to Christmas, giving them a 46.897 lap time.
They're going to have 2 more after this. So plenty of, not plenty of time, there's some time, but I don't think that Leo Basterfield's hanging around, to be honest.
Yeah, I know. The gap's come down by a tenth, that's all. I mean, it's marginal gains from Garthwaite on that second place, Leo Basterfield, and he might catch him at the flag, but he's not going to have enough time to maybe challenge Basterfield. But we know how quick Basterfield is. He was a front runner in the Minimax class in last year's season.
He's getting closer.
Year or 22?
No, 2 years ago. He's getting closer. In fairness to Garthwaite, he's getting closer. I know it's like a dumb thing to say, but
he is, isn't he?
But
he's got the tour now. There's a bit of tour up that hill, Nick.
So he's got this lap and one more. So if he can get in position during this lap, he has got the whole of the final lap to attack as another car is dragged to the side. But at this point, Basterfield now knows he's in a race because Garthwaite has made that. He's made the gap up. So he's quick going into the boot. My guess is there'll be nose to tail, and they are almost nose to tail now. There'll be nose to tail as they come into this left-hand, hard-braking left-hander before the right round the boot, and then into the chicane. Basterfield now is going to have to be perfect, or he's going to find himself demoted to third.
So Joshua Whitcombe out into the lead, crosses the line now. 1 lap to go, board he sees. He's got a gap of 2.7 seconds. Another purple lap time from Garthwaite there. He's in the red, yellow and black cart. The green, red and white cart is Leo Basterfield, who has every right to defend like that. Through Inkermans now, into Ashby's for the final time. Where's Garthwaite going to choose? As Basterfield continues to defend out of Ashby's all of the curb and more. And by defending, Basterfield is closing the gap between Jaden Sherwood and Freddie Worlock, who are now coming onto the rear bumper of Oakley Garthwaite. So this now almost a 4-card battle for second place. And there's Sherwood looking down the inside of Garthwaite. Not quite, he says. Oh, and Sherwood misses out, does he? They're all tripping over each other. But it's Basterfield who drives an exceptionally well-defended final lap and finishes in second place behind the winner, Joshua Whitcomb, who had a very commanding win there. Garthwaite, though, driver of the race for me, Nick, 29th starting position, third at the flag. Incredible.
I was pretty impressed with Basterfield's last lap, though.
Yeah, it was. It was a great lap. That bodes very well for the final.
The thing is, you can't do that more than once because he used up all the cushion they had to third and fourth during that lap. If he tried to do it again, it would turn up into an absolute cluster of massive accidents. Or at least that massive overtakes. So, next up, as they just roll the carts in at the end of Junior Rotax Heat 6. Got a little bit of time and just wait for the track to clear. So next up we have the senior TKMs out for their second heat, and it's going to be Joseph Booth, who did so well in the first heat, on pole, and it's Tom Johnson second. Thomas Shaw starts third and Mitchell Ball fourth. So they've got two of the major pushers and the runners and riders right in those top four positions. They're both their front of the grid start. So we're going to have a battle royale, hopefully, between those two. There's Jake Cox in fifth, James Hull in sixth, Charlie King seventh, Ryan Layton's eighth, Chris Whiteside's ninth, Jack Crisp is 10th. Then it's Leo Crabtree and Ben Watts on row 6, Alexander Lehman and Jake Humphrey on row 7, Matthew Temple-Purcell and Molly Nicholas Bars on row 8, Matthew Houghton and James Workman on row 9, and then you've got the Kings. You've got Sam King and James King on row 10, Josie Phillips and Francis Horn on row 11, and Matt Slight and Will Clegeen make up the outside of the final row of this heat that's going to come. Just looking around, we've got any carts to rescue. Everything haven't quite cleared, as you can see, as they're doing the nose checks on that previous Junior Rotax Heat 6. No, it's all right. You have the chair. But calves are tired. You're going to have a go at me.
Calves are tight.
Yeah, you're going to have a go.
You just say that?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm old. Things don't work as they used to.
I'm going to buy you a stool, Nick.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to send you a picture of it.
I'll sit on that picture.
Right, out of the pits has come Bradley after that very quick tyre.
Oh, you had a quick pit stop, you?
I did. Where do you think I went?
I don't know. Take a phone call. Make a shrewd investment in the stock market.
Yeah, whatever. Here we go then. TKM's out for the second time. Yeah, and you've already gone over the grid, I take it, Nick. And Joseph Booth.
I thought brilliantly.
The winner. I thought you were fantastic. Joseph Booth, winner of the round 3 at Dunkerswell, has certainly proved to be a match for Mitchell Ball, who leads the championship. Ben Watson second in the championship on drop scores. Jake Humphrey third, Alexander Lehman, Jamie Madeley of Crabtree sixth in the championship. So here we go then. It's the air-cooled 110cc TKM engine class now. We mentioned earlier, though, it's not just about points haul for round 4 of the overall championship, the first round of the Northern Cup. It's also the O-Plate that we're racing for this weekend. And let's see. It's going to be a cracking race, this. We've got Joseph Booth, Tom Johnson, Thomas Shaw and Mitchell Ball. They're your first 2 rows.
Oh, no, go round
again.
Not even close, that one, was it?
Not at all.
That was pretty typical TKM action. Should we have another lap, lads? All right, then.
Yeah, just clear the throats of those motors. If you're interested in TKM, hang on for the paddock show that's going out in the lunch break, which is coming in about 3 or 4 heats times. Actually, it's about 5 or 6 heats times. About another hour and a half. Yeah. We get a chat with Leo Crabtree, who kind of takes us over how the TKM cart is put together and the TKM engine and what it is, and it's quite a.
Did you ask him the question about how different is the TKM cart now than it was, say, 25 years ago?
No, I didn't. Well, I could answer that one.
You don't know how different is it?
Slightly wider, different, grippier tyre. They run a much bigger diameter axle because of the difference in the tyres and the track. They were a very narrow kart in the day, weren't they? Narrower than we see in the modern version. And of course, back then the engines were 100 cc's.
And they're 115 now, aren't they?
Now they're 110.
Oh, that was near enough.
Oh yeah,
They're more.
you better think.
What is
now.
115? Something's 115, isn't it? I don't know what it is. Anyway, okay, get going this time. Slow down. Oh, this is another bad start. They loused it again.
Now then, we had the 48 of James Hull on row 3, who looked like he was about to oil up. Now they've got off.
Is this a start?
No, can't be. Is it? It's a start.
That was a start?
All right, we've started.
Well, fair enough then.
Yeah. That looked even messier than the first one.
That was like a start,
right.
wasn't it?
Well, let's just take a pause and get a grip and see who's in the lead. It's Joseph Booth,
Wow,
I think.
the race has started.
The race has started. Sue's confirmed it. And off we go then towards the boot for the first time.
Well, Mitchell Ball's in second, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, Mitchell Ball ahead of the number 9 of Tom Johnson now. The Klassen driver having to succumb to the advances of Mitchell Ball there. And now we've got a straight fight. The straight fight that we saw at Dunkswell. This is for heat. Number 2 honours though. And it will be Joseph Booth, who's pulled a massive gap of just over a second already. Now, if the 3 drivers behind, Mitchell Ball, Tom Johnson and Thomas Shaw, that's those 3 there, if they can work together and not squabble, then they could pull that gap back from Joseph Booth. And if I dare throw my hat in the ring, I'd say they're not really making any inroads into that.
I can't see it. I think
if they are, it's maybe a 10th.
I think Booth is quick enough to be able to control it. I mean, but Ball is pushing hard, but he's not really breaking Tom Johnson. And that's what you've got to do. You've got to be able to get faster than some of the people who are.
Here they go then across the line.
Down.
The gap was 1.1. Crossing the line now.
It's still 1.1.
Because it hasn't updated.
Yeah?
Now, wait for the timing screen to catch up, and I'll tell you what the gap is. It's 1 second, and Mitchell Ball puts in a fastest lap, 49.4. So he's pulled a 10th. So I'm not going to gloat and say my estimation was spot on with the 10th. It is coming down just a 10th of a second a lap. So it's microseconds every corner, every braking area, every turning, every exit. You're just punching out the corner a little bit quicker than the cart in front, and you're closing the gap. Mitchell Ball pulling away from the number 9 of Tom Johnson now.
Yeah, Ball looking to overcome that chasm, which is what a second lead is in this particular class. Obviously, if you can get close now, he will start to pick up a toe, and that'll give him a little bit of free time in the run up to Christmas.
Gap down to 7/10 now, and Mitchell Ball, 48.944. He's the first driver into the 48s, lap time wise. He's got the bit between his teeth. He'll be revelling in this, won't he? He's carrying the number 1 consecutive championship years, 22 and 23 in the NKC, and he's very much on target for a 3rd consecutive Formula TKM, Senior TKM Championship. He's pulled that gap
definitely
down.
Gained. He's just suddenly found obviously once his tyres came in, as you say, in lap 3, he's really found a bit of a distance. Now, again, we have to be a caveat with it. Sometimes it's much easier to catch and to pass, but Ball looking very, very quick, and with Booth having already won one of these races already today, he's going to be a little bit kind of circumspect about what's going to happen. Will Ball make a move as early as Christmas? He's looking out for it, and he's gone, and it was quite easy in the end. Booth didn't really get his turning and his braking particularly correct, and he's kind of capitulated there, Joe.
Well, I thought he knew Ball was down the inside, and what was he going to do? Is he going to bang wheels with him?
Yes, I demand wheel banging.
No, we're not going to see that. He sees him come, it's on the brakes, they're both on the very edge of adhesion, and he just gave him the room, because that's the best thing to do. Now you're going to sit there, and you're going to wait and do that to him on the last lap. And Joseph Booth's going to get some questions answered. He's going to answer the questions, can I stay with Mitchell Ball around Whilton Mill? And the answer after 1 lap is yes.
But is he going to come straight back?
Is he going to come back at him at Christmas corner? The answer is no. We've just clicked by half distance. Mitchell Ball leads. Joseph Booth second. Tom Johnson third.
Performance by Tom Johnson. He's staying with them.
There's
a huge gap after him to Charlie King.
I mean, one of the front-running teams, Klassen Motorsport, is Tom Johnson's team. Charlie King in in fourth place behind Tom, just out of the picture there. Then we've got Thomas Shaw, Alexander Lehman, Jake Humphrey, Ryan Layton, Ben Watson is in 9th. We know how quick Ben is. Chris Whiteside is 10th.
Oh, thinking about it there. Looking for a different line.
Just
Joseph Booth.
I think Mitchell is now controlling things, controlling the pace, because look how much Tom Johnson has come back. Look how much Tom Johnson has come back to it.
It's about 6/10 off his fastest lap that time round, Mitchell Ball.
And here
that was
comes
too slow
Booth.
as far as Booth is concerned, so you're not going to put me into the clutches of Tom Johnson.
No, Booth through Inkermans, and can Mitchell Ball come down?
Oh,
drives very defensively, aggressively defensive.
That's
Tom
not gonna
Johnson
work.
coming back into play. They're almost side by side, and Johnson threw down the inside of Ball, or does he? It's getting very crowded towards Chapman's. They all managed to get through without really touching one another, and off towards the boot with 2.5 minutes remaining. It's getting very intense now. Let's see how clean they can keep this. It's been very clean up to now. As they cross the line, it'll be 7 laps completed, absolutely nothing in it. And if anything, the number 2, Charlie King, second in the championship last year to Mitchell Ball, is beginning to come into view on our screen. Down the inside of Christmas, very defensive line by all 3. Booth, Ball, Johnson, King now coming into play. Time beginning to tick by, 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock. Into Chapman's, they have to go defensive, but the guy, the driver,
we've got
who can optimise his line is Tom Johnson, and even more so Charlie King.
King, who I'd written off as 3 seconds back, now actually gets up the inside of Johnson there. I think he may well. Yep, King now emerges in 3rd place. I don't know why Booth and Ball are taking it in turns to go so slowly. Who's playing with the field, these two? They've now got a train of 4 carts coming up the hill towards Christmas.
It's by driving defensive they ruin their lap time, and Charlie King's not going to look at that. No prisoners taken there from the number 2. The Klassen driver overtook his teammate, and Mitchell Ball coming back at him at Ashby, but Booth has got Charlie King for company now round the outside. Look at this, 3 wide into Chapman, is it? No. Tom Johnson's not out of it as well.
Off towards the Lehman's going to start joining them soon.
They are off towards the boot. They are, by driving defensive, they're slowing themselves down.
And that's all gone wrong.
That's put pay to that.
That's all gone wrong, and that's I think Joseph has been too clever. He was too slow.
Let's see what happens as they come out of the boot. He turns in, and King just finds himself too close, just hooks up on the rear right wheel of Joseph Booth, and that has let that man Mitchell Ball through and into the lead with Tom Johnson in 2nd.
He's got this and one more, so
Booth's hung on to 3rd though, Nick,
which is pretty impressive. But I really think at this point, if I was Mitchell Ball, I would go absolutely as fast as I could.
Yeah, I think he is. The end. I think he has been for a few laps now.
Well, I don't know. They've been falling over themselves. They've got 6
carts
because
they were being defensive.
Oh, why?
They were trying to keep each other back, and not, instead of getting on with it and swapping positions around and then waiting for that last lap. Here they go.
I think if Jackie Stewart was the race advisor, he'd have a number of words about that, wouldn't he? About the advisability of doing that.
Up the straight towards Christmas Corner for the final time in this 2nd heat for the TKMs. We've got Joseph Booth coming under pressure again from Charlie King. Oh, and that's the 91 of Alexander Lehman. It wasn't. I got my yellow and blue carts wrong there. It's Joseph Booth right on the tail of Tom Johnson going into the final lap there. That's the battle for 4th, and it's Charlie King who snaffles it. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, you've got Joseph Booth challenging towards the boot. That's the battle for 2nd. Mitchell Ball is just slightly ahead of these two. There's Mitchell.
2nd and 3rd. You're going to go round in 2nd and 3rd, but it's 4th, 5th and 6th. Will that change on the line? Nope. Everyone is going to go across in the order in which they attack the chicane for the final time. So it's Mitchell Ball wins that one. Lots of stuff going on in it. Tom Johnson gets the 2nd place. I'm pretty sure he was settled for at the start of the race. Joseph Booth 3rd place after that, coming together with Charlie King in 4th. 3 laps from home at the top end of the boot. And then in 5th it's Jake Humphrey, 6th is Alexander Lehman, 7th is Ben Watson, 8th is Thomas Shaw, 9th Matthew Horton, 10th Francis Horton, Matthew Temple Purcell is 11th, Chris Whiteside is 12th, Leo Crabtree is 13th, Samuel King is 14th, Moyne Nicholas Bars is 15th. Joseph Phillips is 16th. And it's Walker Green, Matt Slight, Jack Crisp, James Workman. Then we've got Ryan Layton, James King, who's just finishing now. And then you've got 2 cars that didn't make the trip. James Hull did a lap and Jake Cox did not even start. But another hat full of points for Mitchell Ball.
Yeah. No. I've just done it. Great. That bodes well for the final, doesn't it? That was great racing. How's your calves?
Quite sore.
I'm not surprised. I've only had this still 3 years now, haven't I?
Mm. Well, normally, you see, we have chairs.
One of the first purchases.
Oh, lucky you.
We have got, Nick, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Have we got 5? 6. 6 heats left before we have a bit of a break for our timekeepers to gather their thoughts and tell us who's doing what.
To whom and why.
Yeah, we've got Senior Road Tax out for the 6th time coming next. They're already in the collecting area. And the grid for the Senior Road Tax 6th heat is Oliver Atkinson and Adam Catling sharing the front row. They will control the pace on the pace lap. Henry Swanson and Jason Duchess are on row 2. And then we've got Tommy Lee Davis and Blake Ticehurst, row 3. Josh Della Carter and Louis Rees are on row 4. Ollie Morris and Samuel Hawthorne are on row 5. Marcus King shares row 6 with Jason Anderson. And then we've got Nathan Jensen and Arthur Thacker on row 7. Chris Lee Davis and Levi Earle are on row 8. Mason Perrin and John Hobbs, row 9. Scott Lowther and Andy Ambrose, row 10. Elliot Barrell and Kel Gray, Billy Vogt and George Hulme. Hopefully we've got Billy's transponder fixed and working.
That would be useful.
On the number 19. Yeah, row 13, Ollie Varney and Joshua Priest. And then we've got Ollie Rowley and James Cutting rounding off the 14 rows of karts, 28 kart field. So going to be a very crowded track, no doubt about it.
It is.
As ever.
Can I make a statement about Whilton Mill?
Wow. Go on.
I think their ban on dogs is silly. Because I always used to like it. You'd look out here and you'd see some happy hounds from our vantage point.
Well, dogs were always banned from racetracks.
But
places like Croft Autodrome, Silverstone.
They're never banned from kart tracks. There's always a chance to see a pup somewhere.
Oh, you want to see some puppies?
Not puppies, no. I think it adds a bit to it. Makes a more family atmosphere. Oh, that's not where you should be.
That's not very good, and that's
26.
Marcus King getting it all wrong. And I'm not sure that's on the brakes on cold tyres, of course.
Or he was doing an over-ambitious waggle.
Oh, maybe, but it was in the braking area for Christmas there. And where's Louis Large? Louis Large will be giving him a slap on the head there. The LRG team principal.
We'll have to do that.
No, of course not. We don't condone that sort of a metaphorical slap on the head.
So now, they're from the northeast, different rules might apply.
Same rules apply.
Might still be the 70s.
Marcus trying to regain his grid position, and
he
might get into trouble for that, as he's still doing it and still forcing the issue. I think he's made it back into that grid position. Let's keep that quiet as we get towards...
You can hardly keep it quiet when he's announced to everybody.
I know I have. We've got the 2 karts of the Lando Norris brand leading this field round. Oliver Atkinson and Adam Catling get things underway.
And they're away.
And into Oblivion, and then into the right-hander at Crook. And everybody, dare I say it, Nick, has made it through.
That was very brave to say that, but they hadn't all got quite through there. A few karts out of shape, but in control.
We've got a massive pile-up in the... I think everybody got through as well.
I think it was just a slowdown.
Yeah.
You know what that was? That was like what happens when something happens on a motorway and everyone slows down, just about doesn't hit each other, but scares themselves and says, oh, everyone else is an idiot, not me. They're all going too fast.
Yeah, I think that's what we saw, an M25-esque kind of congestion, didn't we? We've got somebody...
Oh, no. No. And he's back down again. He had a little bit of a bump out of his seat. That might have hurt him.
Somebody kind of half-spun, I think.
And then I think they got knocked back straight again, didn't they? That's what happened.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened.
Cross the line. 162 leads Oliver Atkinson. Oh,
Jason Douche is second. Adam Catling third. Simon Hawthorne fourth. Blake Ticehurst, Tommy Davis, Louis Rees, Nathan Jensen, Arthur Thacker, and it's Mason Perrin, the current junior champion, rounding off the top 10.
He's going to move up there. I think wasn't it Sammy Hawthorne picking up third place through Christmas. Change for the lead. Into the lead goes Catlin. So I think he's now Catlin.
Jason Duchess, isn't it?
Is that 178, was it? Oh, right, yes, you're right.
Yeah,
that was a double move. Sorry about that.
It's a Cosmic that is leading.
So what's happened to... Oh, right, so it's one... Is it right? So it's Catlin who's disappeared there. Where's Catlin gone? He was scored second over the line. He's not in the top 3.
Let's see what's happened to Catlin. He's dropped down the order. I think he's about 5th or 6th as they come out of the chicane area and across the line now. It is Duchess that leads on the Cosmic. Samuel Hawthorne now up to 2nd. Oliver Atkinson 3rd. Ticehurst. Catlin is now 5th. Tommy Lee Davis, Nathan Jensen, Mason Perrin up to 8th off, and Thacker Louis Rees is the driver rounding off that top 10 now.
I think that Blake Ticehurst may have just picked up that's move for the lead. I'll put my teeth back in again.
Yeah.
So move for the lead. The 15 there of Sam Hawthorne takes the lead. He decides to take up the cudgels of trying to lead this senior Rotax Heat 6 out, and there's up and inside very close between the 3-3-6 and up the inside. Whipstick, no. Blake Ticehurst really going for second place there as they come over the chicane. Really taking some curb, these guys. They must be particularly racy at this moment when they get an extra couple of inches. Top 6 together.
Great stuff considering all of the lead from first down are still together after coming up to 3 minutes of racing. He's a challenge for second. Ticehurst through into second and off after Hawthorne.
I think him and Dukas have changed positions out 3 times already. They're going to change back again. Dukas side by side through Ashby. He kind of left Ticehurst out to dry there on the curves, and then nipping through was the 162 of Oliver Atkinson. Atkinson now, the Ladder Norris cart, is 3rd.
This is great stuff. Absolutely awesome racing. A little bit of a tap of the helmet as I think that was Ticehurst, who was already, as the Jason Duchess was tapping his helmet, Ticehurst was already disagreeing with him, trying to get down the inside. Across the line then, Hawthorne leads by 1.1 seconds.
Yeah, this sub-scrapping between 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th has been fantastic news for Sam Hawthorne at the front. Really pushing it. And they're looking as the rest of the field now, again, is swapping an odd place here or there at Christmas.
That was Mason Perrin just behind these two as Ticehurst down the inside of Oliver Atkinson. Can he make it stick this time? Can he make it stick and go off after Oliver Atkinson now having to settle in? And can Atkinson stay on the back bumper of Ticehurst? Jason Duchess was just beginning to edge away on that Cosmic, wasn't he? And Ticehurst could see that. Blake Ticehurst on the 336 numbered cart.
Yeah, coming around again. So Ticehurst actually has managed to put some gap between himself and Atkinson that lap. So he can now concentrate on moving forward, and it's Dukas who has been passed in the past. In English language, they're helping out with the same word meaning 2 different things.
The 162.
And off the track goes Perrin. He got ahead for about 4 or 5 metres, and then he's gone back behind.
That was like an order there from Atkinson, wasn't it?
Stop
it was
being
like,
silly,
what are you doing?
Stop it.
What are you doing? We're charging after them, but Mason Perrin knows how to win championships, and you win championships by passing and overtaking people in front of you.
And
look at that. That's
over and under there.
That was a very tricky move there. That could have gone horribly wrong, and all credit to Oliver Atkinson for making the room available as well, as Atkinson knew he'd gone wide, went in too tight at the hairpin of the boot, and that allowed Perrin through in that gap, absolutely on the edge of adhesion there, cut sliding around. There was the leader, Hawthorne, just in the foreground. But this is a cracking battle with now Blake Ticehurst ahead of Duchess for second. He's caught and passed him.
Carry on. Just saying that Fan Sharp says, yes, bring back dogs. You see?
Can we talk about that in the break?
No, because
in the interval, I mean.
All right, in
between races.
What's going on here?
Because there's a bit of a race on there. Yeah, we'll talk about dogs in a moment. We're not going to forget the dog issue. We are going to talk about that in a moment. As now we've got Blake Ticehurst beginning to edge away from the Cosmic cart of Jason Duchess. Duchess, head down, trying to keep up.
Yeah, Sam Hawthorne away by 2.5 seconds. These two sort of battling for second and third, though he absolutely rightly points out Ticehurst now is gapping. So interesting, after very, very kerfuffly, scrappy early part of the race.
Is that even English? Kerfuffly, scrappy?
It's like this new set of words for NKC at Whilton Mill. we've got a really. I'm watching them now. It's cart,
spaced
cart,
out, isn't it?
Cart,
Yeah.
cart. Oh, cart. But that's the first time there's carts looking to be in a competitive situation.
Nick. That's fantastic commentary.
No, because of the gaps.
I know what you were doing, but it just sounded cart.
Sounds like a 2-year-old.
Cart.
Oh, cart.
Just inside of 90 seconds then, and there is a battle beginning to form. So there is the third place cart of Jason Douches.
We
need to drop back actually, Nick.
We found a battle here, which is
that's the one we're looking for. The 162, Oliver Atkinson and Nathan Jensen,
6 and 7.
Now number 32 is Nathan Jensen.
He's also got a slightly deranged rear bumper.
He has a little bit, hasn't he? Yes. Now then, if my memory serves me, Nathan is on a HRS engine, and he is with Jibtech.
Whereas you've got a Norris car ahead of him.
And he's found his way onto the rear bumper of Oliver Atkinson, who was dropped behind Arthur Thacker.
There's a move. And through goes Nathan Jensen into 6th place. It's pretty much the most popular overtaking place, breaking into Christmas Corner. There's a couple of places we have to use, but he's just nipped through. Now they've got this train of 5 carts who are battling over 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th, I think, and they're popping out
6th,
there.
I think it is.
Yeah, 19 there. That was Billy Vogt. I think Billy Vogt took 2 places in one dive up the inside of Chapman there. So it's still moving around, but the top 5, relatively spaced. 3rd and 4th, 178 and the 76. Dukes and Perrin a bit closer as they begin their final lap. Oh no, they've got one more.
It's penultimate lap now, Nick, as Douches about to come under pressure from Mason Perrin going into the final stages of this heat, and all eyes on that bright orange cart of Mason Perrin as he begins to close the gap to that purple and blue cosmic colour cart, and he put a wheel on the dirt and turned into Chapman, and that absolutely cost him, and that slight gap he had has now disappeared, and Perrin now almost on his bumper. We've seen how Perrin can squeeze by here. It's the 1 lap to go board for the leader, Samuel Hawthorne. It is the 1 lap to go board for Blake Ticehurst, and now the 1 lap to go board for Jason Douches and Mason Perrin. Perrin looking very racy, looking like he's wanting to pull alongside. Defensive line from Douches going into the braking area for Christmas. Perrin slots in behind. He knows he can't do much about that. Towards Ashby, and another defensive entry. He's going to cost him dearly, and Perrin pulls alongside, and Douches ends up on the grass and loses all traction. There, he just carried too much speed through Ashby. Easy for me to say, sat here. A lot harder when you're actually doing it. And then on towards Parker. He's not. They're at the boot already. And I'm not sure what happened there, but Perrin loses 2 spots. He absolutely. We'll have a look at that again as the leader has already crossed the line. And he does get a nudge, doesn't he? He gets a nudge. So, and he acknowledges it, I'm afraid. Jason Douches will know that there's something, a little visit to race control might be coming in the interval here, as it was Samuel Hawthorne in quite dominant style there, won by 1.9 seconds. Blake Ticehurst finishes 2nd, Jason Douches 3rd, Arthur Thacker 4th, Mason Perrin 5th, 6th was Nathan Jensen. Great effort from Nathan. Billy Vogt up to 7th, 8th was Ollie Varney, Louis Rees 9th, and then Oliver Atkinson dropping down to that 10th place spot, rounding off the top 10. The rest of our runners were there. We lost Marcus King and Levi Earl on the first lap, would you believe? I didn't notice them not coming by because there was so much happening at the front, Nick. But they'll not be happy with that. No points for them. We might see them in the B or even the C final.
Well, but we'll have to wait and see. Race that was very action-packed, had a bit of a quiet period in the middle, then picked up right again at the end again. So this defensive line is costing you, I reckon, about 1.5 seconds a lap if you go super defensive. And suddenly, you can do it for a lap, you do it for 2 laps, you've invited the whole of the rest of the field to join you in the battle you're involved in. Anyway, going back to the most important question. Going back to the most important thing of the whole thing.
Hang on a second.
When is the next junior
Hang on a
heat?
second. Next
It's
junior
now.
heat, Jake Cossey. No, it's not. 177's next.
Right.
Then the next junior heat.
Right.
Then we've got a senior road tax. Then another 177. And then we have a senior TKM.
So
the
last
next junior heat coming up is the last one.
Okay.
Okay, Jake. Right.
Anyway, so
back
Fran
to the
Sharp.
dogs.
So Farrah Sharp said, yes, bring back dogs.
Who said that?
Farrah Sharp. I've had to stay home with my dog instead of watching my son out on track. She's grateful. She says she's grateful for the live stream and our pro-dog stance.
Maybe you and Farrah can start a campaign.
Well, absolutely. Jenny Thomas says, do you know when the dog ban is coming into place at Three Sisters? I didn't know there was a dog ban coming at Three Sisters.
I wonder if we've got a dog ban at One Law.
Well,
I've pretty much seen lots of dogs at One Law.
yeah, if you do, you tell Matt to stop it. Okay?
I will. I'll tell him. Tell him yourself. He's probably listening. He's got nothing
Matt,
else to do on a
dogs.
Sunday morning.
Yeah. How close is my toilet block to completion?
It's getting there.
Is it?
Yeah, September.
I'm going to use this one.
Oh, okay. Let's have a look at the grid then for our next heat. This is the fifth heat for the 177s. We've got Daniel Hammett and Jack Sweeting on the front row of the grid already waiting in the collecting area there. Matthew Lear and Toby Case are on row 2. We've got championship leader Ryan Taylor-Truman on row 3 with Dave Nolan. Max Williamson and Rob Simpson are next up. Will Milner and Billy Clark are next. And then row 6, George Willis and Richard Evans. Josh Constable and Tyler Kelsey are on row 7. Rhys Llewellyn and Nathan Chafer share row 8. That should be a cracker. Row 9, Oliver Smith and Scott Smith. Then we've got Sean Rudge and Nicholas Walker on row 10. Dan Millwood and Ollie Hancock share row 11. Tonino Machichi and Cole Edwards share row 12. Zach Fontenay and Stephen Mottram. Stephen's out again, Joanne. He's on row 13. Tim Dollar and Stephen Horner share their 14th row slot. And then row 15 is Stephen Horner's teammate Keith Mason. He's sharing with Thomas Burchard, rounding off the 30-cart field. Beautiful weather here at Whilton Mill as we get the 177s released for another 8 minutes and 1 lap. This has been a cracking fourth round of the overall Junction 6 NKC. It's the first round of the Northern Cup section. We've already had 3 rounds completed, and the Southern Cup holder for this 177 class is, of course, Ryan Taylor-Truman. Championship leader, he won all 3 rounds at Clay Pigeon, Forest Edge and Dunkeswell. And Ryan Taylor-Truman starting on that fifth place slots, on the 3rd row of the grid. How fabulous does our new pitch look? Completely out of context there. Here we go then. They're at the boot. And it's Daniel Hammett's job. He's in the Masters category as well, the subclass in this 177 category. And it will be his job to control the pace through the boot and past the new chicane using the old circuit here at Whilton Mill for the starts. And as they... Oh, very slow pace, isn't it? Very slow pace.
Super slow.
Super slow pace from Daniel Hammett. He'll start getting things underway as the back of the grid comes out of the corner, and getting an absolutely outstanding start is the number 7, finding himself on the grass on driver's right.
Number 7? Or is it number 7? There isn't a number 7. He's got a brilliant start even so, Joe.
He had number 7 on the side of his car, and he went down the outside of everybody.
Let's then see who it is. It wasn't number 7. Just waiting for them to come underneath it and turn right. Joe's now moaning. He's blowing his nose, having a sneeze and moaning about a car with number 7 on it. He's back now.
Right, I'm back.
He's back.
I'm going to check that out when he comes through.
It's the 86 down
Right,
Hammett.
see that car in 4th place?
Right, yes.
Right, check his numbers.
I will do it. 86. So let's look at the order. So it's 86.
Right, we totally digressed here.
Well, that's what happens in
point
it. 86, right. 29, 60, 7.
Hello.
That's why he wasn't there.
Richard Evans. I thought it was Evans. He had Evans on his back.
Oh, he started in 12.
Yeah, I know he did. He came down because of the slow pace. When it went green, now we might have just caught a glimpse of him doing that. So we'll wait and see. Meanwhile, very crowded out there on the track with Daniel Hammett leading still from that pole position. Matthew Lear in 2nd. Matthew started behind him on row 2. Toby Case started on row 2 as well, and he is in 3rd place. Richard Evans, cracking move up the order. Let's see if they've stayed where they are as Ryan Taylor-Truman is playing a bit of a waiting game there behind Evans. Across the line, Hammett, Case, Evans, Taylor-Truman, Leah, Schaefer, Williamson, Willis, Wilner, and it's Scott Smith rounding off that top 10. Here we go then, side by side.
Up the inside goes Toby Case in the blue and white, number 60. And I think he took the 7 of Evans with him. So great, not a great corner for Hamlet. He's dropped down to 3rd. 1 and 2, 60 and 7.
Great battle there, 5-kart battle in a 5-kart train for the lead. And Daniel Hammett doing a cracking job. That number 60 of Toby Case, though, up and into the lead from Evans with all change at the front.
Ryan Taylor-Truman now is scored in 3rd place. Hamlet was a big loser, dropping down to 7th. We now have 17% of Joe's attention for the next hour and a half.
Richard Evans. 20% there, that's all I need. Richard Evans.
You're not driving a car, you're commentating on a race.
Into the lead has gone Richard Evans, and there's Taylor-Truman. Threw it into 2nd. The cart there.
It's the 7.
That Richard
your
Evans?
7.
Yeah. So we've got
you're having a real thing with your 7, aren't you, today?
I really am. I really am.
You have to take and have a word with him, don't you, about not being what you want him to be.
Well, he is a number 7, so that's fine. It's just he was confusing us when he didn't appear on the timing screen. Toby Case is gone, hasn't he? He's pulled out, but it's not going to be long before the Sody cart of Ryan Taylor-Truman
is in 2nd place and will catch him up.
He's going to catch him up.
The Sody is the orange and white cart currently in 2nd place. Toby Case
in
the blue and white,
Schaefer.
and Schaefer, who's been overtaking everyone everywhere.
Yeah,
now picks up
Schaefer.
3rd.
He's on the CRG, that's why he's orange and black. And he's off now and after Ryan Taylor-Truman.
Richard Evans having set the 4th, but there's plenty of time to still move forward. Actually, not even halfway on this race yet.
No, not at all. We're about 15 seconds away from half distance, so still plenty of time. And that's what
1st and 2nd, right? They go up the inside. Beautiful move there by Taylor from the inside into the boot.
Taylor-Truman knew that it was only half distance. That's why he decided played a bit of a waiting game, didn't he?
Just suddenly look to the left-hand side of your screen. Just gets to drive up the inside. Interesting. I noticed that Toby Case looking over his wrong shoulder there as Taylor-Truman came past.
Here comes Schaefer into 2nd ahead of Toby Case. Toby didn't really have any tools in the toolbox to do anything about that, I'm afraid. So the battle at the front is the battle of perhaps 2 of the quickest drivers in the 177 class. Ryan Taylor-Truman, we know how quick he is, current holder of the Southern Cup. And indeed,
we should get a prize for this, shouldn't we? Really, because you're distracted by the football. I'm distracted by the argument behind me in the. So I'm very unhappy about the steward's decision behind me.
I'm not really sure what that's about, but we'll keep out of it. 4-kart battle now. We're about to be
that green and yellow one. Who's that?
Max Williamson.
Very nice.
Max Williamson trying to get on terms with these.
You know how bored I am with these orange and white carts and the.
Here we go. Ryan Taylor-Truman having to defend from Nathan Schaefer. Nathan Schaefer using his tin opener though to make a move. And getting down the inside of Ryan Taylor-Truman, the CRG driver. Taylor-Truman drove defensive, but Nathan Schaefer said there's still just a CRG's width into that Christmas corner, and he made it happen.
He's telling me we're the best of the orange colour base chassis. The orange and white Soddies have nothing to do with us orange and black CRGs.
No, CRG gap there, and he filled it with his CRG. Ryan Taylor-Truman, though, he knows he's got 2.5 minutes remaining. Every time the drivers come under the starting gantry, there's a big digital readout there that they can see exactly how much time they've got.
And coming out up the train, look at this time last lap. That's the time that Schaefer made the move from Ryan Taylor-Truman. He's already pulled it right out, but the battle now seems more second, 3rd, 4th and 5th. And certainly 3rd and 4th. Evans and Case. Case looking to try and move back forward again. Evans has been in several different positions during this race, all the positions during this race. Now looking to move, perhaps, to secure his podium, but there's a little bit of a fight in his hands. It's Toby Case, who started, of course, led the first couple of laps, now in 4th place, moves on to the boot. Again, this is going a little bit quieter this period of the race. A couple of minutes to go. And they go over the line again. So it's Schaefer from Taylor-Truman. And it's Evans, Case, Williamson, Hamnet, So Hamlet's a long, long way off this top 5. They're all now pretty much equidistant. You could kind of, if you've got like a 5 metre bit of string, you could put it in between each of them individually. As they all begin to try and turn some laps towards the end. A minute and a half to go on the 8 minutes we went across last time. So they're going to be on the cusp of 2 or 3. And there is our leader. So there's our second place man. And the row has stopped. So a little bit quieter now. Joe's choked himself to death. The row stopped. He's 1-0 up. Are you back?
I think I'm back. I might be back for a few seconds before my throat gives in again.
All right, okay.
Oh, my goodness.
It's 2-0. Right, you can stop watching that now because you've won.
No, I can't.
You've won. It's 15 minutes in, you've won.
You're kidding, aren't you? It's Sunderland, mate. Could be 3-0 up at half time. We'd still got a chance of losing it. We were 2-0 against Burnley last year and they beat us 4-2. Or the year before. They're back into it. Anyways, back to the car.
It's not much going on, really, to be honest with you. Chafer from Taylor Truman, from Evans, from Case,
well, that's
from Williamson.
I'm really impressed with Chafer's pace there. I mean, Taylor Truman has been the driver to beat all year. And incredible that...
Chafer's completely deranged his nose fairing. His nose fairing's come completely unattached at the front.
Oh, right, the nose fairing, not the actual nose cone.
No.
Right. Yeah, that's not a problem, really. It's hanging on. It's just a bit loose. A bit distracting, really. A bit distracting. He's only got one more lap to the flag, though.
Yeah, he won't get a mechanical for that.
No, he won't. Yeah.
Is that a penalty?
What for?
You?
No.
Oh, you just got through with it?
Yeah.
Oh, just
No.
Just
Goalkeeper kicked it out. Bad. Then it went straight back. Bosh. In front of goal.
So you're getting, it looks like Radio 5 Live, isn't it? We're interrupting the racing to give you a football score.
Just fade me down.
Fade him down. Across the line they go. Nathan Chafer takes the flag, wins the heat. Ryan Taylor Truman scored second. Richard Evans has scored third. Toby Case is fourth. And it's Max Williamson. We'll wait a while now for the rest of them because they can take a while to come across. It's Daniel Hammett in sixth. George Willis in seventh. Scott Smith in eighth. Oliver Smith in ninth. Cole Edwards is 10th. Matthew Lear is 11th. Then it's Ollie Hancock in 12th. Tyler Kelsey in 13th. Then Rob Simpson. Zach Fontenot is 15th. Will Milner, Sean Rudge and Josh Constable are 16th and 18th. 19th and 20th. Tonino Michie, and Nicholas Volker. And that's your top 20. And the ones who didn't make the trip were Steve Horner and Jack Sweeting.
I had to be a bit of a race control receptionist there, Nick.
All right. Did you say phone back at 8 o'clock tomorrow?
Say again?
You say phone back at 8 o'clock tomorrow is what most
yeah. There's no appointments left.
Yeah,
I had to be a bit of a receptionist there. That's why I...
Did it not realise they got to sit on the chairs and not come past the cones?
We have got the last of our junior road tax heats coming up next. And we've already got them in 2x2 fashion in the collecting area, Nick.
Another Noah's Ark world is happening. They haven't quite... I'm not sure they got any... Are there any walking wounded from this race, or will they all just drive back?
I think they've all made it back. Gives us a chance to read down the grid. Carthy Cometa will be the kart on the pole position. Jay Leverton on the gold kart with Paul Lozan Racing. He's alongside Paul, just at the front there, just monitoring his driver, former British champion. Second row of the grid is Jacob Hobbs and Zari Visarek. Jaden Shearing and Lucy Lovell are on row 3. Then we've got Oliver Meek and Archie Hardiman on row 4. Josh Gore and Oliver Grundy share row 5. Row 6 is Jensen Hookey and Oscar Pitt. Harvey Lee Winteridge and Luigi Perlini are on row 7. Then we've got Lincoln Bevan and Dylan Morton. George Kay and Jasmine Taylor. Cart Inskip Clarkson are on row 10. Is on row 10 with Harry Hadley. Sam Green Gomez and Samuel Aston are on row 11. Charles Cheesy Green shares row 12 with Melissa Adrian. They've got Elliot Surtees and Reese Green, Barnaby Grubb and Alex Dole, Sam Mott and Dalton Haywood. And then rounding off a 31 kart field is George Theobald at the back of the field.
Okay.
You see what the delay are? We're recovering a kart from the centre there, Nick.
Oh, right. Okay.
Got anybody still?
No, I got Frank moaning.
Have you started your campaign?
No, my dog campaign has had its retired result in that someone went, yeah, I agree with you. and that's key. Everything to be agreed with, isn't it?
Well, Jenny Thomas is interested into whether the dog ban is coming into place at Three Sisters, because that is where the next round of the Junction 6 NKC is taking place.
Are you sure?
I am absolutely sure. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I know what you're getting to. I know what you're alluding to.
I'm alluding to, yeah.
That will take place on the weekend of the 20th and 22nd of September, which is fantastic. And then the weekend of... It's fantastic for us because it gives us time to go to Spa and Barcelona.
I'm not going to Barcelona.
You're not going to
I'm
Barcelona?
going to the RC World Championships in Alicante.
Oh.
So another part of Spain.
Not far from... Yeah. 3-hour drive, I think.
Yeah, we're going to Spa for a 12-hour Porsche Super Cup race. 55 Porsches.
Brilliant.
Just so people who might be listening go, wonder what earth you're doing. Why are you not doing karting? Because there's 55 Porsches. And we're working the pits. So we go, that's a Porsche. There's a Porsche. There's a Porsche. Coming past me are 9 Porsches and another Porsche. And anyway, it's Spa. It'll be fun.
Nice to see you motivated.
It's for the, I am really motivated. Do you know why I'm motivated? Do you know what I'm really looking forward to? New race suit.
Oh, yes.
We're getting a logo. This has nothing to do with anything, but we are filling at this point, so it's fine.
So, weekend of the 20th and 22nd of September, after Nick and I have been to Spa and Barcelona, that will see round 5 of the Junction 6 NKC. And then we round off the 2024 season up in the northeast of England, on the outskirts of the southern outskirts of Sunderland.
Of Hull.
Not at all. At Warden Law. That's the weekend of the 11th and 13th of October. We've got karts out on the track. It's junior Rotax for the final time in heat formation. We've got another heat for the seniors coming up, another heat for the senior 177s coming up, and then we round off the heat phase for this weekend's 4th round with the senior TKMs. So still plenty of racing left before we go to a lunch break. Karthik Kometa is our pole position driver. Karthik controlling the pace of this field as he makes his way around.
Karthik's been kind of walking around in front of us. He's got a full Force India replica race suit.
That's excellent.
From, 5 years ago?
I love it.
All the correct colours and everything.
India.
It's brilliant.
Karthik Kometa is Force India.
And he's through. He's not taking the lead, though, because sweeping across his bows is 11 of Jay Leverton, and it's a false one. It's not happened. Oh,
do you want to pull that up so you can actually see that?
No, because it's the glare for
I see.
The young eye. You see? There you are. Some of us care about other members of the team.
Well, I'm just in the corner here. That's the false start flag that you'll see at most of the marshals' posts.
I'm going to make an observation, which we can talk about on this one. If you look at the people wearing non-kart-based racewear, there is a massive slew towards McLaren stuff. You see the occasional Mercedes stuff.
In the paddock, you mean?
Yeah, all around. It's really interesting how the McLaren have got so many fans.
That's because Lando Norris is
Lewis Hamilton was a better karted. It's a different generation, isn't it? These guys are 20 years after that.
Yeah, I mean, these guys remember Lando Norris when he was in karts, probably.
No, I just thought I knew the reason, but I thought I'd talk about it and start a conversation. You shut down it again in 3 seconds flat. You're a nightmare at filling. You really are. You're really bad filler.
Boring.
Bad filler.
What to talk about?
No filling is boring. No filling is boring. Trust me. Trust me. I'll give you 9 hours of pure large-scale qualifying one day.
Here we go.
We're away.
Are we getting them away this time? We think we are. We are racing into oblivion. And it's side by side with Kometa and Leverton absolutely duking it out. And it's Leverton who comes out in front. Up towards Christmas, Kometa gets a little bit of a knock on the rear bumper as he goes into the braking area. He's down to 4th. And through in a second, can't quite see the number there.
Isn't it?
We've got it's the 32, Veserek. Veserek comes through the very, very busy first few sequence of corners here at Whilton Mill. Awesome. Oh, and there's a bit of debris off one of the carts. We've got a cart stranded on the far side who has gone off towards Ashby's, I think. We've got, what number is that?
That is the 113 that's had its tail wiped off.
113 has lost the bumper, and that's Harvey Lee Winteridge, who will pull off into the paddock. Meanwhile, G11 leads. Zari Viserek is second, Oliver Meek third, Karthik Kometa hanging on to fourth place.
Protecting his position quite well there from the 96 of Archie Hardiman. Going through Chapman, leaders, streaking by. Yeah, a little bit of spread out on this one. Good start for Leverton. Kazri after him, and then you've got Oliver Meek, who's pushed himself into third, and that's the 95 of Karthik Kometa in the all-red machine.
I like the fact that he's got Force India overalls on. Are they Force India replicas?
Yeah, they're Force India colours, yeah.
Yeah. G11 leads by about 6/10 from Zari Viserek, and Viserek not being able to close the gap there, but behind them Oliver Meek. Now on that orange cart, the orange overalls, orange helmet of Oliver Meek, hanging onto the bumper of Viserek, just falling back behind them. Just coming out the picture there is Kometa, Karthik Kometa in fourth place, Archie Hardiman now fifth, Josh Gora, Oliver Grundy, Jaden Shearing, Lincoln Bevan, Jacob Hobbs. That's your top 10 in this the last of our
more
junior
importantly,
Rotax
the
heats.
top three are coming together.
Thought they would.
They're really beginning to get together, and the second and third especially are close. But it's about absolutely now the 167 of Oliver Meek right on the tail of Kazri Uzajek. And Kazri.
Yeah, Leverton driving an absolutely splendid race. He's got one of the country's best driver coaches in the form of Paul Lozan. And Paul will have briefed him on how to maximise the opportunity of starting on the front row. Everything going to plan after 3 minutes of racing there, but there's still 5 minutes left. And Viserek and the third place driver Oliver Meek, you never know, Nick. I mean, they're chasing after Leverton, and you get a little bit of a indication there to Oliver Meek from second place Viserek.
As he's driving, he doesn't seem to have that relaxed. I mean, I don't say good or bad, it's just how you do it, but he just looks more tense within the kart than some of the other drivers. You see his different driving styles. Of course, in junior Rotax, the key thing is a different driving style.
Up towards Christmas Corner, and that just pulled that gap towards them. Leverton loses a little bit of time mid-corner there. But
there goes Meek. And he's off the track there. You can't go past it because he ran out of tarmac.
Oliver Meek gets squeezed onto the grass. I
don't think he got squeezed. I think he kept going to the left until there was no more track left. Well, we'll find out now because we've got a replay. He's on the tarmac already. He's on the grass already. Oh, you're saying squeezed, are you? I'm saying he's on the grass already. Well, luckily neither of us are stewards, so it's fine.
That's right. It's got nothing to do with
us. Because we wouldn't agree, would we?
Well, this is playing into the hands of Leverton now.
Absolutely.
Inside the second half of this heat, and with these two behind, the Viserek yellow and blue cart and the orange cart of Oliver Meek squabbling for that second and third place. This is allowing Gio Leverton in the lead. A little bit more of a cushion. He had these two breathing down his bumper, quite literally. And still, Viserek goes to the left along that back straight towards the boot. He doesn't offer Oliver Meek any real option other than to form in behind him.
Look at this. That second set of carts is going up pretty well, isn't it?
Yeah.
It starts in fourth place with Kometa, and he's leading Josh Gora, Lincoln Bevan, Archie Hardiman, Jacob Hobbs and Charlie Green. So Cheesy Green's this one as well, because it's his third heat, of course.
Yeah, great job from Karthik at the moment.
Look at that.
Oh, what happened there, Nick? Did we just slide wide?
Meek got in there, but Karthik seemed to make a mistake. I think he just... It's all he was too much on the limit, and then when he tried to get it back, he hadn't quite got the adhesion back again. It was, that is a kind of a tiny error with a kind of a big penalty. Oh, they got two places back on Kathit now, so Kathit now dropped into sixth, and that's Charles Green there going past. Oh, poor old Karthik, he's lost about 5 positions there, got bullied out of that one, and 5 carts have gone past him. That's 77 in the middle. That's Charles Cheesy Green. He's won one of the heats. He had to he was DQ'd. Not DQ'd. He was what do you call it? Taken out of a technical. What is that called? If you're taken out of a technical thing.
There's a change for the lead as Oliver Meek overtakes Gio Leverton. I think we've lost Viserek. Viserek has gone. Viserek is dropping down the order.
Oh yeah, he's retired over the far side there by the exit of the boot. Now, whether that was an accident or whether that was a result of an ongoing issue, which we saw that cart not handling very well, perhaps he had a brake issue.
Yeah, not quite sure what happened there as we were watching that battle for fourth downwards. G11 has to succumb to the advances of Oliver Meek, who
So
gets
let's have
by.
a look at the battle behind. This is the raging battle with 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 17th.
Oh, here comes Charles Cheesy Green on Josh Gora. Josh Gora's on the blue, red and white cart, and there's Cheesy Green on the green and orange, and he makes that move. That was a very, very tricky move.
Oh,
And
lost
gone
two.
With him.
Lost two. I think that must have been Lincoln Bevan, I think. Yeah.
Lincoln Bevan's gone with him. Cart 36, Lincoln Bevan sees Cheesy Green going down the inside and says, I'll come with you, hang on.
And he's not going to get back to Leverton or Meek because they are 3.3 seconds up the road from him, or they were at the beginning of the last lap, and he went a bit of fast lap given the overtaking. And there are only going to be 2 more when they cross the line now. In fact, there might only be 1, but it's really close. They're just going to get 2 laps. Yep. Oh no, we've got 2 more laps from here, sorry.
Into oblivion, and I think we're going to see Cheesy Green pulling away a little bit.
Yeah, no
from
problem
Bevan.
at all. He's gapping in immediately.
Now the leader just coming down the hill towards Ashby's with 33 seconds on the clock. I think we've got time for 2 more laps on this.
So yeah, I mean it's going to be touch and go, but it's 50. Yeah, they should go over and then have 2 more. But in fairness to Meek, he's got ahead and he's having no problem whatsoever in extending the lead over Leverton. Bright orange CRG, yeah.
It could be, yes, it's CRG colours for sure.
With our leader,
Oliver, 167.
There he goes. The bright sunshine that we've been so lucky to have the entirety so far, touching Formica, of this weekend. Looking good. He's even got the orange helmet to meld in. He's gone for the full orange effect. It's almost like he's either a Dutchman or a KTM fan, one of the two.
Well, he's in Nathan Schaefer's team on the CRG, I would think. I might be wrong on him, but we've seen CRG take a win earlier on, haven't we, in the hands of Nathan Schaefer. Now we've got Oliver Meek emulating that and going in towards the last lap board. He's towards the boot now, turns left, immediate right.
Good result for him. Started 7th,
yeah,
Joe.
absolutely. Started 7th. Strong drive, using all the curb at the chicane, and then out across the line. 1 lap to go. Final lap, says the timing board. G11 started 2nd, will finish 2nd, and so easy to lose out when you're at the front of a field of mixed grid karters. So he might be a little bit disgruntled that he didn't hang on to the lead, but he drove really well, did Jit. And a 2nd place, a strong 2nd place finish with a gap of 2 seconds before the ever advancing Cheesy Green comes through. As we watch Oliver Meek then on that CRG chassis coming through the chicane for the final time. It will be G11 2nd there, and checkered flag will fly.
Well done to Oliver Meek.
Oliver Meek takes the win. G11 2nd, Charles Green's 3rd, Lincoln Bevan 4th, Josh Gora 5th, Jacob Hobbs, Karthik Kometa hangs on to 7th in great style, great drive from Karthik. Archie Hardiman 8th, 9th is Dylan Morton, and then we've got Oliver Grundy rounding off the top 10. There's the remaining finishes there on the timing board in front of you on your screens.
So what we got now? 3 left.
Final, the last. I should stop using the word final. It's the last. Do you need a pit stop?
All right.
So Nick, while I do the grid rundown. Senior Rotax, the 162 kilogram category, out next for their last heat. The grids will be formed after this one for the C, B and A finals. Finley Underwood starts on the pole position with Ashton French alongside. We've then got Max Kettle. Welcome to the NKC for Max and his dad Peter. He starts on row 2 with Martin Bramwell. Joel Bowden and Sam Wyatt start on row 3. Ryan Shepherd and George Townsend on row 4. Simon Spagliolo and Archie Carter on row 5 with Charlie Walsh and Rafi Salentano on row 6. Row 7 has Luke Evans and Ethan Wyatt. Michael Thompson and JJ Hinder on row 8. Rufus Flan starts on row 9 alongside Michael Goodburn. Joseph Rippin, we've seen how fast Joseph can go, starts on row 10 with Zach Fletcher. Then we've got Riven Welsh and Finley Watson. Bobby Rosier, our current 162 kilogram kilogram class champion from 2023. He's on row 12 with Harry Pearson. Paulo Nunes Aranda starts on row 13 with James Becker, and then 27th, rounding off a 27-card field, is Ben Harper.
I might get away with this.
I think you will. I think you will. I think you'll be fine.
I think so.
Maxim Smith has retracted a message.
Has he?
Yeah.
Well, that's exciting for him.
Yes.
I'm going to retract that message. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm just going to retract it.
Yeah, I have no idea what that
was. It was very retractable.
Yes.
No one likes a retracted message, everyone.
So we have got 3 more heats remaining before we go into our lunch break. It's probably the best weather we've had in the last 3 years, Nick, at a karting event.
Every time we've been to Whilton Mill, it's always rained. Even days like this, it's bubbled up about 4 o'clock and we've ended up running around putting plastic bags on things.
Yeah, I think so.
But today, perhaps not.
No, I think we're going to get away with it. The forecast is for this weather just to continue like it is. It's highs of 23 degrees. Track temperature is going to be into the 30s then, with an ambient of 23. We should have a track temperature of about 35. Is usually the case. The tarmac absolutely soaks it up. As we have the sound of engines being fired up in the collecting area. We will get things underway, and the karts being released for the last time. We'll see the 162 Senior Rotax Cat class in a heat formation. The next time we see any of these karts will be the all-important C final, and then we move into the B, and then
earlier you described that as a consolation race. Now it's all important.
Well, it kind of is, because if you're unlucky enough to be in the C final, you're going to qualify onto the back of the B final.
Oh yeah, I realise that. Yeah.
What are your chances then to qualify into the A final? They're very remote.
Very remote with 30 kart field.
Absolutely.
Very remote.
Yeah. Great stuff though. It's more mileage. It's time in the seat.
More learning.
It's value for money.
And if you're in the C final at the front, you get on the camera.
Yeah, absolutely. Chance for a bit of glory.
And we talk about you in positive ways.
Yes.
Unless you're making a mistake, because it's positive-ish ways.
Right, here we go, Nick. Finley Underwood controlling the pace with Ashton French alongside. Here they go towards the starter. There's the acceleration line, and we get underway.
Underwood
Max
takes the lead.
Kettle slotting into third, I saw there, on the number 10.
So it's Underwood who's got the whole shop in the black with the pink accents.
Everybody defensive, it seems, in the midfield going into Christmas corner. Side by side almost through Inkerman's. Definitely side by side towards Ashby's. This is going to play into the hands of that third place kart, the bright orange one.
It has, because French there going particularly well into second place. Just trying to work out who's picked up third. Underwood stays in second. And who's in? It's 20. It's a 20. I think it's Samuel Wyatt now is in third. So Wyatt in third, and then fourth place. He has actually got past the kart that was originally pushing to get to the front, and that is the 10th. So it's Max Kettle. So there's your order. Wyatt from Kettle, Shepherd, then Rafi Celentano, Archie Carter, George Townsend. You can see them. Some of the karts had a big move, and it's Finley Watson who's the big loser in this first lap.
Yeah, man on the move, Sam Wyatt. He's run at the front of this field in the senior class there, and down the inside on Finley Underwood he goes, and into second place. It looks like a cosmic 1-2 at the front, I think, with Ashton French now leading, with Sam Wyatt racing here with his brother Ethan, of course. Oh, what a slide! That? Ashton French completely lost it and went sideways through the left-hand part of the boot.
Tyres not warm enough?
No, that's just carrying too much speed. That's just absolutely turning in. Turns in. He put it over the curb. He lost complete and utter traction completely. Because you know why he lost traction and grip? Cart was in the air.
Yeah. I remember
contact with the
I
ground.
remember John once, he was commentating on some four-wheel drive racing. He said, "There's no got four-wheel drive. None of the wheels are on the floor."
That's right. That's right. We've got change for third, fourth, and fifth as Max Kettle drops down the order a little bit more. He's just lost out to, I think it's George Townsend, and Archie Carter will confirm or deny that next time by, as Sam Wyatt comes through the chicane to complete what will be 3 laps there. Plenty of time on the clock for Sam. Ashton French has calmed down now in second. It's Ryan Shepherd now in third. Finley Underwood, Archie Carter, George Townsend, Ethan Wyatt, Rafi Salentano in eighth. Ninth is Max Kettle, and then just behind him is Charlie Walsh.
Yeah. Final heat of the day for senior Rotax. He's given a chance on the people who haven't shown at the front to pick up some good points. Wyatt and French, first and second at the moment. So, in fairness, they are actually able to maintain the gap, and the battle's really a little bit further down, sort of 5th, 6th, 7th way. There's the very distinctive Finley Townsend, black with pink accents. And then we've got a 3-cart push along here, shoving and pushing, including the 167 of George Townsend and Ethan. Well, there's 2 off the side there, the 21 and the 11.
Yeah, that's.
And I think the 21.
Well, the number 11 is
Sam Wyatt.
Sam
I think
Wyatt.
may have looked like he's broken. He had.
Yeah.
I think Wyatt broke. Chain off.
He has. Yeah, something's
engine
happened
problem.
there.
So
And
Wyatt. Oh, that's bad
after
luck.
leading this race.
So that's what caused the kerfuffle there, because he came out the chicane. I'm guessing, I have no evidence that he bashed the curb, and the chain said, "I've had enough of this," and they just rolled with no power, and then got very quickly overtaken by the others and caused a bit of a roadblock. But now, first and second is now Ashton French and Ryan Shepherd, and French and Shepherd right behind him.
Yeah, there's been all hell broke loose for third though, and we'll see how that transpires. The leader's already across the line. Shepherd catching French. Ethan Wyatt taking up the cudgels of the Wyatt family and getting back into a position in the top 3. Rafi Salentano, Charlie Walsh, Archie Carter, George Townsend, Max Kettle, Luke Evans, Finley Underwood. That's your top 10. But Ryan Shepherd on the blue and white cart there, the number 54, just chasing down that cart at the front of this field.
Side by side, up
the
the inside of Chapman there. Now, the point is that it may be there'll be enough momentum for French to get him back, but actually some good kart track positioning there by Shepherd to prevent him being able to do it. So the blue and white Shepherd leads Ashton French, but it's 54 for 53, but 65 Ethan Wyatt was 1.8 seconds behind the previous lap. Now he is 1.6.
Yeah, Shepherd beginning to pull away and leaving Ashton French to the advances of Ethan Wyatt, who's pulled away from Archie Carter. Let's just drop back, I think, a couple of carts if we can.
No, I think fourth and fifth. It's all gone.
Third, fourth.
It's all spread out a bit.
Is that Luke Evans on the 24? It is.
Yeah, it is.
Luke Evans.
Then you got Rafi Salentano on the 46.
We'll keep a wary eye on that gap at the front. I think Shepherd's got control. We'll keep an eye on Ethan Wyatt as well and see if he can catch Ashton French while we continue to watch this one.
Pretty spaced out, to be honest. Yeah. We're up now with the kart in fourth. That's the blue and the red machine there, just being clear. That's
Archie Carter,
89. I looked at the number on the side of his card, and most of it was tyre mark. Hang on, look, a four-legged interloper.
Oh yeah. I wonder if he's aware.
I don't know. It's like a pound when the warden comes round.
We're not on the PA here, so we might get away with that. There's the number 89, Archie Carter, comfortable fourth place, holding off Luke Evans, who's likewise comfortably holding off Rafi Salentano. George Townsend in seventh, Max Kettle settling in eighth now. Max, there he is, in the orange and blue kart.
Coming up towards Christmas corner. Get an idea of how long the run up is on that wide shot. And it's all uphill.
And it's steeper than it looks.
Yeah.
That flattens it out, that camera shot, flattens that run up to the hill, run up the Christmas corner completely out. It's quite a steep walk, that.
No, luckily I didn't have to do it this week.
Yeah, just Frank, that hasn't he?
Ash and Laura set the camera up in the first place. So mostly Frank.
He's a challenge from Luke Evans.
Yeah, that was too. You see, he went to the left, but he ended up mostly on the grass, didn't he?
Yeah, because they tend to come across on the back straight and defend. So this is getting heated now. Archie Carter, Luke Evans and Rafi Salentano. They're inside the final minute of this last heat. Side by side, is it? Through oblivion. Archie Carter has got Luke Evans looking for every which way to get by. And it looks like Evans is being held up now. Archie Carter is definitely holding Evans up, who goes down the inside, and Salentano goes with him and makes it happen as well. So Luke Evans and Rafi Salentano ahead of Archie Carter. And coming into play as well is Max Kettle. Max just coming into play now on the orange and blue cart. And Max has got his sights set on Rafi Salentano and Luke Evans ahead of Archie Carter. If he can get by Carter. 2 laps to go though. Time running out for young Max, the bright yellow helmet there. Oh, and an incident. And Max Kettle has...
Well, Salentano was happy about that, was he at all?
He bought a lottery ticket there, didn't he? And it came in. I was looking at these two tripping over one another, and that was just an out. He outbraked himself, did Archie.
No, that was
Archie
a mistake
Carter Archie Carter on the number 89 just went in far too deep. Now that's allowed Kettle through.
But he went for a gap that disappeared because obviously Salentano had no idea he was there and was just taking the racing line. Dived up the inside. Just the last lap now for our leader, Ryan Shepherd. He's got a 1.5 second lead on Ashton French. With French second and third, they're second and third, right close together.
Yeah, now let's stick with this one because that's all the way to the flag, isn't it? Ethan Wyatt will want to get by Ashton French.
He has to be careful.
Yeah, well, they don't run with the team. They're both from the Cosmics, but Ethan being run by his dad Andy, along with his brother Sam. And time running out as they onto the back straight for the final time in this heat.
To the boot. And good line this time by Ashton French. He lost the leader course early on with a mistake here. This time absolutely nailed on the line he needs.
Ryan Shepherd though takes the checkered flag and takes a heat win. Ashton French will hang on to second. Ethan Wyatt's third. Luke Evans finishes fourth. Max Kettle an inherited fifth. He'd be happy with that. Ben Harper sixth. George Townsend seventh. Charlie Walsh eighth. Ninth is Archie Carter. And Bobby Rosier. Bobby Rosier came from 23rd and up to 10th place. Good points haul there for Bobby.
Yeah, some good racing again. And people are... I still get the impression there's some learning going on the new layout of the track. It's not all as easy as we would think.
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty standard. You just smash over the curb in the middle bit. However, as you mentioned earlier, it seems that the carts are bouncing off in different ways. It's not consistent bouncing over the curb, is it?
No, I think it's an interesting situation, to be honest.
Right then, our penultimate heat in the heat phase. We've got 2 more heats before we then go into a bit of a lunch break. And this one...
A message from Anita from the Facebook group. Another mum dog sitting at home. If you fancy a lunchtime filler, we've done those already. Go and check Alex Thomas about his design of a quick release sprocket carrier. That's one for the future. Alex Thomas's quick release sprocket carrier. We've recorded this time's lunchtime show, which will be going out very, very soon. Because how many heats are there to go? 2.
We will. We'll have a look at that next time. I need a competitor number, Alex Thomas. I'll find him. Don't worry, Anita. We'll find him. We'll be looking for him at Three Sisters, which apparently has got a dog ban, so you'll not be there as well.
Has it got a dog ban?
Apparently it's coming.
Well, yeah, it actually happened, do we?
No, don't know.
Don't start frightening the dog owners too early.
I'll try not.
Don't be a doggist.
177's out for their last heat. And the front row of the grid in this 177 senior category, Jack Goodyear with Chris Abram. Oliver Moss and Alfie Williams share row 2. Row 3 is Archie Elliott and Tyler Fossey. Ben Hitch and George Walker are row 4. We've got Steve Thompson and Josh Howard out on row 5. Will Murdoch and Dennis Triziak are on row 6. Jake Davis and Zach Bolton on row 7. Lincoln Bailey Arneson and Alex Thomas are out on row 8. Carl Bryant and Scott Clee are on row 9. Josh Pickford and Steve Gilly share row 10. And then we've got Lawrence Hilton, Alfie Anderson, Callum Porter and Lewis Crocker, Nathan Wells and Jamie Zyra, Andy Collinson and Harrison Crook, and then James O'Keefe rounding off 29 cart field. So we've got the likes of Andy Collinson, Harrison Crook, Jamie Zyra, Callum Porter. They're all starting at the back of this grid. In the middle, Zach Bolton, Jake Davis, Will Murdoch, Dennis Treziak. And then at the front, Goodyear and Abraham. They'll want to get off and away and get on with it before any of those quick runners at the back of this grid can come through. So pace being slowed right down on the back straight towards the boot. Let's see if we can get things underway pretty much straight away. There's the number 144, that's Oliver Moss. It's the orange and black cart of Jack Goodyear. That is the pole sitter. And a very, very slow pace being held. Drivers just nipping that fuel pipe to restrict the fuel flow so that they don't oil up. They've got a good pace coming across the line. I think we'll like that.
On their way.
And we'll get things underway. It's the orange and black cart of Jack Goodyear that gets off and into Crook first. He
a bit of running over the back of there. Did you see that? Just kind of
no, I didn't see
lifted
that.
Up in the second part of Crook, but they're away. And it's clean through Christmas, actually.
Yeah. Where did that happen, Nick?
There's a cart side, and then there.
Oh, yes.
But did you not see that?
It gets very, very busy.
It's very tight in there. You're going very
fast. Yeah, very fast. But they've sorted themselves out by the time they get through Parker, and now through Chapman we've got a change of lead.
Wide.
I think that's Alfie Williams who's come through from the second row. Alfie Williams, the 54 of Archie Elliott it is indeed. So Archie Elliott from row 3 will lead across the line at lap 1, and that was a hell of a start from him on this first lap. Elliott leading then, Jack Goodyear in second, Ben Hitch, Will Murdoch, Alfie Williams, Steve Thompson,
Nathan Wells. Is that another chain off? Just rolling is nothing.
Yeah, that's a chain off. That's that chicane again, isn't it?
And there's look at that chain shot. Thank you, Ash.
Oh, thanks, Ash. There it is. Where is that? That's not on the racing line, is it? That's not on track, I mean.
It might be.
Is that on track, Ash?
It would have fallen off. No, it's off the track.
It's off the track. Thank you, mate.
So if anyone wants a chain, there's one available.
I wouldn't have that, mate.
Really?
Yeah. Out of the chicane then, and across the line. Elliott leading by 6/10 now. Ben Hitch, first of the Masters. Ben Hitch in second. Will Murdoch third. Alfie Williams, Steve Thompson, Jack Goodyear down to 6th. Oliver Moss, Zach Bolton 8th. Josh Howard. Jake Davis is the driver that's rounding off the top 10. Still very busy in the midfield though, Nick.
Yeah. It's very, very close. If you look on the time, you can see that from 2 seconds to 3.5 seconds, we've got someone right off the bottom of Ashby, completely missed the breaking point. Looks like from this distance to 14. Is there a 14? There is. It could be 144 actually. He's lost his. We'll find out.
Oliver Moss.
Maybe that's my potentially could be, maybe possibly.
All right, okay. Well, he was in 7th. He was in 7th, so we'll keep an eye out for Oliver, who started this race in 3rd. Crossing the line. Yeah, I think it was Oliver Moss. Oh, he's come through in 9th, so maybe not.
No, it's Josh Howard.
Yeah, it's just Howard. Yeah, 34.
It's definitely 4.
Your eyes are getting better, aren't they? They're actually getting better. I'm not sure. Right, then 54 is Archie Elliott, and that's a great run out of Parker into Chapman. That's a battle for 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a battle for 5th. This is the lead battle though. 1, 2, and 3 there. Elliott, Hitch, Murdoch. Will Murdoch here with Louis Larger's team, LRG, for the first time in the NKC, and having a good run so far on this one. He'll want to start challenging, and that's Zach Bolton losing out 2 spots to Jake Davis and Joshua Pickford. And that was a very, very textbook looking overtake. Jake Davis leading the charge past Zach. Zach coming back at them though. Zach's the driver with the white overalls. Kart 42 is Steve Thompson.
Just over halfway on the clock, though of course they've got the extra lap, which makes it slightly different. Down the pack here with the 42, Steve Thompson leading a gaggle of karts as they come up the crest. There's your leaders. Elliott from Murdoch from Hitch. And then turning in the bright blue 42 of Steve Thompson. These 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 followers. They come in towards Ashbury.
Davis just moving ahead of the number 16 of Jack Goodyear there, and that's a position of change for position in 6th place there. Just making ground all the time. 3.5 minutes just gone by, so that's how much time we have left. Will Murdoch now up into 2nd at the head of Ben Hitch and chasing after the leader. Let's see if we can pick up the leader going towards Christmas.
At the top of the hill.
They're already on the hill down to Ashby.
There you go, Frank, 1, 2 and 3. Thanks, mate.
That's the ones we want. Thank you, Frank. Because Will Murdoch has come alive. He got by Ben Hitch, and now he's right on the bumper of Archie Elliott. Here they come onto the back straight then. It's the blue helmet of Archie Elliott, the bright orange helmet, and the red and white cart of Will Murdoch in 2nd. Into the boot, out of the boot and across the curbs of the chicane. 2.5 minutes remaining, and now Ben Hitch comes back at them. So it was for a second there a 2-kart race, and now we've got Ben Hitch coming back into play, and looking like he might even challenge.
Suddenly 3 of them battling for this final Rotax 177 heat of the Whilton Mill round 4 of NKC. Elliott with Murdoch. And they are now running together. They're going to go through those double left-handers of Parker and Chapman. Though Chapman, of course, is a more than 90-degree corner. You come back yourself a bit, and you can flip back to the right before you go down the straight into the boot.
I'm not sure why Ben Hitch fell behind Will Murdoch. I'm not sure whether what happened there, because it happened out of our sight. But these 3 are now circulating absolutely nose to tail, bumper to bumper. And with just on 90 seconds remaining, it's going to start getting a little bit intense, isn't it? Because they can see a heat win. I mean, they're scoring a good haul of points here in 1st, 2nd and 3rd. But will want to have a go. Race winner in the Super 1 Series is Will. So no slouch here in the 177 class. Archie Elliott likewise. Ben Hitch, one of the quickest drivers out there in the Masters class, as well as the 177s overall. So we've got 3 very, very quick drivers here. And we're inside the final minute, Nick.
Very much Hitch now looking for a way past Murdoch, but he's got a couple of laps to do. He's been looking for a while. They drift out and now through the first couple of corners and up towards Christmas. They spread out a little bit, and so the best chance for Hitch to get past Murdoch kind of disappears in by there, because he hasn't quite got the punch out of the corner from Crook, and that's kind of meant that he's now compromised. And interestingly, in some ways, it's more like it might be a change for 3rd than a change for 2nd.
Well, 2 or 3 laps ago, Murdoch looked like he had momentum that brought him right onto the bumper of Archie Elliott, and he looked like if he could, just continue that momentum and get by him. However, it's gone a little bit still at the front now, and with 13
lap,
seconds,
I think this time it's going to be very close one way or t'other on last lap or not.
I
7 to go, 6 to go. Like final lap. Yeah, they got the last lap board.
Last lap board just comes out there for these 3 wide into oblivion.
And that wasn't
and
the right
that
line.
was Ben Hitch.
Someone took the wrong line.
Yeah, Ben Hitch. I'm not really sure what happened there, because for some reason, let's see if we can make head and the tail of this. No, it's all. Yeah, it
already happened there.
I think it was momentum coming out the chicane, maybe, that enabled Ben Hitch to get alongside Will Murdoch going into the first sequence of bends here. They're on the final lap now, though.
They're coming
whether,
down.
whether Murdoch can get back on terms with him, I doubt it very much. They've got about 2 or 3 corners now, and one of those is the chicane, so it's single file.
I think Murdoch may have made a mistake, to be honest.
Yeah, I might have. Yeah,
he seemed to the wrong part of the track.
Checkered flag flies then, and Archie Elliott takes the win. Ben H will finish second, Will Murdoch third, and then the rest of the field pull through. And look who it is, Harrison Crook from 28th to 4th, Nick.
Fantastic.
And he brought Jamie Zyra with him. Jamie.
Well, those two are going to be near the front of the grid, aren't they, for the A final?
Yeah, absolutely. Alfie Williams 6th, Joshua Pickford 7th, Jake Davis 8th, Steve Thompson 9th, and then finishing off and rounding off the top 10 is Jack Goodyear. Just outside that top 10, Scott Clee and Zach Bolton, George Walker, Lincoln Bailey Arneson, Callum Porter, Steve Gilly, Andy Collinson finishing in 17th, Carl Bryant 18th. The rest of the finishers there on the timing board. We've got the last of our heats now, Nick, and it's TKM for the third and final heat of the weekend. From this heat, we will go into a lunch break where you get a chance to see my walk around the paddock.
I can't wait to see that.
Which we filmed yesterday afternoon.
We did. So
senior TKMs, we've seen how it's been all about Joseph Booth and, of course, Mitchell Ball. We've also seen great drives from Charlie King, great drives from Ben Watson, and the number 9 Tom Johnson had a cracking second heat. This one will start with Jake Humphrey on pole with Francis Holm alongside, Matthew Temple Purcell, and the first of the Masters, James King, alongside him on row 2. Row 3 is Leo Crabtree and Jack Crisp, with Alexander Lehman and Joseph Phillips on row 4. Mitchell Ball starts alongside Charlie King. Their race numbers are 1 and 2. That's because they finished first and second in the 2023 Junction 6 NKC. Well, they are going to duke it out from row 5 for this third and final heat. Row 6 is Ryan Layton and James Workman. And then we've got Matt Slate and Will Cregeen. Samuel King starts on row 8 alongside Matthew Horton, with Molly Nicholas Biles and Ben Watson starting on row 9. Row 10 is Tom Johnson and Jake Cox, with James Hull and Joseph Booth starting on row 11. And then rounding off the 24-cart field is Thomas Shaw and Chris Whiteside. Number 9 starting a bit late. That's Tom Johnson. Class and Motorsport there, just getting away.
Where should he be on the He should be right at the back.
He's near the back, 19, so he'll be able to get his position.
When are they going to try and arrange a second warm-up lap? There's normally a chance.
Yeah, there is. Oh, I've missed that one.
Terrible mess you've made.
Right then, this TKM field making their smoky way along the back straight. Tom Johnson just beginning to catch up now onto the back of them. He'll maybe be able to file through a couple of rows and take up his correct grid position. He does indeed. Now then, are we going to see them get this TKM field away? It looks in pretty good order. It was a messy start, the last one.
Not the cleanest start then either. There's kind of perhaps are they sticking a bit of more leeway for TKM because they don't have the same level of pickup as the road taxis do?
You get the odd driver oiling up in the middle of the field. Anyway, we're already into and around Christmas Corner now. Off through Inkermans and down towards the right-hander at Ashby. It's Class and Motorsports, Jake Humphrey, who lead the field towards Parker. And then side-by-side action for the number 77, Francis Holm, just losing out to Leo Crabtree. Now, Leo is a driver that you will we have a chat to in the paddock show on the number 44. He takes us over his kart, and right now he's doing very well, being in second place. Yeah,
he's looking to gain on our current leader, the 51, Jake Humphrey. Jake Humphrey, of course, a bit of a fan club on the Go Jake Humphrey, have a great race. Yeah, got a bit of a fan club on the feed, so plenty of people watching Jake, and he's got a nice breakaway, but now the horn comes up inside. Oh no, he didn't hold on to it? No, he got over there. The brakes just weren't there.
Oh, and Mitchell Ball gets forced onto the grass. A little bit of an accident there, pure accident there from Francis Horn.
Now,
who had a go down the inside.
It's 91 made some. Alexander Lehman also made a gain out of everyone else's confusion there.
Here comes the number 2 though as well. There we got Mitchell Ball. Francis Horn sorting himself out after that challenge and Leo Crabtree.
He's still looking over his
quite
shoulder.
Go his way. Yeah. Here they come though. The leader with us already. Comes out the final turn. Pit bend forms part of the new chicane, I would say. And across the line they come. Humphrey, Crabtree, Horn, Ball, Temple Purcell, Lehman, Charlie King, Jack Crisp, Joseph Phillips and Ben Watson. That's the top 10. Mitchell Ball currently 4th there, just on the back end of Leo Crabtree and Francis Horn. And Francis Horn will just not go away, will he? That bright orange cart, the orange and black cart of the white helmeted Francis Horn challenging Leo Crabtree.
Certainly a challenge here. And up the inside goes Mitchell. Oh, he thought about it. And Francis Horn decided no, I wasn't going to give you any chance to do it. So now the orange, the yellow and blue, and the orange, the yellow and blue at the back of this chain of 3 carts. That's Mitchell Ball. Needs to try and find a way past the previous 2. But he's got plenty of time. But out and away is Humphrey. I've not seen this form from Humphrey before. Just gone, hasn't he?
Well,
2-second lead.
We've had, pardon me, we've had Horn and Crabtree swapping positions. Mitchell Ball getting in amongst it as well, and still is trying to get in amongst it. That will slow you up. That will slow you up by about a second a lap, and that gap soon appears for Jake Humphrey.
Well,
and there's Mitchell Ball down the inside.
Yep, he runs Horn far enough out, quite legitimately, onto the rumble strips of Ashby, and now he's in second. Sorry, he's now in third, but of course he needs to get through. He's doing it straight away, straight into second there, up the inside, almost like he was let through by the 44 of Leo Crabtree. Now the question now is, will he be able to make up the distance to Jake Humphrey in the just over half the race that remains?
Well, we'll see here once we've got fresh air between Mitchell Ball and Jake Humphrey. The gap's 2.3 seconds. Mitchell Ball has been able to not had a clear lap yet, whereas Jake Humphrey has. The fastest car on the track at the moment, though, is Alexander Lehman. And Lehman, 49.114 is the fastest lap of the race. And down the inside has gone Horn again, but the switchback happens for Leo Crabtree. The number 91 of Alexander Lehman has been the quickest car on the track, and now he slots in behind Francis Horn.
I'll tell you who's not making any progress. That's Joseph Booth. Booth is down 20th still.
Yeah, he hasn't, has he? Yeah. Expected more movement up the field from Joseph Booth.
Big selection of carts battling over 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th.
Gap down to 1.9 seconds.
So
Mitchell Ball,
he's got
purple lap time, plenty of time. I think Mitchell Ball will catch him as Horn loses out to 2 drivers. Lehman, Alexander Lehman on the 91, and Charlie King go through, and now Charlie King down the inside of Lehman forces him wide. Yes,
happy about that.
Little bit disgruntlement there, using all the curb, and there comes back Horn. Francis Horn comes back, but has to slot back in behind Lehman.
That's because Horn ran out of actual tarmac.
Cracking racing there.
Yeah, Horn ran out of tarmac to get round the outside of Lehman, so he had a kind of discretion by the part of Valor, pulled back in behind him again. So the lead will get another timing on the lead now, just so you know. Across the line goes Humphrey now, then it's Ball now. It's not a huge game. He's the 10th, he's doing well. I think that Humphrey could hold this. Crabtree 3rd, King 4th, Lehman we saw 5th, battling with Horn. And this is the battle for Crabtree and King up above, and King hops out and goes up the inside of Crabtree, and that's a change for 3rd and 4th.
You know what? Clever driving from Leo. Leo Crabtree knows where he is in this field, and he's not going to waste his energy and time and slow himself down by fighting with Charlie King. He knows there's a reason Charlie King's carrying that number 2. He was second in the championship last year, and Leo knows where he is in the field, and he's not going to squabble. He's not going to delay himself, because he knows other people are coming, and there they are already queuing up. Alexander Lehman onto the rear end of Leo Crabtree. Leo driving a very, very intelligent race, I've got to say here, through in 4th. Mitchell Ball gap down to 1.6 seconds.
Yeah, they're going down a 10th, it's not enough.
Yeah, it's not enough, is it? 2 minutes remaining. Down the inside
Lehman
of Crabtree.
Again. Lehman, Crabtree.
Now the battle between Leo Crabtree and Francis Horn is now resumed. The drivers who have gone quicker have now made their way through, and the Crabtree and Horn tussle can continue. Oh, and there's Horn down the inside.
Very, very opportune.
That is, yeah. It's a late apex into Chapman there, and that's why we see quite a few of opportunist moves down there.
Missing a little bit of pace. Not necessarily, I'm not saying in him, I think in the cart. I don't think the cart's got quite as much speed as some of the others. Regardless of how well or badly you're driving it. Here comes the 5. Ben Watson was given the next person to put a position, I would think, on Crabtree.
Gap between the leaders, Jake Humphrey and Mitchell Ball, reduces by a couple of hundredths that time, Nick. And with the 1 minute bell about to sound, I'm not sure whether Mitchell Ball can indeed catch Jake Humphrey. So Humphrey leading by 1.6 seconds still. Mitchell Ball second, Charlie King third. That's Charlie King with the green helmet, and Alexander Lehman coming towards. Oh, and a hand in the air. I'm not sure what that's about.
He's pulling him.
King's pulling off. So a problem for King. He raised his hand to warn Alexander Lehman behind him. And as he gets there, he goes into the pit lane.
What did you feel, do you think?
Yeah, it's probably a fail. Maybe
on the engine.
Maybe
tightening up.
About to nip or something.
Yeah. That's experience for you.
Yeah.
Maybe he's pushing for the final 2 laps. It's going to just explode.
It'll be the 1 lap to go board for Jake Humphrey this time by the 51. I'm just trying to find out where he is.
Is he coming around the straight here? No, the pack's got really spread out.
Yeah, they have really. It's pretty much the whole of the lap is where Jake Humphrey's is.
I think Jake Humphrey's
We're
coming
trying to find him. There he is.
Yeah, it's closer.
Yeah, it's
Mitchell
coming
Ball's
down.
had a good lap, got a lot closer to him.
It's a second.
Let's follow our leaders.
Took 6/10 out.
He
took 6/10 out of him this time, and there's only a second in it. However, if he takes another 6/10, that means there's going to be 4/10 gap at the flag.
Yeah.
So Jake Humphrey needs to not panic, stay cool, and bring that number 51 home. He's aware that white-yellow cart of Mitchell Ball. Disappointed he's discarded the red and white helmet, I've got to say, Mick.
Yeah, well, you're having enough red and white success today.
Yes,
it's fine.
Yeah.
You're getting no sympathy from me, I can tell you.
Here we go. Bodes well, doesn't it? Here we go then. Jake Humphrey takes the 3rd and final heat for the Formula TKM, the senior TKM class. In 2nd place is Mitchell Ball. Alexander Lehman comes through in 3rd. Francis Horn in 4th. Ben Watson 5th. Leo Crabtree settles for 6th. Then we've got Tom Johnson, Joseph Phillips, Jake Cox, Samuel King rounds off the top 10, and the remaining finishers will come through. There they are on the timing board. That concludes our heats. We are going to go for a little lunch break now, where we're going to leave you with our pre-recorded paddock walk from yesterday, and we'll be back with our C finals in about half an hour.
Possibly. I think they might start at 2.
Yeah. What time is it now,
It's
Nick?
1:15. But
All
be
right.
back before then. But,
Hang on a second. Oh no, we'll leave them. Yeah, they're deliberating over something.
Sometimes you caught 1 and 2 o'clock back. See you all later on. Well, hello and welcome to wonderful Whilton Mill here in Northamptonshire, and round 4 of the NKC, but also round 1 of the Northern Cup. And if we're having a Northern Cup, who do we need to talk about it? Well, our Northern commentator himself, Mr. Joe Bradley. Joe, the excitement never ends with the NKC.
I have been looking forward to this whole season, from when we launched the idea of a 3-round Southern Cup series and then a 3-round Northern, and then an overall championship. I mean, we've got three cakes, haven't we, with cherries on?
Absolutely. Now, of course, round 4 means it's a reset. People we've got new people joining the championship. We've got a record entry, well, one person less than a record entry here. 229, I think, are taking part over the weekend. They've all got fresh tyres. It's just battle royale and mixed grids.
Well, NKC's all about the tyre regs. That's why it's so popular. And we've kind of changed the grid, the tyre regs for 2024. You're allowed 1 set of tyres for the first 3 rounds, and now 1 set of tyres to take you to the season end. Here we are at Whilton Mill. It's 24 degrees right now, and the forecast is for sunshine. The next round is at Three Sisters, and then we end October, middle of October at Warden Law.
I'd like to have any sunshine there.
It's not going to be 24 degrees on the northeast coast in October. So are we going to even need those fairly worn slicks by then? This is what we love about the NKC and their tyre rigs.
Very exciting. New faces, old faces, already got champions in the Southern Cup. What we need is someone to go round the paddock and have a chat with them. Now, who could we have for that?
I think I can pick that up, Nick. I've already bumped into Joshua Priest, who was doing a little track walk. Joshua, senior Rotax, remind me of your number.
666.
Oh, the number of the beast. What's that all about then? What's the choice of number?
Well, my actual number is 66.
Right.
But that's already taken, so
All right.
I thought just add another 6 and it might.
There's not a sinister backstory then for the
Not really.
666, right?
Not
Okay.
really.
You are you've kind of cherry picked your way this season in the NKC. I think you've just mentioned Forest Edge, the All Player at Rowra. You're in for the rest of the season though on those brand new slick tyres. We've been deliberating and will deliberate forever about just how those tyres are going to last. What's your view on that going forward for the 3 rounds?
They're a very hard compound of tyre, so they can last plenty if you drive them correctly.
That's what I was going to ask you. Can you adjust your driving to save the tyre life?
Definitely. It depends what track you're at as well, though, because like a bumper track like Whilton, tyres do take a lot of batter and bruising. So to regulate the tyres, it is very difficult around here, but it's not impossible.
Where's the time at Whilton Mill? We've got a new chicane there.
Yeah.
Is this your first time here with the chicane?
It is my second time, but I'm still trying to learn it.
Oh, really?
So I think around 46 flats. No, not 46. 47 flat is a decent time for me.
That was impressive, a 46 flat. You'd be happy with that, wouldn't you?
Oh, mate, I'll be ecstatic with that one.
Yeah. So, what is it about the chicane? Because you're not the only person, Josh, to actually say that about the chicane. I mean, it's a pretty regular right, left, right chicane. What is it about this one?
It's just the way it's the entry to it is a lot different to a lot of chicanes that you have in the calendar, and obviously there's a lot more grip on the new tarmac, but I think it's also the curb. The curb makes it a lot more difficult, as well as the exit onto the long straight that we have here. So
it's important to get right because of that long straight, isn't it?
if you get the final corner wrong, it will jeopardise your entire run all the way up into Christmas. It is very important to get a good run out of the exit of that chicane.
Yeah. What's Josh going to be happy with on Sunday afternoon?
A final.
Yeah.
Yep, definitely.
Well, good luck. Mixed grids. It's never a certainty with mixed grids, everybody. We wish you all the very best, Josh. But before you go, what kart manufacturer are you using and what engine are you on?
I'm on a Xbree.
Yeah.
And I'm on Colin Wright engines.
Right. Okay. Mark that down in the jotter. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
So with 3 rounds gone for the NKC, the Junction 6 NKC, that's the proper championship. We now enter the Northern Cup, and Sean Rudge here. Well, Sean, the season started well with the second in the first 8, but you've had a bit of a mixed season so far.
First season was okay. We kind of came back to karting after about 8 or 9 years out. So we thought, we'll give it a go. First round, we did okay. Kind of what we expected, and then Forest Edge was a disaster, like the worst weekend I ever had in karting. And then Mansell was okay. But I'm excited to be here because this is the only track that I actually know on this calendar.
Right.
So we're hoping to get a few points. But
So let me ask you then, 9 years, that's a good period of being away. What did you find when you first got back into the car? What surprised you, let's say?
honestly, the speed, like I put my foot down here actually. I did a quick test day here. And I was just like, whoa, like my neck went flying back.
What did you race before, by the way?
We did road tax and X30.
All right,
before,
okay.
Yeah, we did both.
But you'd forgotten how quickly were.
Yeah, honestly, I put my foot down. I just didn't expect it to go that fast. And then the brakes as well, like how sharp they are. And yeah, I'm glad I did a day before the first round because we would have been in worse shape.
I mean, that's where the term race fit comes from. You can train in a gym as much as you can, but
Yeah, I messed up my ribs when we came here. I don't know, I think something the doctor said like the cartilage or something, and that was from just going around, I think it's called Parker here, the Parker corner. So I was nowhere near race fit, or I think I'm more conditioned now, because we're doing okay this weekend, because I think this is the hardest track physically in the UK. It has to be like.
Yeah,
all
it's,
these bumps. And now with that new chicane as well. Yeah.
I was going to ask you about the new chicane. I'm asking everybody the thoughts on the chicane. So the chicane was put in for the right reasons, to slow people down.
Yeah.
However, I'm seeing around the paddock, the problem is, Sean, tell me if I'm wrong, you've got to clobber that curb, haven't you?
Oh yeah, you got to smash it as hard as you can. I thought I'll try just tapping it and seeing if I can get round, but no, you got to smash it hard.
And there's time in the lap if you do that.
Yeah, I think more than a few tenths, I think. Yeah, so but the problem is you just smash your cart to pieces and break seats, and luckily we haven't snapped a chassis. It's just a little hole, but yeah.
Right. So what's going on here then? Tell the viewers. Ash will pick it up. Let's. What repair work are we seeing?
So we split the seat after the first session from going over the curb. So we are now fiberglassing the big hole in it, hoping it holds.
Right. And you've got to continue smashing the curb.
Yeah. So if it doesn't hold, then hopefully, not hopefully, we'll have to buy another seat.
Right. Okay. Yes.
But I think fiberglass holds, doesn't it? It should do. I hope it does.
Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine, mate. It's only your bottom about an inch from the ground, remember?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I didn't realise it had snapped as we were going around until I came into the pits and the bottom of the seat was dragging across the floor, and I thought, there's a problem there. So.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you the same question I'm pretty much asking everybody. What's Sean Rudge going to be happy with on Sunday tea time?
I'll be happy with a top 10.
All right.
I'll be happy with a top 10.
Yeah.
We were 6th overall in the last session, which is nice. Just got to keep going.
Yeah.
Keep going, yeah.
I'm glad you came back to it.
Yes, I am, yeah.
Remember, when you get to my age, mate, it's still never out your blood. Thanks, Sean. Best of luck, guys. Let's have a look at one of the teams that's been quite a stalwart team to the NKC over the years, Tyro Karting. Let's have a look and see what these boys are up to. There's a bit of a debrief going on. Aidan Rudge here, he's the team boss. And we've got two competitors. Guys, what's your names and what's your numbers?
Lewis Crocker, number 43.
And you're 177 Rotax, aren't you? George Townsend, yeah. What's your number again?
167 Senior Rotax.
Right. And Aidan Rudge, you're the team boss for Tyro. Who's the best then between these two? I don't expect an answer. I'll start with you first. 177. You don't look old enough to be in the 177 class, but I need a box to get on terms with him. So that's why you're in the 177 class, because you're growing.
Yeah, I'm 6'3" and a bit. Last year I did the Junior Rotax.
Wow.
O play here. Yeah. I struggled a bit because I weighed a lot more than them lot. So I did 177. It's been good.
Yeah, and are you on the 177 mark, are you?
Yeah. At the start I had to put on a bit of weight, but I've been going gym, so I'm 177 now.
Yeah. I mean, how much difference does being overweight make? I mean, probably your team boss engineer is going to answer that one, but it makes a difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, in juniors it sucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I wouldn't say I'm a bad driver, but like when you weigh more, you're at the back, so it feels like you're doing bad, but you're not necessarily doing bad. But in 177, I'm not doing too bad.
And the age you are, it wasn't like you can go to the pub less. Yeah. You were basically just growing into an adult, and there's nothing you can do then, is there?
No, yeah, I've been going gym, so I've lost weight, but now I'm going gym to put on muscle, so my weight's going up a bit.
Right, okay.
But I'm 177, so it's not too bad.
Right. And what will you be happy with on Sunday tea time?
Hopefully I can make the A final. I haven't yet. I was close to it at Forest, but I got caught up. But hopefully the A final, but I'm not too sure.
I'll start with that question for you first, George. What's George Townsend going to be happy with on Sunday afternoon?
I'll be very happy with top 15, top 12 sort of finish. Yeah, make my day. Yeah.
That's easier than it sounds, doesn't it? Because mixed grids, it's a bit of a lottery, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it all depends on the luck of your grid positions, just sort of where you're starting out, if you keep out of trouble, and then just how far forward you can get.
What's the mindset then? Then you go into a race weekend like this, it's not necessarily in your hands. So, is there anything that you can do about getting your mind right?
We came down for a test day, just sort of got some setup going, and then just sitting out, go behind the quick kids, sort of follow them around, learn anything I can, and yeah, just learn and progress, get better.
Yeah. What do you think of Whilton Mill? Is it a favourite of yours?
It's a very, very good track, yeah.
What makes it a good track?
It's just very, very technical. A lot of high-speed corners, slow-speed corners. It's got everything you need. Elevation, yeah, absolutely everything.
Do you like the chicane?
I do, yeah. Very challenging though, and it's doing my ribs in, yeah.
Yeah, it's doing everybody's head in as well. Aidan, I'll ask you firstly, how many carts are Tyro running here in the NKC?
We've got 6 of us this weekend. Right. So it's
You've
nice.
got 6 customers to keep happy.
Yeah, yeah.
And how's it going?
Yeah, it's the best we've had so far in the season. I think all the juniors are doing really well, but it's difficult to tell with tyres, who's on new tyres when. It makes quite a big difference. And then George is flying in senior, and Lewis is really stepping on now in the 177. So it's across the board, we're doing much better than we've done so far this year. So yeah, it's been pretty good.
I think at this stage everybody just wants to get on with it, and you know who's on what tyre, etc. once we start racing, isn't it?
Yeah, because some people are going new once, none. Some people go new twice, 3 times, and when you go new, you tend to go about half a second quicker. So you might be half a second off the pace, but when it gets down to Sunday, you'll be just as quick as anyone. Yeah. So it's I think we've nailed the setup now. A lot of work Friday and this morning, but we're all really happy where we are now. So we just want to get racing now. So
is being in control, in charge, if you like, and managing these amount of drivers. It's how do you manage these young guys' expectations? I mean, they come to win, don't they? How do you manage that expectation?
Yeah, it can be difficult sometimes. But it's our first year, doing this. So, we came in, hoping just to make progress throughout the year. I think it gets harder now when we're starting to be quick, and that's when it gets hard. You've got to manage my expectations a little bit. But I think, I more push them to expect more and want more rather than kind of settle with where they're at. So I prefer that kind of attitude in a driver than being happy with, kind of middle of the A. You want to be front of the A. So.
Yeah. You have race experience yourself. Yeah, I thought that.
Yeah.
Tell us what you raced.
Yeah, I've done everything. I occasionally I come out of retirement now, but Rose Tax X30 I do.
Yeah, that's my age. I came out of retirement as well, so you never lose it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I've raced all sorts, but this kind of keeps me busy, so I'll just do this mostly. But
absolutely. George, who's this? Who's Discover Parks? I think we should mention them.
So Discover Parks, they're a holiday park based in just Herefordshire, that kind of area. Right. And they just have holiday homes, caravans, tenting, everything kind of like that. They sponsored me. They wanted to know what they could do to help, and they paid for my suit. They got their sponsor on the front, sponsor on the back, and they really helped me out, especially through last year and start this year.
Great stuff. Everybody, Discover Parks, worth a look. Keeping George racing. And if it's not like George racing, we have got nothing to live stream. So, guys, wish Tyro and everybody the best of luck. If you're looking for a team, Tyro Karting, why not? Great setup, lots of activity, and here's to a good weekend, boys. Thank you. So first round of the Northern Cup part of the NKC Championship, but here we are at round 4. But a newcomer to the series is a driver that I kind of know pretty well, is Bella McConville. Bella, I'm so delighted to have you in the NKC at last. Tell the viewers though, where did this karting journey start for you?
So I started in team sport and I just did some rounds there, and then
that's the indoor place, is it? Is that the one at Newcastle?
Yeah. And then I did the BIKC, the indoor British. Yeah, and I won the local and regional, and then I did the final. And then I started doing some, club rounds at Warden Law.
Yeah.
And then last year I did the UKC.
Yeah, and have you been doing some UKC rounds this year as well?
Yeah. I did Warden, Kimbolton, and I'm doing Rower, I think.
So what has brought Bella McConville from the UKC, and here she is at the Junction 6 NKC? What's brought you here then?
Well, I got told about it, and I like the look of it, and I like the tracks that they did, and it's a lot more affordable than...
Yeah, your dad particularly likes the tyre regs, doesn't he?
Yeah.
One set for 3 rounds.
Yeah, because the tyre, they're a lot cheaper and they last a lot longer as well, so they're much better.
Yeah. So you're in for the next 3 rounds then for the series?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Your favourite track has got to be your home track, is it?
Yeah, Warden Law.
Yeah, so you're going to finish off the season there. You're going to go to Three Sisters, but here we are at Whilton Mill. What's your thoughts on Whilton Mill? Have you been here before?
Yeah, I did the IPKC here.
All right.
Yeah, I like the track.
Yeah.
It's a good track.
What makes it a good track?
I'm not sure, it's just I don't know.
Let me give you an idea, right? Because I like this track as well. That first corner, it's called Into Oblivion. The right-hander's called, I think the left-hander's called Oblivion, and then the right-hander's Crook. That is really fast on a Rotax, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really fast.
Yeah, and is that the best bits for you?
Yeah, I would say.
So you're a speed freak.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're here with Hunter Motorsport. Tell me, what chassis, what motor are you on?
I have a Lando Norris chassis.
Right. And the engine?
Junior Rotax.
Yeah. What's the engine? Who's your builder?
Vanetta.
All right, okay. So that's a local to Warnlaw as well, isn't it? Phil, your dad, is your trusty mechanic. Is he okay?
Sometimes.
Does he get everything tight and set up well?
Most of the time.
Yeah, most of the time. Have you got a story there? Remember, he's your sponsor.
No.
No, exactly. Bella, it's great to have you in the NKC. I know you're going to love it. And Bella McConville, we wish you all the very best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Always a massive feature of a Junction 6 NKC weekend is the TKM class. And Leo Crabtree here is one of the front runners in TKMs. Leo, I don't know about, I mean, you're obviously it's a favourite of yours, TKM. It's a favourite of mine. And I can't quite grasp why I love to see you guys race. Is it because the carts are slightly smaller, so you guys are able to, make passing moves a little bit easier than the Rotax classes?
Yeah, I believe there might be a few things to it. I mean, coming into this weekend, I'm a bit heavier after a 2-week holiday.
Is that a personal? Oh, where have you been? Where have you been on holiday?
It's Greece. Yeah.
Well, I would expect you not to have done anything other than put weight on.
But I feel like in this type of class, the weight doesn't come into account as much as it does in others. The engine's a little bit more, they're a bit easier to maintain, less maintenance. If something goes wrong, it's not usually that bad. But yeah, I've always raced this since juniors, and I really enjoy racing this engine. So yeah, it's really good class to race.
So it's the TKM air-cooled motor, a very simple carburettor system on it. It's they've got electronic ignition on them these days. Yeah. So what exactly do you fiddle with, if that's the term, over the course of a race weekend?
In terms of setup with the carbs, just it's a simple case of just making sure the carb's clean, as simple as it sounds. Regards to setup, you're always checking your micron to make sure that your revs are right. If you're off in your lap time, then why? You're always looking at pressures, width. There's my input as well as my dad's. It's like a bit of a dad and son thing. Right. So, as much as we've always thought about going in a team, I think we managed, as we are. So, no, I really enjoy it. I enjoy the weekend away as much as I do, on and off the track. So. Yes. Yeah. No, it means a lot to get away for the weekend, just spend it doing this.
I also remember playing around with exhaust lengths. Is that still a thing?
It's nothing that we do. No, in regards to the exhaust flex, in extreme conditions you're meant to change it, but we've never changed stuff like that. Right, really? We change it over time if it wears down a bit. Just put a new one in. But other than that, no, we don't mess with that.
You're a good salesman for this class, actually. The less fiddling. So you've basically got a chassis set up and an engine that needs the least amount of fiddling.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Like I say, we've only had it rebuilt for this round, and a few piston rings and a few little other bits, that's all it needed.
Do you play with a mixture screw on track?
No. On track.
Does anybody play with that? Because that used to be a thing when I raced these kinds of motors.
Yeah, I don't trust myself to do it.
Yeah, neither did I hated it. Ash, if you come round here, I want to show the viewers what I'm talking about. So this screw here, that's a mixture screw. And when you turn it in, it leans the fuel air mixture into the engine. So when you're driving around the track, you put your right hand down and you play with that. Leo was like me. I hated doing it. Leo doesn't need to do it. Leo, you prove that that's not a necessity to do well at TKM racing.
No, it's not. But at the end of the day, if you set your carburetor on going on track, then it's always good to know the little tweaks you need to make. It's only a slight adjustment, but I've seen it before where people have made too big of an adjustment, seize the engine, and it's not worth the risk. Usually we try and get it bob on before. Yeah. We run it quite neutral, like I say, on the rich side, not on the not too lean. And we've never usually had a problem with the carb and jet settings as such. So yeah.
Whilton Mill, challenging track as ever. It is to those Rotax boys. What's it like in the TKM?
Not nice at all, especially with the new little layout.
I was going to ask you about the chicane.
Yeah, I've not actually driven around this track with this new layout yet. It's the first time today. It's changed a few things. In regards to pressures, usually we'd run quite low, but we've gone up with the pressures this time. Yeah, it's quite a physical circuit now, and like I say, the actual setup of the engine, the teeth on the sprocket, it's just all changed. It's a new circuit to me now with this new little change in.
So has that chicane made a massive difference in that final corner? Are you having to punch out of a really slow bit of track?
Yeah, it's quite challenging. I'm still struggling to get it to get it consistently right every lap. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to get it right every single lap, but I'm going to try my best. Yeah. And that's the only corner I'm really battling at the moment. So yeah, it's quite physical. It's quite a big curve. I think it's quite unnecessary big, but if it improves the safety, then that's the main thing, isn't it? So yeah.
Everybody's racing on the same track, Leo. Wish you all the very best of luck, mate. Have a great weekend.
Cheers,
Thank you.
ready.
Should have 9. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a nice lunch break. We are about to go back racing. We get into the important bit now. It's the C final for junior road tax that have just taken to the track, and we've got 6 carts that have come out to qualify for 4 places, 4 qualifying places to take them into the B final. We had Oakley Garthwaite on the pole position after a technical problem got him disqualified from that very fine drive in his 3rd heat. Lovely drive from him, and that was a bit unfortunate. Not quite sure of the details there. Ethan Waters alongside George Theobald and Oscar Pitt are on row 2, and then we've got Lucy Lovell and Jacob Anslow. So it's all about the first 4, Nick. Here we go.
I kind of feel that Oakley Garthwaite is going to be one of them. He's had some issues with disqualifications and bad luck, and there's only 5 of them. It's Oakley Garthwaite and 5 others in this heat.
I think we should see Oakley disappear on his Carlos Sainz 55, shouldn't we? The rest of them, though, that's a cracking little 5-card battle that have swapped places about 4 times before they even got to Christmas.
Yeah, going particularly well, sweeping round through Ashby for the first time. Lots of scrapping in all these cars.
Oh, we've got a contact there, side-by-side action with the 54 of George Theobald, and I think that was Oscar Pitt getting it all wrong. Side-by-side action, forcing one of the drivers onto the grass there. Just tried round the outside at Parker, and it was it George? Was it the number 285 of Oscar Pitt? It was, who got it all wrong, ended up on the grass.
Off the line, lap gone down. It's Garthwaite from Anslow, from Waters, from Theobald. Currently it's Lucy Lovell and Oscar Pitt who are not bumping up. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that all-important 4th place there as Lucy tries to settle down and get on with it. And she's down the inside at Inkermans, and that was a beautiful move on Theobald. Theobald caught napping there. Remember, C final, 6 minutes and 1 lap. A little bit short a time to get on with it. Garthwaite, I should say. Oakley Garthwaite has disappeared. Anslow's gone with him. Ethan Waters is in 3rd. And then this battle here. This is the one that's all important. It's the final qualifying position. And right now it's Lucy Lovell in that position. Yeah, I think it's the case really that what Garthwaite needs to do now he's got ahead is use as little of his tyre as possible for the remaining few laps. I mean, in fairness, Garthwaite, you did say the C finals were pointless, but in fairness, Garthwaite does have a chance of running through the whole of the B final and qualifying for the A. If you said what's going to happen.
Well, I think we've got quite a lot of qualifiers in the B final. So to get from 34th place,
telling you now he's going to qualify.
Oh, really? Do you want to put some money on it?
I'll put Sunderland's 4-0 victory on it.
No. Let's put 20 quid on it.
Can't condone
gambling on air.
No.
What are you talking about?
It's a sportsman's bet.
Yes. The sports. We'll bet havens.
Oh, I've got 100 havens just in my back pocket.
Excellent. So Lucy pulling away. Lucy Lovell. It's Dad James that is no slouch himself in a kart. At Whilton Mill, actually, wasn't it, for last year's mechanics race? And Lucy consolidating that 4th place. Garthwaite's pulled a 3-second lead already. Oh, Lucy getting it all wrong on the grass there, but manages to hang on, heavy on the brakes, using the rear axle to rotate the kart. And she's pulled a little bit of a gap to George Theobald and Oscar Pitt, but they are laying in waiting, aren't they?
Yep, it's all getting quite close. Well, I say getting quite close. There is effectively 3 races going on here. There's a race for first, which has been won by Oakley Garthwaite. Then you've got the 2nd and 3rd battle between Ainslow and Waters. But then we've got this final bump-up position, Lovell and Theobald. Ooh.
Out of the final turn, then goes Lucy. She looks over her shoulder. There's George and Oscar following her through. Not that far away, are they? And you know what? If Lucy makes... there's somebody off. Are off with 14. A problem.
That's Jacob Anslow just gone off the track.
3rd place kart. Strange place to go off there, Nick. And I'm not sure whether that was a mechanical issue that took him off.
I don't know. We saw the end of it. He's off up on the run towards Christmas. He's walking away.
Yeah.
Looks seems to be rejected. Well, obviously, it's probably the end of a very poor weekend.
Yeah, just you
used the word before, character building. It's a character building weekend.
It is.
But it now means that we have 4 from 5 will bump up, so it's either Oscar Pitt or George Theobald who will miss out.
Yeah, and it's that yellow liveried kart against the blue and white one there. The 54 is George Theobald, and he moves into 4th with the demise of Jacob, unfortunately. kind of epitomising his weekend, probably that retirement.
Yeah,
the forlorn-looking cart on the side of the track there.
Just going to rescue it now. But in this glorious sunshine here at Whilton Mill, we are just waiting to see this first one run. At 1:29 plus a lap to go. Garthwaite has pulled out 5.5 seconds, which I'm sure is nothing like what he could have pulled out if he wanted to.
Yeah, here we go.
And now it's all on for the final bump-up place.
Oscar Pitt challenging down the inside into the boot, and Oscar Pitt goes into fourth and qualifying to the B final at the moment.
It's down to Theobald to come back and do to him what he had done by Oscar into oblivion, and then through round Crook, and they'll come power up the hill towards Christmas Corner. The two of them fighting that final bump-up place, the B final. Don't forget, Opie Garthwaite is so far away that he's currently in different postcodes.
Yeah, 6.5 seconds actually. 6.5 seconds away from Ethan Waters, who's the second of our qualifiers from the C final. Lucy Lovell will qualify third, and at the moment, Oscar Pitt is beginning to pull away from George Theobald.
Yeah, it looks like it took a while to get past him, and then I don't know whether he said when he saw Jacob Anslow fall off, he went, "Oh, hang on, I've got a chance to bump up," and just went for it. But he'd been sitting behind prior to that, not particularly pushing.
Just a shame that only two of the drivers won't continue. But we've got to draw the line somewhere. We can only have a maximum of, I think, 34 carts out on track at Whilton Mill. So he's coming back, isn't he? Theobald coming back. It's going to be the 1 lap to go board for Oakley next time through. He's already at Chapman, so he'll come out of the left-hander at Chapman, hits the right-hand curb there, and then onto the back straight. Meanwhile, this 4th and 5th place race is coming right down to the wire because George Theobald is not done yet. He's coming back at him. These guys just showboating for us or something.
No idea.
They've come back and it's going to be a squabble to the flag.
Looking like it.
Tremendous stuff. Oh, he's took him. Theobald ahead, and Oscar Pitt will go into the final lap of this C final qualifier in 5th place. And Oscar looked like he had it in the bag, didn't he? He looked like he'd gone forward, and that's a bizarre state of affairs.
Right through. Suddenly, Theobald discovers his pace again. They're on the last lap and they're fighting through this final. And it's going back again. It's all happening now. Oh, they're both off the circuit, but way off the circuit further is Pitt. He won't come back from that. I don't know where he's going. He's gone to a different part of the track entirely by the looks of it.
Oh,
anyway,
he's going to let him through, though, isn't he? Or else he's going to let him through, and he can't really argue that one. He might, even if he was to come back at him now. And I think there might be a chance.
Yes, he's not happy. There's some not happiness about this.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was about.
That was not happiness.
No.
There's some very unhappy people.
I'm not sure that was deliberate, actually, Nick.
Really?
I think he got caught out in the chicane by George braking. So that is Oakley Garthwaite through to the back end of the B final. Ethan Waters will join him alongside. And then we've got Lucy Lovell and George Theobald, the other qualifiers. Oscar Pitt, unfortunately, his weekend is over, as is Jacob Anslow, who we lost on the 4th lap. We saw him pulling off. Right then, what have we got next? It is the C final for senior Rotax, which I'm not sure we have indeed got any need for. Nick, can you just check that are we having a C final for seniors? Right, still waiting for word. Just heard that. We don't know yet whether or not we are going to sort out a C final. So as we wait for word, just to give everybody a reminder of where we are off to next for the Junction 6 NKC, we've got to wait about a month's time, 20th and 22nd of September, round 5 of the overall Junction 6 NKC for 2024. Takes us to Three Sisters. Three Sisters, not far from Wigan. I know there's been some deliberation as to that's not the nearest town, but it's near Wigan in the northwest. And from there, round 6, the 6th and final round
will be up at Warnlaw in the northeast, just on the northeast coast, just south of Sunderland, and literally 2 miles from my door. So I'm happy to have the NKC, delighted to have the NKC at last coming to my home track. It's one of the best facilities in the country, arguably. Well, not on my head, it's not arguable at all. This round and the further 2 rounds to finish off the season, of course, qualify everybody for the Northern Cup. We've already had the 3 rounds of the Southern Cup. We've crowned our champions with rounds that kicked off the 2024 Junction 6 season. We started off at Clay Pigeon. We went to Forest Edge, another new venue for the NKC. Beautiful little picturesque track in the south of England. And then we went down to Devon, where the Dunkerswell track looks ever splendid, with new owners taking over the track there, and looking like it's had a massive hairdo actually. Everywhere freshly painted, new signage, and a lot of effort going into the people down there. Christian and his staff down there at Dunkerswell made us all feel very welcome, and it was a cracking meeting to round off round 3, and a cracking meeting to round off the Southern Cup, where we saw Jaden Sherwood take maximum points to take the Southern Cup Championship. That was for the Junior Rotax honours. Kieran Gifford took Senior Rotax, also at Dunkerswell. And then the Senior Rotax 177s, well, that was won by Ryan Taylor-Truman. And the Rotax 177 Masters was taken by Scott Clee. So great drive from those gentlemen there. Mitchell Ball took Southern Cup honours in Senior TKM. And it was Jim King, the old stalwart of the NKC. Jim King, Kart 20 in Senior TKM Masters. They are Southern Cup winners for 2024. Great idea when it was launched at the beginning of this season. I wasn't sure how it would pan out, but I think it's a great idea. First 3 rounds in the south of England. Next 3 rounds, Wilton Mill, you would never class Wilton Mill as the north of England. However, it's certainly north of the 3 tracks we visited first. And Wilton Mill, it would be remiss of any national series not to visit Wilton Mill at least once in the year. Great track here, great facilities, great bar, dare I whisper it, which we haven't actually had a chance or time to actually try out, which is certainly a bit remiss of us. So with the sun shining, the temperature has remained at about a steady 23 degrees. We've got a lovely cooling breeze that's keeping the temperature from rising any further. It's not stopped the tarmac here at Wilton Mill heating up to a further balmy 34, 35 degrees, I'm being told by people with that's had their track thermometers going. So a lot of heat, a lot of grip in the tarmac today, and thankfully for a change we've got a nice, dry, consistent race meeting. It was always one of my pet hates when I was competing, to have a wet, dry kind of event. One, you're constantly changing tyres, and 2, it just if it's going to stay wet, let it stay wet. If it's going to be wet, I should say, let it stay wet, or let it be dry. Let's not mix it up. So senior. So what, Nick? Will you just shout over me there?
Obviously, it's what I do. It's my job.
Senior Rotax C final out on the track.
How many we got?
We've got 6 drivers, so again 6 to qualify for 4 places. That will go forward into the B final. Paulo Nunes Aranda brings the field around with Elliot Barrow behind him on the 97. We've then got Harry Wright, Ollie Rowley, Farad Arian, and Oliver Atkinson is the last of the qualifiers. So 6 carts take to the track. It's the same scene as the juniors, Nick, where we've got 4 qualifying positions. So 6 drivers will fight it out for 4 qualification places.
And they are looking a bit more fighty, to be honest.
Yeah, well, you've got to be, haven't you? I mean, you know, you've whether you're there by luck or bad luck, I should say. You'd never be there by luck. But if you're there by bad luck, then you want to maximise your afternoon's racing. It's obviously putting another 6 minutes and 1 lap of tyre wear on your tyres.
They're praying for rain now for the other 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Here we go. And they're off and away into oblivion. And now it's certainly competitive, these 6 chaps, as they spin now and move up the hill. And it's a nice early break. I think it's for Paulo Nunes Aranda, who I think also has been I've seen him turning up here a couple of times. So I think it may have been a difficult day so far for Paulo. Elliot Barrel, Wright, Rowley, Axon and Farad Arian. I think is it Arian who's been slightly dropped to the back? I'm not quite sure. We get a chance they come underneath us to see the numbers.
Yeah, they're all together though, aren't they? You've got a pretty much a 6-cart train there into Chapman for the first time. Out onto the back straight, just across the way from us.
Up
We've
the
got
inside,
side by side
move there. Up the inside has gone the 97 of Elliot Barrel to take the lead.
Coming back side by side.
Getting a bit tight.
Coming out of the boot there towards the Nouvelle chicane. It was side by side. That's the Coles Racing. Elliot Barrel, that leads. Then Paulo Nunes Aranda down to second. Harry Wright, Ollie Rowley, the driver who's in the most jeopardy there, the number 149.
Paulo back in the lead. Swapping around. Actually,
great stuff,
doesn't
isn't it?
necessarily helps them, but obviously, as it's top 4 is all that matters. So I think there's 5 of them with the chance. I mean, Farage is a tiny little bit off the pace. I think a couple of tenths, a couple of 3 tenths off the pace. Now I think he's being able to stay on the tail because they are slowing each other down.
Yeah,
Nunes has decided to really kind of make a break or try to.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a wake-up call, that Coles driver getting through there, hasn't he? That's the jeopardy point, though, the number 149, Ollie Rowley. He's got Oliver Atkinson right on his tail now, and Oliver looks very racy indeed.
I mean, some people end up in the C final. Actually, it's often not the slowest. People had a bad weekend.
That's
or
what I mean.
Or a disqualification is the key thing.
Here we go.
You failed for something for weight.
Side by side again, as Elliot Barrel goes down the inside, an outbreaking manoeuvre there. And Paulo Nunes Aranda almost falling foul and losing 2 spots. He comes back at him.
And this is helping everyone stay in contention. These 5 are not being lost. And now around the outside of Barrel, is that Harry Wright who's taken that? Was that Ollie Rowley? No, it's a 47. So it's a
42. Harry Wright.
Numbers. Can't read this time of the day.
Yeah, 42, Harry Wright. Who's that? That's ended up at the back. There's Oliver Atkinson. He's through into qualifying position. He's through into third now. There's Ollie Rowley back down to fourth, and it's
Paulo got the back.
It is. I think it's Paulo Nunes Aranda that's ended up in 5th place.
5th place, yeah, not the back.
Incredible.
So he was leading.
He was leading, and he's gone to 5th place now, and not qualifying for the B.
Up the hill, Barrel and Wright really just need to work together at this point. Nunes tried to get the inside there of Rowley, and that wasn't happening. Rowley said, "No, thank you very much. I would quite like to have another race later on in the B final and try and get a few more points to the championship."
Incredible to think that just in the blink of an eye, you end up losing all of your momentum, and you end up having been in a commanding, sort of challenging position for the lead. You end up in 5th place and struggling really to hang on to it. That's the battle for the lead. Elliot Barrel and Harry Wright, they'll go at it hammer and tongs. There's Oliver Atkinson in 3rd, but it's the card behind who we perhaps need to focus on. That orange helmet in 4th place there. The orange helmet of Ollie Rowley beginning to edge away from Paulo Nunes Aranda, I'd say, Nick.
Yep, I think at this point it's looking good for Rowley. I don't know what's happened to Nunes Aranda's pace, because he was quick and he was pulling away, and now I don't know whether he's got a minor mechanical issue or he's just a bit sad.
We have seen a bit of side-on-side contact, haven't we?
Really damage, because there's 3 away. Barrel, Wright and Atkinson are away, and now it's just about whether Rowley can continue this lead. There he is, Ollie Rowley getting some close focused up camera action there from Ash, so he can take that and he can show it to his sponsors and not mention what race it was. He hops through the he'll need some sponsors to remember the damage from that chicane bump. But Nunes Aranda having some issues, don't know what they are, and Farad Arian bringing up the rear, but not horrendously at the back.
Into Christmas then, and it looks pretty comfortable, doesn't it, for Ollie Rowley? Coming up to 1 minute and 30 seconds and 90 seconds of this C final is where we are at the moment.
Top 3 looking quite relaxed in their position, don't they?
They are, aren't they? Elliot Barrel's got a lead of about half a second, 2 tenths between Harry Wright in 2nd and Oliver Atkinson in 3rd. Then we've got just over a second before that man there comes through, Ollie Rowley, and Ollie has got about 8 tenths before Paulo Nunes Aranda. Farad Arian has fallen behind by about 1.3 seconds off the back of Nunes Aranda. Yeah, it's down to a second. He's pulling away, isn't he? Ollie Rowley looking ever more comfortable. If anything, he's almost being dragged along by Harry Wright. And if he can just start feeling the toe from the number 42 in front of him, that will put pay to Paulo Nunes Aranda's challenge of qualifying for the B final.
Yeah, I think that's... I don't know. My guess is something's not quite right in that car. Something's got slightly bent, because you don't go from being the equal fastest person in the heat to falling off the back just because, you know, it's 2 minutes later. He had some side-to-side contact, something maybe slightly awry, and much like we've seen some people who when they start braking, saying that the car isn't braking in a straight line. Those sort of things obviously affect your confidence and you go down a pace level. But the point about this is it's not all over, because if for example, Rowley and Wright decide to have a bit of a scrap and they come together, he's only a second 0.3 back, so he can make it up again and then go and bounce the car back straight again on a jig.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll have that looked at, because he really has lost a lot of pace. It's going to be the final lap board that will be shown next time by for Elliot Barrow. Coles Racing, Elliot Barrow on his way to qualify for the B final, and we will see him come out of the boot very shortly. Meanwhile, this is the comfortable qualifiers really, as we've kind of lost Nunes Aranda off the back of this group. There's your four qualifying there: Elliot Barrow, Oliver Atkinson, Harry Wright and Ollie Rowley.
So just on this last lap, it's going to take a miracle for Paulo Nunes Aranda to be able to bump up to the B final, which is in 3 races' time. Next race up will be the 177 B final, and then we'll have the junior B and the senior B. But these 4 seem quite comfortable, and they can go away, work out how to be a little bit quicker, so they can get a better position somewhere through the middle of the field within the B final. But they're going to come across the lines. They can go around the boot for the final time. Just pick up the leader. Ash just moved around for the leader. It doesn't particularly matter, but he hasn't been much and seen much. There we go. Elliot Barrow, 3 laps in, took the lead, held it ever since. Leading home Oliver Atkinson, and then the other 2 to bump up, Harry Wright and Ollie Rowley. And it's Paulo Nunes Aranda and Farad Alian who will not take any further part in the meeting. Scrutineering dependent.
Yeah, of course, all the results that we call live are provisional, of course, as we found with Oakley Garthwaite, didn't we? He had a great drive to, I think, 3rd. We've now got the B final, the first of our B finals.
177 B final, yeah, which will be a full field.
I haven't got. Oh yes, I have. I've got great. Yeah, let's see who's qualified. I'm just going to refresh my page, Nick.
Exciting.
Senior Rotax 177 B finals, and Joanne is going to be a little bit disappointed but delighted in a way, because at the front of this grid will be Stephen Mottram.
Yeah. Got
30 karts that have qualified or that have not qualified for the A final, is how I should put it. So 30 karts.
No, it'll be 34 because you're going to add the 4. Oh, there's no bump up. Sorry, not this one. There's no bump up. It's a good point. Sorry.
Yes, you're ahead of yourselves.
Well, it happens all the time. You know that.
Yeah. So 30 karts are going to be racing for 4 positions. And just have a look at that. Stephen Mottram and Daniel Hammett, they are on the front row. There's Stephen Mottram in the 777 there, the Lando Norris kart.
He's got massive ears.
Will Milner and Keith Mason share row 2. We've then got Rob Simpson and Nicholas Walker. George Willis and Stephen Horner on row 4. Josh Howard and Zach Fontenot are on row 5. Lewis Crocker and Billy Clark are on row 6. Row 7 is Tyler Kelsey and Josh Gunstable. Tyler Fossey and Alfie Williams are next up. And then on row 9, Dan Millward and Chris Abraham. Jack Sweeting, Tonino Machichi. Kieran Thompson and Dennis Treziak. Thomas Burchard and Tim Darlow on row 12. Row 13, Nathan Wells and Matthew Lear. Alfie Anderson and Lawrence Hilton are next up. And row 15, rounding off a 30 kart field, Dave Nolan and James O'Keefe. So there you have it. This is going to be intense. So, Frank, Ash, remember, it's the 4th place.
They're all seasoned RC camera people. They know what's going
I'm
on.
Using the communication with our cameramen to inform the public of that little fact.
Right.
All about that 4th place.
There we go.
Here we go then. It's all about getting a little bit of extra seat time. Is Joanne still with us?
Possibly.
Mr. Shadow's got nothing to say.
9 times. It's been very impressive to watch number 77 Francis Horn climbing the leaderboard throughout the day. I understand he's the youngest on the track. Very impressive. I think he's the youngest. I think he's the youngest in heavyweight. I think he's the youngest in heavyweight. I think.
Is he a junior driver?
No, I think he's heavyweight. I think he's the youngest heavyweight. I think. I could be wrong.
All right, interesting.
Tell
us how old he is, Alan, please.
He's 106.
Who Alan is?
I wonder who the oldest active karter is.
Well, I'll tell you who could be. Jim King in the TKMs.
Oh, God, yeah, Jim's 70, isn't he?
Jim, yeah. Is he 70?
You told me he was 70.
I'm not sure, is he?
You told me.
That fact.
You interviewed him at Forest
I did,
Head,
yeah.
and you told me he's 70. I don't know if he is 70. You told me he was.
Jim, if you are...
he's in his 60s, definitely.
Yeah. He's clearly mental.
Yes,
to be still
ridiculous.
Racing a TKM and winning the Southern Cup, by the way, for TKM Masters. Here we go. Let's go. Stephen Mottram, Daniel Hammett leading the field round. That's a good orderly grid there. And away they go, and Mottram gets off in front.
Yeah, bad start from the other side of the front row. I think this car speared off the left there on the camera. Oh, he's out, he's off. He's as well. You can see he was off on the grass, and they've got pretty much a full field streaking round here.
It's not Will Milner on the 49.
Oh, it's all gone horribly wrong there.
All sorts of consternation.
All sorts of carnage.
Yes, this is
more carnage.
Yeah, that's going to split the field, isn't it?
Do we ever hear the carnage?
We've got...
the carnage cam.
We've now got a split field, haven't we, with three
this
cars.
Is the first part of the carnage. The second part of the carnage. This is the turning round carnage. Dear, oh dear.
Yeah.
So, massively in the lead is Stephen Mottram. So, good news there for Stephen Mottram fans. As Jenny Thomas says, good luck. I don't know if he's got Dan Millward. Jenny Thomas says, Dan Millward, who is starting where? Was 15th. Goodness only knows where he'll be, because there's been a lot of kerfufflage. Second place is Daniel Hammett, I think. And then we've got Steve Horner. And then Zach Fontenot currently the last of the bump-uppers. There are a few people who've moved around.
Incredible, Nick, that Stephen Horner actually won a heat on the road. He won a heat by miles. I'm not sure if he did take that, or he didn't have. He did have two more finishes.
A bumper penalty and a good one. Yeah, all very, very close. Right, that's your second, third, and fourth. Fifth is just off the back of it, which is the blue and white of Simpson. There's Simpson on camera there. In the sort of the middle of the frame. Behind him is a trainer Carts who wants his fifth place, but he needs that fourth place that's ahead of him.
So these races are 8 minutes and one lap, just like a normal heat. This is the B final, though. And there's Stephen Horner getting absolutely knocked about.
No, so was that Hammett going into? Was that Horner going to Hammett?
That was Horner coming around the outside of Hammett.
Oh, right.
And Horner's now into second place. And Horner will now chase off after Stevie Mottram.
Well, Stevie Mottram's had an absolute bonzer of the first few laps here. Oh, that's a change for fifth. And into fifth now, and therefore first non-qualifier has gone the 1-1-2,
yeah, he's missing. It's the battle of the Stevens from the northeast at the front of the field.
It's not really a match
from Horner. No, Daniel Hammett, Zach Fontenot, Keith Mason now into fifth. Now, can Keith Mason catch that cart ahead of him? Zach Fontenot is the driver that is
no, he's not, because Fontenot's now gone up a position. Fontenot's now in third.
So it's Daniel Hammett then who's in fourth.
And that gap's not enormous either. There goes Fontenot. There we go. There's a beautiful illustration there on the curb cam as you watch them all come through. But so the 1-1-2 there going away from us. It must be the 1-2-2. It must be Keith Mason. It can't be the 1-1-2.
No, it's 1-2-2.
Yes. I can't put new numbers on now. Hard as seeing as it is.
He's coming on and look. He's catching Daniel Hammett, and he's going to very soon have Keith Mason for company.
That does
very
say
soon.
1-1-2. That does not say 1-2-2. It says 1-1-2. And Fontenot's off. Oh dear! Out from third place goes Fontenot.
Oh, that's going to give Keith Mason that position there. The red and white cart, the LRG Motorsport cart of Keith Mason, is now the final qualifier. He's in that fourth spot. And it's George Willis and Josh Howard who are chasing him down. The number 153 and the number 34. That's where it's at right now.
So, coming up towards Christmas Corner, Mottram happily away, Horner also away, but up the inside goes the 153.
Horner is catching Stephen Mottram for the lead of this, but Keith Mason has lost out 2 positions. 1 position, gets 1 back. But it's George Willis who's now in that 4th spot.
And that's the only spot that matters really. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th.
If it stays like this, Keith is going to fall as the
first
non-finisher.
The first
non-qualifier, yeah.
So Keith Mason right in the wheel tracks at that 1.53 of George Willis. They changed last time round. There's no great difference in speed. I wouldn't think it's all down to a bit of racecraft and a bit of luck. Now can Mason get himself back into the slipstream?
He's coming.
Oh no, change the lead. So Horner's
yeah.
taken Mottram. I know, but really that doesn't matter. They're both still bumping up.
No, they're bumping up. I'm sure Stephen Mottram wanted bragging rights though, as does Stephen Horner. That's why there's a change for the lead. But Stephen Horner's proved that he's capable of winning a heat. He did earlier on in fine style. He's so off now ahead of Mottram.
4 and 5 right together now. 1.53 and 1.12. They've absolutely nailed themselves next to each other, but it's really whether Mason can make a move with the LRG machine. And in some parts of the track, Joey looks close. In some parts, the track looks further away.
Let's see if Keith can get into that tour. He doesn't. He's not as quick through Oblivion and Crook. And if anything, Lewis Crocker looks even closer to him. He's on the tail of the 153. He seems to close up through the infield sections and then loses out through, or he did indeed lose out there through the first turn sequence of Oblivion, the left-hander, and then Crook, the right-hander. And now he uses all of the lap to get back on terms. 2.5 minutes remaining.
He drops right off during that part of the section, doesn't he?
Yeah, he has. He's dropped well off, yeah. And
yet needs to find some pace in these last couple of minutes, or he is going to have to pack his awning up and stick his car in the back of his Ford Sierra and go home.
Here they come then, and he's dropped off the previous lap. He was right on his tail at this point.
And it looks like he's more likely to lose fifth than he is to gain fourth. 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's 5 and 6, but there's a battle now.
Yeah, they split off
and
in
up
there.
The inside, beautiful move.
Josh
Howard, but Howard now has got an issue. He's got to try and make up a second and a half in 2 minutes.
I mean, that's doable. He's had pace. He's had enough pace to come back at Keith Mason and get by. But whether or not he's got time to close that gap with George Willis. So Stephen Horner leads, and he's at the boot already. Stephen Mottram following him through a little bit further back, and then a huge gap of, 2.7 seconds to Daniel Hammett in third. And then we've got George Willis in fourth, being chased down now by Josh Howard, who has now gone up to fifth place.
9/10 of a second he has to make up, Joe, over the next 3 laps or so. That's your second and third. Fourth and fifth.
And time is ticking by with every word we speak. Time is running out for Josh Howard to get on terms and pass George Willis. Number 34, fifth place at the moment, and with the lap times of Josh Howard slightly slower actually than the fourth place George Willis. So I'm not sure this is going to happen, Nick. It's I think we've got 4 comfortable qualifiers going into the penultimate lap.
1, 2, 3, 4, fourth in space.
I think it's going to be the 1 lap scoreboard next time by for Stephen Horner. Shall we pick him up?
I think we will get the 1 lap to go. Let's just move forward to the battle. That's the only battle on the track at the moment. It doesn't mean an awful lot. Third and fourth, but they could hit each other and take each other off.
That's true. That is very true.
There could be a complete miscommunication resulting in some severe altercation.
I'm pretty sure they'll know where they are in the scheme of things and know that they've, discretion being the better part of
valor. There's not a lot. These guys haven't got a lot of experience of B-final racing.
Well, it's not that, but you know where you are in the race. Final lap is shown at the start-finish straight.
Yeah.
And there's the third and fourth place carts across the line now.
Yeah, let's take our leader, shall we, for a few corners. Give Steve Horner some love. He's comprehensively got past Steve Mottram, who started brilliantly. And that's going to please a number of people on the stream. People there, a couple of drivers already at the side of the track. Attrition seems a bit higher in these B finals.
We will see these drivers back out in the B final, albeit they'll be towards the back of the B final. Sorry, the A final. So Stephen, the 2 Stephens will be getting another race out of their race weekend. Stephen Horner, Stephen Mottram, as will Daniel Hammett and George Willis, if nothing goes horribly wrong in these final few corners. And there's Stephen Horner taking the checkered flag in fine style. There's the 777 numbered Stephen Mottram. Daniel Hammett qualifies in third, and then the final qualifier for the year final, George Willis. Behind them, Josh Howard, Nathan Wells, Keith Mason, Lewis Crocker, Tim Darlow, Tyler Kelsey. Across the line now has gone Tyler Fossey, Dan Millward, Josh Constable, Jack Sweeting. Here comes Thomas Burchard and Billy Clark, the last of the finishers.
Lots of people didn't make the trip.
Yeah, we lost Billy. We lost Zach Fontenot and Kieran Thompson on lap 3. Rob Simpson and Will Milner. Rob Simpson on lap 2. Will Milner, Alfie Williams, Tonino Machichi, Dennis Jerziak, and Matthew Lear all went out in that kerfuffle.
It was a double kerfuffle. It was a couple at Christmas and a sub kerfuffle at Inkerman's. How many kerfuffles can you have in one? I must say, I think it's interesting. I don't remember us saying kerfuffle very much, and it's about the only thing we've said at Wilton Mill this weekend.
It's been quite a few kerfuffles.
It's been very kerfuffleage. And I think I've made it a verb. I think I've made it an adjective. A whole lot. If I knew more parts of English language, my grammar wasn't quite so rusty, I could probably say more things.
Right, we've got our grid for our next final. It's the Junior B final. And we've got 34 carts
that
are going to race for 4 qualifying positions. We've got Max Greatrex on the pole, Jacob Aston alongside, Karthik McCometa and Reese Green share row 2. Got George Kay and Zauri Visarek, Michael Ambler, Daniel Clancy, Jack Theobald and Charlie Hume on row 5, Oliver Grundy and Elliot Surtees on row 6, Alex Dole, Samuel Aston, Archie Hardiman and Harvey Williams, Will Swales and Luigi Perlini. Sebastian Corking comes back to the NKC and has a character building weekend and is on the 10th row of the grid with Jaden Shearing. Carter Inskip, Clarkson, Jesse Whitmore, row 11, row 12, Jimmy Kirkbride and Ken Welsh. Bella McConville making her debut at the NKC, and again character building for Bella. She's got a bent chassis that they try to rejig, and when she brakes it pulls viciously to the left. They're going to have another bash at rejigging it for this B final. So
literally a bash.
Yeah, they're going to bash it about, and we'll see if it's any better for Bella starting 25th with Freddie Theobald alongside. Jensen Cox and Harvey Wilson start on row 14, row 15 is Harry Hadley and Harvey Lee Winteridge. And then you've got the 4 qualifiers from the C final. Oakley Garthwaite, keep an eye on him moving through the order. Nick's bet is that he will qualify from the giddy heights of 31st as a starting place. We'll keep our eyes on that.
I've been wrong before, though.
Ethan Waters, Lucy Lovell and George Theobald. Shall we say hello to the Lara family?
Yes.
Who was sat at home in Canberra.
Hello to the Crockards. Now, weirdly, despite the fact that Ash and Lara have been in item for goodness sake, 2
haven't
years
met
nearly?
them?
Hello, yeah. I haven't met them, no.
That's probably a good thing. There's a reason why Lara
That's why they're still together,
allowed that to happen.
It's, obviously, what you have to see is I'm turning this into family business. So in some way, you and I are going to get related.
And the Crockards, I'm the northern one.
You're the northern one, absolutely. That's what we need to know. And then we've got Frank, who's the American one.
We've got Frank. We don't hear Frank, though, do we?
We can do. Frank does comms for RC.
There was a guy. I forget his name now. He caught me in the paddock. He says, "It's down to you that in our household," and he's got a southern accent, right? Mm-hmm. He said, in our house, it's pronounced Rotax.
Rotax. The Rotax.
Not Rotax.
Rotax, love it.
Rotax.
It's like a motorway.
Yes. That's
potato.
Here we go then. Max Retrex, Jacob Aston.
Actually, what we should do, whilst we're saying hello to the Crockards, we should congratulate Lara's brother, whose name I've forgotten instantly. What's his name? Luke, who got ridiculously good A-levels.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which was very irritating.
He's going to be really rich, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going to be
work in the city.
Yeah.
Laura's told us all about you, Luke.
Yeah, apparently she's intending on living in your basement of your mansion.
Yeah, beside your pool.
Bad news with Ash, but hey-ho.
He's probably going to work on Wall Street, though, where the basements are horrible.
No, they're not.
Here we go, Nick. Back to reality.
No, this is fun.
Oh,
okay, we go.
No.
One more chance to talk more about Lara and Ash then.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Good luck for university, Luke.
Yes.
You've done very well.
Remember that it's a complete lie that you'll destroy your brain with drink. It's fine.
You will destroy your liver, though.
That is true. Look at these kids these days, don't drink, do they?
That's a good point. My daughter, who's now 37, she went off to Leeds University and came back an alcoholic.
Ash, when he was at Royal
Well,
Holloway.
not real alcoholic, you know what I mean?
His mother was convinced he had a drinking problem because she used to see him every Sunday. So she goes to him Sunday. He had a massively heavy Friday and Saturday and was completely unresponsive and like, ugh, and she was like, I'm really worried about that. I think he's got a drinking problem. But no, he's a student.
It's not like your wife to overthink things.
No,
not
at all. No, and I used to go, he's just a Ed, that's
just
all.
A student.
Oh, we're having pre-drinks. Oh, God. Okay.
Here we go then, guys. We're about to get underway this time because the grid has caught up. This is the B final. It's all about the first 4 places for that all-important A final, and we are racing.
34 took the lead.
Into oblivion.
Raiderix took it. And we've got 2 spinning out wide. Now they'll be out. Even though they're covered, there'll be nowhere to get back forward. 5 wide and a beautiful. Oh, I said a beautiful move.
Nearly happened.
And that's all gone horribly wrong. And
yeah.
There's lots of clippage. And it was a cart in the middle that lost it, just held it, but then caused a problem. I think
this is the cart.
Yeah,
got a nudge. Got helped.
The green and the blue.
Got helped. Got
and then
nudged.
he's in the wrong place, and everyone else checks up behind him.
But they were braking at the
it's
very
not his
last.
Fault.
They're on relatively cold tyres, and he got helped.
Yeah.
And I can't remember the number of what it was.
No, because he's gone in the middle. I think when he comes past on the colours.
All right, okay.
I think it's the guy in 4th.
Right, that's our first and second drivers there.
34 from that one. I think it was the 32 car that was involved in that. It was Kasperi Rizicek. I think it was. I'm not going to say he didn't do anything wrong, by the way. I think he was just the kind of the opposite of the cork in the bottle. He was the cork bottling up the other cork.
Right, that's second. That's third and fourth there. That's the important position there, and that's Daniel Clancy and Zauri Visarek. Reece Green is the driver in 5th place, just out of qualification position. And with him is Karthik Kumeta. Karthik is in the bright red car.
Pure
there.
red, one that's easy to see.
So that's 71, the number 71, Reece Green. He's trying to catch Visarek, and we'll try and catch him and get past him. Remember, these are 12 to 16 years old, these drivers in Junior Rotax.
Reece Green. Oh, look at them come through. The multicoloured, multi-damage environment.
Oh, Visarek looking very racy. He's going to get in the tour towards Christmas Corner now, and Visarek pulls out on the brakes. Last of the late breakers, side by side. It's going to allow Reece Green in. If he can do the switch back down to Ashby, he's got the line. He's got the line into the braking area. And Reece Green, the supplier of his dad's Christmas birthday cake today.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah,
happy birthday, Chris. He's 50 years old.
I have to say something to you right now. 12th place, Oakley Garthwaite.
Oh, he's coming, isn't
he?
Made
up 19 places in 2 laps. It helped, obviously, there was a lot of kerfuffleage, but there are some gaps, unfortunately.
He's only 5.8 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, but the first 2 are away. Matt Greatrix and Jacob Austin really should qualify. This is the battle 3, 4, 5, 6. 333, Daniel Clancy, Kasperi Visarek, Reece Green, then Kasperi, then Oakley up to 9th. Oakley's in 9th now.
This is exciting stuff as the first.
We shall take the 20 quid now.
The first 2 are away, Max Greatrex and Jacob Aston. 20 Havens now, mate. There's 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th coming together. And that's Clancy, Reece Green, Zauri Visarek and Karthik Kumeta. Not far behind them is Michael Ambler, Jack Theobald and Oakley Garthwaite. He's coming. The number 101 is coming through. He won a heat. He came 3rd in another heat. And he had I can't remember what happened in his first heat, but he's had a bit of a nightmare.
He jumped the chicane and lost.
That's right. Yes, he had a 10-second penalty
for not giving up enough space.
Yeah, but he's coming. Let's see where it is now. He stays in 9th place, so the job beginning to get a little bit harder. However, he goes purple on his lap time, 47.057.
I think he's actually 8th. I think there's just a slight.
He is it.
Yeah, he is it.
He's
moved it
now.
With kind of a grey area on the. You've got the upload here.
Reece Green down the inside.
All 3 of them
of Daniel Clancy and Zauri Visarek going with him.
This is helping.
Visarek ahead of Clancy. So that's now 3rd and 4th with Reece Green and Zauri Visarek. They've demoted Daniel Clancy, who now has Karthik Kumeta right on his bumper in that orange cart.
And right behind Karthik, behind him, it's Oakley Garthwaite. Oakley, there he is.
Garthwaite's got 3
in the Carlos.
Just under 4 minutes.
In the Carlos Sainz cart. You can actually see the position he needs. There's 2 carts in between it for that position, for the bump up from 31st position. It's still a huge ask because, as you pointed out, Joe, once you get towards the front, the carts are going much quicker.
Yeah, but Oakley has got the bit between his teeth, and this will be a massive achievement if he comes from the C final into and gets through.
Mistake by Reece Green.
Yeah, Reece Green slides wide, and he goes behind Viserek and Clancy. He stayed ahead of Kometa. His radiator's loose. His radiator is loose. Reece Green might catch the attention of the officials, and he might get a mechanical flag.
But look who's right behind both of them.
Here comes
the
Garthwaite.
101. It's all about Garthwaite. I know he's not in the bump up. Let's carry on looking at that Carlos Sainz car. There he is at the back. He's got to go past the pure red of Karthik Kamachi. He's got to go the slightly damaged, so probably not losing too much performance Reece Green, but that is a chain of carts, and two of those carts, I think, am I right, are going to bump up, aren't they?
Yeah, two of them, the two at the front of that train of carts there are in third and fourth place. Zauri Viserek, Daniel Clancy, Reece Green's the 71. Then we've got Karthik Kometa.
Oh, there goes another place for Oakley.
And Oakley Garthwaite size down the inside of Kometa. He's got two more carts before he qualifies. With 2.5 minutes remaining, it's all about Oakley Garthwaite and this massive achievement from the C final onto the very cusp of qualifying to the A final. I'm not sure I've ever seen this, Nick.
Two quick carts to get past, and let's just point out that only earlier today you said it was pointless.
I really did, and I would never have thought that he could have made up all those positions.
He's through.
Garthwaite goes through.
Whoa!
They've come together, and it's Clancy and Reece Green. Reece Green banging wheels with Daniel Clancy there, and coming together at Christmas Corner, and it just rolled the wheels, the rear axle of Daniel Clancy, and that has put Oakley Garthwaite into fourth.
Now the interesting thing
qualifying.
is, I think Reece Green, did you see that? I think that smoke was steam. I think that really did dislodge the radiator.
It might have been, yeah. I thought it was tyre smoke at first. And with 96 seconds remaining at the line, it's incredible that Oakley Garthwaite has now qualified to the A final.
Damn, I'm down 20 quid.
No, I'm down 20 quid. You said he did.
No, we didn't bet it, did we? Which is
Havens.
But the thing is, I mean, it's interesting because, you did very rightly say, what's the point of the C final? Well, now you find that point of the C final. When you've had a really bad day, you can still bump the A.
I would have put it back on the truck and saved me tyres. But Oakley Garthwaite's proved me wrong in fine style. The Max Greatrex and Jacob Aston pretty much disappeared at the beginning of this B final, and they will be our first two qualifiers. Then we've got Zauri Viserek, who will come across the line now. There's Garthwaite. Viserek on the 32. The gap to Garthwaite is 1.6 seconds, and it'll be an incredible feat if he can catch those carts in front of him, because that's quite a gap to make up in only 30 seconds or so. So it's going to be on the cusp of whether they get another lap, I think.
Yeah, they will. I think 53 seconds.
Yeah.
Will be fine. What they're doing, 47s. Yeah, they'll have no problem getting two.
There is the number 34. And as we continue to watch Garthwaite as our final qualifier in fourth place position, is the final qualifier.
Some lappery going on at the front.
Across the line has gone the number 34 of Max Greatrex, the number 191 of Jacob Aston. Viserek has gone through. Viserek is catching Aston. Garthwaite is catching Viserek by about the same amount. The gap is 1.3 seconds between them both. Second to third, third to fourth.
There's kind of difference in pace here. We actually had some on-pace lappery on this one. And we have again had a huge amount of attrition. We lost George Cayford, Samuel Ashton after a couple of laps. Clarkson after 2 laps. We lost Daniel Clancy, we lost Harvey Wilson, we lost Luigi Perlini. It's quite an aggressive sort of environment we've seen in these last couple of races. So this is the start of the show, but he will have to go to the back again for the A final, and it'll be interesting to see how far he can get up the A final. Obviously, I'm not in any way predicting a win for the A final.
We've had some pretty good drives through the field actually. Elliot Surtees, for instance, he's got up to 9th. Sebastian Corking up to 13th. Lucy Lovell up to 15th now.
Well, Lucy bumped, didn't she, as well?
Yeah.
Lucy, absolutely.
Yeah. Bella McConville up to 18th. That car must be all right.
Well, possibly
not bad. Yeah. For her to keep going and continuing in 18th.
Let's see if we can find our leader for the last couple of corners. I think he's sweeping now, I think, right now, underneath the boot, actually, Ash. I think he's underneath you right now. 34, I think he's got the orange helmet. I could be wrong.
There he is, orange helmeted. Max Greatrex. We've ignored Max because he was qualified pretty strongly. There's Jacob Aston. There's Saudi Visserek. And there is Oakley Garthwaite. Unbelievable. I'm not sure I've seen that. I'm not sure I've ever seen that. A driver qualify through from the C, through the B, and into the A. That was phenomenal.
So a good result for those four. Well, bad luck to Jesse Whitmore, first of the people not bumping up. But, Harvey Williams himself and Karthik Kameta, all good racers, all good racing. But the key moment, obviously, was that coming together. But it kind of robbed us of seeing Oakley, actually, if he could overtake those two cars, which I'm sure he could, to be honest.
We've got our next B final, the last of the B finals, coming up. And once again, Nick, we've got 34 karts who are going to be racing for the first 4 places. These are the drivers that have failed to qualify for the A final. John Hobbs and Simon Spagnolo will share the front row. George Hulme and Braden Hill will share row 2. Sam Wyatt and Michael Goodburn share row 3. Row 4 is Marcus King and Andy Ambrose, the 2 LRG drivers, together side by side. Kel Gray and Zach Fletcher on row 5. Jack Maidman and Billy Vogt are on row 6. Row 7 is Joshua Priest and Archie Carter. And then we've got Tristan Sharp and Finlay Underwood, Joshua Della Carter and Scott Lowther, Martin Bramwell and J. Hind, Sam Elliott and Ollie Morris. Row 12 is Grace Lee Davies and Jamie Green. James Becker and Alex Timmins are next up. Then we've got Joel Bowden and Michael Thompson, James Cutting and Samuel Hawthorne. And then the 4 C finalists who have qualified up is Elliot Barrow, Oliver Atkinson, Harry Wright and Ollie Rowley. So 34 karts, and it gets very, very tense, doesn't it?
Certainly does. They are racing away. Sorry, I was looking over there at the moment just to see what's going on. They are still reorganising the start grid. Normally they come in from the echelon side, but they put them actually into a line. I wonder whether it's because they've had to add some people down.
I think it's whether they've had time to do it, because I've seen that they've done that a couple of times already this afternoon.
So just to give you an idea, normally from the start to finish, they'll echelon them either side. And at the year of corn of your au fait with the older starts for Le Mans, but on both sides. But now they've just got in a simple 2-line stripe.
Bella McConville there. Weekend ends with a bumper penalty. That just sums it up, Bella. Look, please don't be deterred. I know your dad, Phil, has had a bit of a trying weekend as well. I hope you come back. I'm pretty sure you will. We'll see you with Three Sisters, where, me dear, it can only get better.
It's a less...
Phil and Bella, look forward to seeing you.
It's a less... contacty track, isn't it?
It is. It's a bit more open, isn't it? It's a lot less. You've got a lot. There's only really the last chicane where things bottleneck. You're able to drive around people. You've got like more than one line through corners and plenty of space to drive side by side and give each other room, really. Where Wilton Mill's a little bit different, and of course Bella's home track is Warden Law. It's her favourite track as well. I've told her to say that for Matt. He's going to have to give us some free practice sessions.
That's right. Yep. It's my favourite track.
Actually, I didn't have to tell her to say that. She said that of her own volition.
Which is a local. It's going to be her favourite track, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. She knows it really well. So we are recovering. I think we've got
there's some sweepage going on up at the Christmas
we've
corner.
Got a cart trolley
being brought back in to rescue the
recovered
carts being recovered from the track. So so this delay is caused by the absolute carnage of that last race.
We've got an access gate from turn 1 that they will be able to go through, and then they'll enter the paddock that way, so we don't have to wait for them to walk all the way back.
So they're getting the carts off the track. Looks like a full grid. Looks like all 17 rows have turned up for the B final of Senior Rotax. This is our last of our Bs. The next race we will get on the track off this one is the O-Plate.
Senior TKM O-Plate coming up next. But first, we've got the drama and intensity of the first 4 places qualifying through to the year final. We've got a number of drivers that are lining up, perhaps out of position.
Yep.
Massively out of position.
Let's see what they can do. Ian McCarthy on the YouTube. Always a few stand-up drives in these weekends, but Garthwaite is one to watch. By the way, these tyres have to last until when? They have to last until the end of October, or the middle of October, the final race at Warden Law.
They've got to do this another 2 times, another 2 weekends out of your tyres.
If they're dry.
If they're dry. However, as we get through, I mean, September can be dry. We can, for the last few years, we've had some pretty Indian summers. October, the chance of it being dry constantly on that northeast coast. I mean, from the highest point, Warden Law is the highest point in the borough of Sunderland, and there's certain parts of the hillside when you get to the track that you can actually see the North Sea. So we do get, if the wind's blowing in from the sea, the weather tends to come from the west.
All our cameramen have been there and caught the death of cold. Luckily, I've always been inside.
That's right, yeah. We will be there in October. So we might get some respite from, your race rubber going into its 3rd meeting. We might get some respite with maybe the odd bit of wet running. But that's the whole idea behind the NKC, and the popularity of the NKC, I'd say, is down to the tyre regs and keeping the cost down, because that's why you have tyre regs that have one set of tyres for 3 rounds. It's to keep the cost of a set of tyres down. And what's a set of tyres? I'm not really sure how much a set of maxis are, but a set of Mojos are towards 200 quid a set, aren't they?
I haven't bought tyres since 1989, 1990.
Here we go, though. Engines fire. And we get things underway with the carts being released from the collecting area. And we get very much on with this B final for the senior Rotax class. This is a 162 kilogram category, using the same engines that we saw out for the junior B final. They're a 125cc water-cooled 2-stroke engine. The juniors are slightly restricted on the airflow into the engine to stop the engine breathing as well as it potentially can. So the senior engine produces a bit more power, quite a lot more power actually. And for obvious reasons, we keep the junior engine stifled somewhat to not maximise the amount of power that is under a 12-year-old's foot.
They're also a bit light as well, aren't they?
And they're a bit lighter as well, 145 kilograms.
So 17 kilograms lighter, but 2/3 of the power.
So we've got the grid forming up. John Hobbs is our pole position driver. He's the number 69. And we will see him in that that green and white Tony Kart coloured cart. Simon Spagnuolo is alongside. We've gotten away pretty quickly.
No way that was ever going to work. Not even close, boys.
No, Hobbs,
not even close.
Hobbs was a little bit impetuous there, wasn't he? We were never going to let you away doing that. So hopefully we can calm things down. I mean, that just indicates the intensity of this, Nick. He knows he's got to get away. He knows he's got to get away from the pack behind him very, very quickly. And the first corner is where you make your places up. They're being told, slow down, slow down. They make their way around and they will start forming up on the back straight here, just across the way from us. But if you have qualified in those first 4 places now, where you're starting, you know what? It's the nerves. Your heart is racing when you're at the front of this field like this.
Absolutely.
And you don't want to be 4th. You don't want to start 4th because you just know what's going to happen. And you've got a lot of hard work. 8 minutes.
It's a big weekend.
You might think that's nothing, but when you're controlling these things at the
That's not
speed,
any good either.
We're almost 3 wide at places.
No.
They could end up being stopped and a bit.
Have a chat with them.
Yeah, there might be. Just so shows what's up for grabs here. It's not $1,000, no. It's a chance to race again in about half an hour.
Yeah,
it's a chance to race again into the year final. It's also bragging rights, isn't it? I won the B final. So, John Hobbs, Simon Spagnuolo, Braden Hill, George Hume, Marcus King was the driver who was out of position there. He went for it and was almost 3 wide before the acceleration line.
Really wrong.
It was before the acceleration line.
It was just... You kind of sit there going, you know you're not going to get allowed this one through.
The acceleration line is just at the pit exit beside, you see that yellow line?
Yeah.
That's where you're supposed to accelerate from. And that's where you're not allowed to
you're supposed to be in the tram lines, aren't you?
Yeah, you're supposed to be in the tram lines until the front of the grid gets the acceleration line. Here we go again then. Spagnuolo there in the yellow and black suit there with his name down the leg. John Hobbs.
Just in case he doesn't know where it is.
Just nipping his pipe.
Oh, look on the leg. Oh, that's all right.
No, it's for us to see. Here we go. Let's keep it right.
We're three wide
We're
again.
Still 3
Why are we
wide.
3 wide?
3 wide, but have we let them go? Oh, there's a cart over. There's a cart over. I think that's going to be red flagged. And we're going to bring this one to a very quick halt. We've got people to him. And thankfully, we've got a driver getting to his feet. He'll be winded, no doubt about it. That hurts quite a bit when your cart goes over. He'll be winded. But he's on his feet. He's crouched down. I can tell you that's a good sign.
There's somebody else. I think he had a slight issue on the left. I think everyone's away and okay. I'm not sure the carts are okay.
Yeah, we'll have a few. I think we've got about 4 or 5 carts there that were involved in that one. And
they told him to sit down because the guy who's upside down has bounced up on adrenaline.
Yes,
and they
just tend to do that.
And they just need to make sure he is okay. I mean, I think he is okay, but they need to make sure because, that's the safe thing to do.
Yeah. Yeah, well, let's get the medics to check him out, go through what we saw earlier, go through a protocol, isn't it? Who is it, by the way? It's the 97.
I think so.
Elliot Barrell. It's Elliot Barrell. He qualified from the C final, Elliot.
Trying to make it through.
Yeah. He was the winner of the C final, wasn't he?
Mm.
Did he win the C final? Yeah, he did.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people having words with people. There's a kind of what's going on, but they didn't. That shouldn't have been the start.
I actually,
they were 3 wide.
The front row of the grid was 3 wide.
It's the Lando Norris car in third that was been wrong twice in a row.
Yeah,
it's Simon Spagnuolo. Where's he supposed to be starting? Second or third?
Second, front row.
Well, he's wrong. He's not in the right place.
Well, it's not him. It's the people behind him pulling alongside.
Yeah,
it's not Simon.
Yeah, good
point. It's the people behind him pulling alongside before they're allowed to. So George Hume and Braden Hill, who are on the second row.
Looks like it's good news. It looks like Elliot's fine. Normally, when the cart's gone over, it means you've taken damage on the steering. He's coming back now. He's absolutely fine. He's probably, my guess, particularly annoyed.
Yeah, I mean. He won the C finally, qualified through. He was looking forward to coming up the field. He is annoyed. He's fired up. He was ready to continue the fight, really. And it's a shame, really, Elliot. Just taking his rib protector off.
So I'm not sure what they're going to do now. They're going to they're reading the riot act. So if you look at the drivers, they are all being stood up and told, stop it, basically.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah, it's got to be, they've got to be told, it's got to be, you've got to start the race when the race starts, not before.
Yeah. As everyone's okay. Let's have a look at that race start again, because everyone's okay.
It's easy for us to say that, Nick, because, I've been in that situation myself, and it's just
messy in the middle, didn't it?
Yeah, very messy. Very messy in the middle. That's a massive.
And actually, the right-hand side there, so just got very messy.
Because if you've got the front of the grid going 3 wide, you've got the middle of the grid going 4 wide, you've got them towards the back going 6 wide.
Just apropos of nothing, Mojo is now just over £200, and Max is about 140.
Well, there you go. Right, yeah. Thanks for that, Night Mafia. So Mojo's just over 200 quid. And Max is around 140. So new set of tyres per round. I'm not going to talk about practice tyres and the like, but £200, just over £200 for a set of tyres that last you one weekend. The success of the NKC, in my view, and many other views, are the one set of tyres per
so
3
you're
rounds.
£60 a weekend?
Yeah, £140 for three weekends of racing.
So realistically, for a season, you'd need 3 sets, wouldn't you? Because you need a set to practice on as well.
Well, you need a set of practice on, but then, there's I've got a, it's kind of like you get a different opinion everybody you ask in the paddock. It's like, what's the point of practicing on brand new tyres if you're going to race on, scrubbed rubber and worn rubber that's kind of plateaued? And it's like, scrub your new set in and then play with your scrubbed sets in your practice sessions. There's all sorts of ideas regarding tyre regs.
Tyre regs.
But I think the NKC proving here. What's the overall entry, did you say, Nick?
225, I think it was.
225 entry is a pretty healthy series. Braden Hill shouting across to somebody. I'm not sure he's happy with his cart, is he? No, he's rolling it. No, he's happy. That's the grey and orange overall driver. Just moving up to seniors, I think. Was it this year or was it last year that he moved up to seniors?
No.
So we're just reforming the grid back into grid order because we didn't complete a lap. I'm not sure. Was that given the go-ahead, that race start there, or were we under?
Yeah, no, it was given the go.
It was given the go, even though it was very messy. So coming up after this Senior Rotax B final, we've got the A final and the O plate all in one for our Senior TKM class. They are not just going for points, championship points positions for this, the fourth round of the Junction 6 NKC. They're also going to be awarding the winner of this fourth round of the championship with the O plate. So it's an O plate meeting for just the Senior TKMs. After that, we'll see our Rotax 177 A final, followed by the Junior Rotax A final, and then the weekend's racing here at Whilton Mill will be rounded off by the Senior Rotax class. But for now, though, we are just trying to get our Senior Rotax B finalists regridded, and then hopefully they'll heed the warning of the stewards.
What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I've taken it all in. However,
that cart there, which is coming back into position again, has got a very heavily deranged. You can just see him at the bottom corner
side
there.
pod.
The side pod's heavily deranged.
Yeah.
Is he going to tread in it or something, put it back down again, or what? Don't know.
Nah, just leave it. It might snap off. So we've got the grid just beginning to form up. We've got drivers, some of them choosing to stay out the cart. It's still a very warm day out there, Nick. I know, we've got people in T-shirts and shorts outside. I know the breeze is a little bit cooling, but overall, very, very nice weather. And we're just waiting for the last few rows of the grid to be brought together. There's the number 193 that we can see there, and that is what number is that, Nick?
I think that's 193 or 183. I'll say 193.
I found him, Tristan Sharp. That's the Birrell cart, the Birrell Art. So what have we got coming up on Karting Live TV?
We've got a break for a few weeks because you and I are going off doing full-size, and you're doing 2 full-size races.
You mean car racing?
Car racing.
Right.
I'm doing 2 radio control events and a full-size race. So next weekend on one of our sister channels, RC Racing TV, we've got the Hearts Grand Prix for RC cars. It's a fun event, lots of fun racing and competitiveness. Following week, you have to go on to RSL, Radio Show Limited.
Well, it's also the 24-inch series.
For the and onto Creventic for the YouTube, and that is the 12-hour special event at Spa-Francorchamps for Porsche Carrera Cup cars. 55 Carrera Cup cars from throughout Europe in a 12-hour endurance race.
Tremendous.
All in one day, all in Saturday.
Yes.
You then go off to Barcelona for the 24 Hours of Barcelona, another Creventic Cup, another Creventic race.
Oh, it's a great race.
And I go to Alicante for the RC World Championships, the biggest event in the RC world.
So when is our next Karting Live TV?
And then the following week after that, we go up to Three Sisters for the next round of this event.
Right, so the next Karting Live TV broadcast is the
22nd
Junction 6 NKC.
NKC. Yep.
And then very quickly after that, the following weekend is the
TKC.
First round of the Kart Championships Winter Series.
Here.
At Whilton Mill.
The following week is a special new event.
That's right.
Have
we launched that yet?
No, we can talk about it now.
All right, then go on then.
We're going to be going back to some old friends, actually. The people who we first got involved with, the 100 UK bunch. The team behind the 100 UK, which is for the older smoky karts, which we all love. They are having their final special O-Plate event of the year at Ello Park near Yarmouth. We'll be there on the Sunday, which I think is the 6th of October, I believe.
Yeah, that's right.
And then the following week after that, we have more karting.
New track, though. Ello
Park. And the following week after that, we're up for the final round of the NKC at Warden Law. So we have 4 in a row, 4 weekends in a row of karting action.
Excellent.
So hopefully, I think one of them I won't be at.
That's 6 weekends in a row being a track.
7 for me.
7 for you, yeah. Be careful what you want, Nick. Be careful what you wish for.
Oh. Then I go 2 weeks after that, I go on holiday, and on my holiday, I go to Estoril and Portimao.
Oh, you're going to take a bike, are you?
Yeah,
cool.
back-to-back bike days. Yeah.
So we're having a couple of safety measures being applied, making some karts safe so that they can compete.
It's funny because when you have these endless delays, you know, if you're like in Rowry, you find it really, really depressing because you've got a 4-hour drive home. Well, I've got my 30 minutes, so it's fine, really.
It's for you.
You want to say to me?
I've got 4 hours.
Do you want to say tonight?
No, I can't.
Okay.
I can't. Me Merc's got to go in for its brake pipe issue.
Does have to? Yes, it does. Let's not mention anything about your Merc.
No. First thing in the morning. Something about sleeping in your own bed, Nick.
Karting 51 Jamie says, and I think we can discuss this. I agree NKC advantages the Max's tyre rule. Only problem is the driving standards. The driving standards are no better nor worse
than any
other series.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good.
It's a very good point, Karting 51
thanks
Jamie.
this, Karting
yeah, I mean, I'm not
Jamie.
actually disagreeing with you as such.
No, we're not. And it's open to debate, isn't it? Time qualifying, mixed grids, what sort of racing does it bring? I can counter-argue each concept.
Let me just say, this race has been the messiest so far, and they were absolutely in speed order.
Yes. Time qualifying puts the fastest karts at the front and the slowest karts at the back.
Yep.
You've then got that middle ground, or you've even got that ground at the front. Look at the British Championship. How many times has Macaulay Bishop contacted Kai Hunter this year, and vice versa?
Several.
How many times have they tripped over one another? And I just use those two drivers as an example. You know, you only have to look at the front end of the Vera Tools British Car Championship. Look at the UKC. Time qualifying, and they have incident. It comes down to driver attitudes, I think, and I'm afraid we're far down the road to be able to change.
As well. It comes down to track design.
Yeah,
No.
That's a good.
The nut behind the wheel is important, but some circuits breed incident. Some circuits dissuade incident.
When you've got the top drivers in the world in Formula One whinging on to their engineers about he didn't give me room, he didn't give me this. Since when have we had to make room for people? Since when has it been your righteous right to come? I'm coming through, and you've got to make way for me. You know, there's a way of going racing, and it's a compromise. If the guy has if you've got somebody coming down your inside before you get to the turning point, then it's their corner. You know, it's like, has motor racing gotten too safe? This is more of a magazine show.
Motor racing has got too safe in some ways, and I'll tell you why. When I was racing, when you were racing, it's a long time ago, just about everyone was a privateer, and you couldn't afford to have the accidents. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah. Maybe. Anyway, we'll leave that debate for another time because that could go on for hours.
Possibly the next time this one gets stopped.
We need to sit in the
6
pub
minutes now,
over
of
a few
course. 6
beers.
minutes on this one.
Yeah, we've reduced the time for this B final to 6 minutes, and hopefully they've heeded a warning and we can get things underway, and we do indeed.
Well, it's better.
John Hobbs on the Tony Kart into oblivion for the first time. They'll be on very, very cold tyres, remember. They've had one lap to put any heat and get some operating temperature into them, and Hobbs already down to second or even third as Braden Hill.
We've got left, right and centre.
Yeah, it's at the back of the field though. They're already out of contention. It's the first four, remember, and Marcus King, the driver there, up into, is that second place for Marcus? I think it is.
Got a breakaway leader.
Yeah,
and then up the inside there goes one of the LRG machines. And it is actually the 26th.
Is Braden Hill.
It's Braden Hill. No, it's Marcus King, isn't it?
No, Braden Hill leads.
Oh, Braden Hill leads. Sorry, I was about who was second. Yeah, Marcus King. Sorry, yeah. So it's Hill from King. And then behind him it's the Tony Kart, which started on pole of John Hobbs.
George Hulmet is in the final qualifying place in fourth from Kel Gray, Zach Fletcher, Archie Carter, Jack Maidment. They're not that far away. This is not done at all. And that fourth place there, the kart with the white helmet and the dark overalls, the fourth kart in that train, that's the one that's vulnerable.
Yeah, getting moving now. Looking behind, so it's really marvellous move. Zach Fletcher, I think, has made about 4 places, if that's who I think it is. So he's up to about 5th, and a chance to start battling for the overall bump up to just with the top 4, remember. And in many ways, King and Hill have moved themselves away. They're right together. They come across the line now. The 35, just ahead of the 26.
Yeah, now third and fourth, beginning to make a little bit of a break. John Hobbs showing in third.
No, he's in second.
Showing in second on that,
yeah,
but he's in third.
He's in third.
Yeah, not sure what's happened with our timing bar. We'll get that sorted, and when it catches up with the timing screen, I'm just waiting for my timing screen to update as well. But it's very much Braden Hill in the lead from Marcus King, John Hobbs, John Hugh, there it is, and George Hume in that fourth place.
Yeah, so this one will be over almost as soon as it starts. 6 minutes, and you're really concentrating hard and now trying to move forward. But it's Hobbs now who's got the key to the door. He's in third, and then fourth and fifth are behind him. 2-1-1 and 27. So it's Fletcher currently not bumping up, who needs to have a little look about what he can do. But he's actually not. He's slightly dropping off the back of Hulme, isn't he?
Yeah.
There goes Hume. Hill gets up to third.
Going down the inside of John Hobbs. Now John Hobbs becomes the vulnerable one.
Yeah, my feeling is that this may be more of a challenge which Zach Fletcher can take on.
Here they go then. Line astern. Third, fourth and fifth. And the number 27 of Zach Fletcher looks like he's just biding his time, doesn't he, in a way. They are trying to break away from one another. And John Hobbs now behind George Hume. George Hume in the orange and white cart there at the front of this train. The green and white Tony kart of John Hobbs is fourth. And the number 27 there, Zach Fletcher, in fifth place. This is where the action is. It's the first four that qualify to the year final. And this is third, fourth and fifth place there in the Christmas corner.
Down they go through Inkerman, down to Ashby. The first two have broken away nicely. And we've got these 3 carts currently fighting for 2 positions that will bump up. There's someone joining them. And that someone, I think, is Archie Carter, trying to just come across the gap between this group of 3 and then the next carts. But they are currently equidistant. And John Hobbs not under any immediate threat from that 27 kart with the burgundy and white helmet of Zach Fletcher. They all decide they don't need their chassis anymore. They're going to get eliminated. So they just wreck them on that curb. But the 27 looking difficult.
Archie Carter, the number 89, in 6th place. He's got an 8/10 gap to Zach Fletcher ahead of him. Keep an eye on that, because Archie Carter is actually lapping quicker than Zach Fletcher. So he's pulling that gap in, and you can see very soon he's going to use the timing screen to tell us what that gap is. Fletcher right behind Hobbs now.
This is not just any old overtake. This is Mark's man. This is go or go home, isn't it? This is carry on.
It is
for the big 12-minute final. Or I'm sorry, mate. That's it.
Yeah,
it could be the end of some people's weekends here. And at the moment, it's John Hobbs who's going to continue into the year final. However, with 1 minute on the clock, can Zach Fletcher, who's now making a move. Zach Fletcher kind of trying to use the tin opener. It wouldn't work. It's like when you can't get it into the tin. That was what it was there. A little bit of a stab at the rear wheels.
He was using a tin opener with his left hand.
Yes, he was. He didn't quite. You know what? That wasn't deliberate, Nick. That was just carrying a bit more momentum than the cart in front of you. You just kind of stumble over them.
Well, it's a dumb thing to do deliberately,
so easy to
because
do.
You're risking a nose penalty.
Well, yeah,
so
exactly.
he just didn't. It was just different drive reins. Now, interestingly, he's carrying a tiny bit more speed at the start of the boot, but then you kind of think this Hobbs now running at a speed which he believes, with 1.5 laps to go, so 2 laps to go now, that he can actually defend for the entire time.
Here they come. He's in his slipstream. It's going to be all about the braking area for Christmas Corner. And Fletcher down the inside. Hobbs makes room for him in quite fine style, really. Commendable driving there.
Back again.
Because the corner, he had to give the corner up, didn't he? He was down the inside. He's got to come back at him now, though, with any chance. And here it is, momentum out of Crook Corner. And then he carries that momentum, brings himself alongside. Then they both go on the brakes. And Zach Fletcher has the inside line for the corner. John Hobbs has now come under pressure from Archie Carter, who's right on his bumper. And if Zach Fletcher's not careful, John Hobbs is going to sneak back, isn't he? Final lap, though. Time running out.
A do-or-die moment now as they go through Crook for the final time and up the straight. There's now 5 carts there or thereabouts. They're not actually there. Looking over his shoulder. 4th place man, Zach Fletcher. He's got 4 very, very hungry machines behind him, but I think that the error just made there by Hobbs making too much curve. Yeah, Hobbs is now in the threat himself, and he made 2 errors in the curves, which meant he couldn't attack Fletcher.
Great news for Zach Fletcher, though, if these carts behind him start squabbling for position. However, John Hobbs has broken free from that, and it's a run to the flag now with Marcus King ahead of Braden Hill. That's a great drive from Marcus. He got in front of this field, and he will cross the line to take the checkered flag for a win in the B final. Braden Hill will take second, Georgium third, and there right at the flag there's Zach Fletcher, the final qualifier, in 4th place. So weekend not over for Marcus, Braden, George and Zach. They will get back to the paddock, put some fuel in, recheck the tyre pressures, spanner check their carts, and get ready for the all-important A final coming up at the very end of this weekend's racing.
Bad luck for John Hobbs, Archie Carton and Billy Voigt, who were 5, 6 and 7. Jack Maven was 8th, Michael Goodburn was 9th, Joshua Priest was 10th, James Becker was 11th, Alex Timmins was 12th, Simon Spaguno is 13th, Finley Underwood 14th, JJ Hine 15th, Carl Gray 16th, then it's Sam Elliott, Ollie Morris, Scott Lowther, Martin Bramwell, Michael Thompson, Ollie Rowley, Samuel Hawthorne, and then, in fact, Samuel Hawthorne, Joshua De Carter, Tristan Sharp and Tony Green did not make the trip.
So a few carts to recover, Nick. That gives us a bit of a chance. When is the 177 on, Charlie?
No, next.
No. It's so we've got
TKM first.
Senior TKM coming next. Then we've got the 177s.
So it's 2 races. Zempi, I don't think it's a standard. It's the driving ability in a mixed grid. There's a lot of people here feeling that mixed grids are where the issues are. Carty 51 had a very bad experience. I don't know qualifying. I've watched races with qualifying. I just don't know.
So Zempi says, I don't think it's the standards, it's the driving ability. We said that one. So karting 51, Jamie. I mean, I have done MSA racing for 7 years and did 1 round of the NKC and had over $2,000 of damage. Yeah, I mean, that happens. Yeah. Zempi reckons quali would rectify it. You know what? Maybe it would rectify the amount of incidents we have, but it wouldn't rectify cancelling out incidents completely.
No.
And I'm afraid, boys and girls, I'm old school. I started karting, and that was the format. That was the concept. You started one near the front, one in the middle, and one at the back. And
same here.
You waited to see where you came out the other end, and it for me, it's all about mental attitude and race. And yes, it was. We had people who pushed each other off. We didn't even have nose cones when I first started. You had a metal
side pods,
a metal bumper,
and it was the name of the game. You knew when you braked for the corner, you'd have somebody pushing you on. Ian McCarthy, format can have a big influence on the perceived driving standards too, though. 30-plus drivers racing for 4 places is bound to be frantic from corner 1. It's a very good point. I mean, you saw that from the body language on that start of that B final there. Everybody wanted to be in that top 4, and everybody tried to be in the top 4 before the start line.
Yeah.
Yes, so yeah, good point. Carding 51, Jamie, it would be great if we had quali. I pulled out after 2 rounds. I would do it again next year if quali was added. Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's a good point. It's a debatable point. And you know what? The thing about the organisers of the Junction 6 NKC is they do listen to their customers, because you, the drivers, are their customers. And you know the amount of traffic we've had through race control. I'm sure. You know, it's something that they are constantly considering. Tyre regs, keeping people happy. You can't keep all of the people happy all of the time. That's the thing. But you
it's very hard to keep any of the people happy. Yeah, some of the people
you've got to keep the majority
reasonably happy.
And who was it that mentioned the nature of the track?
Me.
Right.
Sorry.
Sylvain Vessier. Heats are still being used at club levels. It's people's driving standards and them getting away with it. I kind of concur with that comment. I think I've just said that. But it's open to debate. James Oliver.
But it's the intensity, isn't it? If it matters more, people are going to start pushing more. And there is this kind of panic: if I don't get it done now, I'll never get it done.
So, you know what? The saying, some you win, some you lose. You know, you've got to learn how to lose before you learn how to win. You can't win them all. You can't win everything. But there are people who race today that think they should, and it's their divine right to win everything. And that comes down from the very top level of the sport. Like I've said, you know, you've got people like Verstappen and Hamilton and the like, and who are whinging on all the time about, he didn't give me enough room, and it just filters down. And that mental attitude continues. Anyway, Formula TKM, watch how these drivers race, because the majority of this field are privateers who repair their own karts and pay their own bills, and you'll see a lot more compromise and a lot more respect. So this is a good, off this debate, and you know, everybody's right, nobody's wrong in what you guys have said, and I don't know the answers, that's why I'm a commentator. So let's have a look at the grid then. Mitchell Ball has qualified on pole for the 4th round and open event here at Whilton Mill. Ben Watson alongside Joseph Booth. He's got to be a contender, hasn't he? Alongside Alexander Lehman on the 2nd row. Francis Horn, he's the youngest driver. Didn't find out how old he is, but apparently he's the youngest driver here in a senior class. He's on the 3rd row with Samuel King. We then got Tom Johnson and Leo Crabtree, Thomas Shaw, Will Cregeen, Jake Cox and Joseph Phillips, Matt Slade, Charlie King. Row 8 is Molly Nicholas Biles, Matthew Temple Purcell. Then we've got Ryan Layton, Matthew Horton, Jack Crisp, James Workman, James Hull, James King, Jake Humphrey and Chris Whiteside round off a 24 kart field.
Yeah, they've taken that one and they are underway, and off they go, and Mitchell Ball will lead them through. Booth in 2nd place, and they come up the straight.
Is it Booth in 2nd place already?
45 it is.
45. We get ready, everybody. 12 minutes and 1 lap for our rear finals. So slightly longer, 4 minutes longer than what we've seen today. And it's going to be an absolute cracker with Mitchell Ball, Joseph Booth, Ben Watson, Francis Horn right in there amongst it as well. So the first 2, potentially 3 breaking away, I think.
Francis Horn is just 14.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Wow, and he's in the senior class.
There's only one class.
Wow.
Just TKM, innit?
Yeah, Brandon Chiefio is, only just 14.
Blimey.
Brilliant.
That one completed, and it's Ball from Booth, from Watson, from Lehman, Johnson, and then Crabtree, then Horn. We were talking about the 14-year-old. So they come up the hill.
You'll get a bit of race management in the TKM class, especially in the A finals, which are longer. Joseph Booth's going to prove me wrong and go straight for the lead, but you will get a bit of race management here, and it's when you make your move. It sometimes reminds me of a NASCAR race, making your move, and getting hung out to dry can be a thing, or making your move on the last lap is potentially what we're going to be seeing here. But right now, Mitchell Ball absolutely in the lead of this race so far. Joseph Booth following him, and then hanging on as best he can is Ben Watson, Alexander Lehman, Tom Johnson, Francis Horn, Leo Crabtree down to 7th. And then behind Leo, we've got Jake Cox, Samuel King, Tommy Shaw, Joseph Phillips, Charlie King making his way up the order. Charlie now in 12th. But I get a feeling, Nick, that number 45 of Joseph Booth, who was the winner, remember, at round 3 at Dunkswell, he's playing a bit of a waiting game here.
Yeah, I think there's no point making an early move because you're just going to have an extra ball in your tails the entire time. I don't think he believes, I doubt that either of them believes they have enough pace to break the other.
Yeah. But,
it's who's going to be where in which particular position. But certainly at the moment, Booth happy to stay second place. They've just slightly gapped Watson. That gap probably is going to just lightly extend.
Out onto the straight up the hill towards Christmas. And the first two, a little bit of a cart's length gap to Ben Watson in third. Likewise, cart's length gap to Alexander Lehman and Tom Johnson. Francis Horn, the 14-year-old. We didn't know that. We hadn't been told that Francis was 14.
He's running 6th at the moment. He's at the head of the third group, which is just coming down now. But they are this is the first race where you kind of feel there's people pacing themselves, isn't it, Joe? I mean, I know it's our first final, but we've had other heats where we've gone, but now they definitely kind of feel the top two are pacing. Now, interestingly, the movement looks like it may come 3rd and 4th. Looks like Alexander Lehman is thinking about just deposing Ben Watson in his final podium position.
Well, we have just completed 4 laps, so we know the tyres are there. We know as we've got a move for 3rd is Alexander Lehman.
Took Watson, looking racy. Now, will he drag Tom Johnson through with him? That's the question. But can Lehman bridge the gap to the 2 outstanding drivers of the season so far?
Tom Johnson has his Classic Motorsport teammate ahead of him in the form of that number 5 Ben Watson. So if you go to pass your teammate, you've got to make it clean, and he does make it clean. And this is what I mean about the way that these guys race in this class. It's
their money.
You've got a driver that's pulled alongside you. It's their corner. You're not going to bash into him. You're not going to try and hang on for grim death. You're going to slot in behind him and try to overtake him going into the next corner. And that's what we're going to see here. The inter-team Classic Motorsport battle.
So to highlight, in 14th place, Jake Humphrey. Jake Humphrey started P23, and of course he won the final heat, but he's 0.3 of a kilogram too light. So he's got excluded from 0.3 is why he started in 24th place. Thanks for the information there from Deborah Humphrey. So Jake's now says just racing for the experience, but he's got some pace on him. He's made up a few more. I'm sure he'll make a few more positions for the end. But we've seen a few people who had, you're underweight. It took George Russell out the Belgian Grand Prix, but he's unlucky because I don't suppose it would make a difference in winning or not, but that's what the rules are.
Can I just say, a 1 litre of petrol is 0.7 of a kilogram. That's how light he was. Half a litre of fuel would have made the difference.
Yeah, obviously it was absolutely accidental, but those are the rules, and weight is one of the things. There is no grey area, you're out of it. But he won the race, and his performance was enough to win it. If he'd been 3 kilograms heavy, it wouldn't have been an issue. But moving forward, he's got a gains place.
We lost pole position in the Clio Cup race. I was the team manager, and it was my job to work out the fuel. And Chris Diamond put it on pole, and then we went into scrutineering, and that was my fault. It happens. You're trying to sharpen the razor blade. Getting rid of, measuring all those elements, eking performance, and that's a shame. We'll keep an eye on Jake then. He's up to 13th. Tom Johnson still being followed by Ben Watson, and the lead battle still continues with Mitchell Ball and Joseph Booth. Alexander Lehman
is coming. He's catching him, but I don't know whether they're bothered about that. The Classic Motorsport pair going probably very sort of like sinister black pair, aren't they? Kind of catching up on the dark colours. But there's your top 3. It's still Ball, it's still Booth. Would be top 3, Ash, and then Lehman in 3rd.
Well, we've just clicked by half distance now. We've got about 5.5 minutes remaining in this.
When would you go for it if you were Booth? If you could go for it,
I think it's easier said than done, isn't it? I mean, what he's doing now, Joseph Booth is working out if he has got a potential area where he's got an advantage, like here, for instance, coming out and sitting in the slipstream. Mitchell Ball is absolutely on the edge of the braking efficiency of that card going into any braking area, and so is Joseph Booth. And they're not, when we say managing the pace, they're not backing off, they're not saving tyres, they're just, not giving it that little bit of, extra firing it into braking areas and being a bit ragged into the braking areas you would when you come to make that move.
Lehman now pretty much on the tail, isn't he? That half second's gone down to a couple of tenths. So he's now caught up. We now have a train of 3. Whether that's of concern to Ball and Booth remains to be seen.
Well, remember that Mitchell Ball and Alexander Lehman, I believe they're...
Oh, there's the move for the lead. That's got it.
There it is.
And he went for it. He just decided that was it with 4.5 minutes to go. Popped out, and interestingly, Lehman straight on the tail of Mitchell Ball there. But Booth now leads for the first time in this senior TKM final. Don't forget, he would get the O plate if he wins it. It's the O plate meeting, which he could carry for the next season. But now back up the inside again goes Ball, so he won't be scored as the leader over the line because they've swapped back again. All this, of course, puts Lehman back into play. So interestingly, Joseph Booth hopped out, took him at the Christmas corner, the traditional overtaking place, and then diving up the inside of Chapman to take it back again was Mitchell Ball. So Mitchell Ball wants to lead this. He didn't want to follow him for a couple of laps. He wants to lead this the whole way.
Yeah, I think so. He saw what happened to Dunkswell. He knows how quick Joseph Booth can be.
I think Booth's going to get him again.
Yeah, up the inside, that's all about momentum out of Crook Corner. And then on the brakes, they're both on the last of the breakers into Christmas. But Ball comes back at him, but Booth defends. We saw what happened to Dunkswell at round 3. Joseph Booth took the win from Mitchell Ball in second. And if that continues, and there down the inside, Booth could not squeeze him anymore. Ball down the inside.
But did you notice Ball tapped the brake to give himself a bit of a gap before getting momentum?
Yeah.
He dropped and then
clever.
went, so he knew he could do it.
Yeah, clever stuff.
I was about to say making sure the engine on the cam, but they don't have any cams, so...
3 minutes on the clock as they cross the line.
And look at this
traffic
Nick. Now.
Two-card battle became 3 and is about to become 6.
It's because they've been managing so carefully that they've managed themselves into a problem, and now there's a chance that it's gone first to third because Lehman's got through as well.
Yeah, and that's Mitchell Ball's
Flex disaster
teammate.
But he's gone back again. No, he hasn't. I thought he had it. But so it's now Lehman from... Booth now leads from Lehman from Ball, and then the 2 Classen Motorsport cars, and then in 6th place it's Jake Cox.
Here we go then. If the 2 Flex drivers in 2nd and 3rd are not careful, the Classen Motorsport boys are going to be through.
I think Booth is happier with Lehman behind him than he was with
so.
Ball, and I think Booth has a bit of daylight for the first time for Booth. This could be the really turning point. Was not the fact that he got past at Christmas, but the fact he dragged Lehman with him.
Yeah, Mitchell Ball pretty much knows he's got to get past his teammate. Mitchell Ball tapping his helmet to Tom Johnson and Ben Watson, with Jake Cox latching on the back of these as well to make it a 6-car train. But with less than 2 minutes remaining, time beginning to run short for any kind of move you want to make. Here comes Ball on the back of Lehman. Lehman defending into Parker. Booth defending. Mitchell Ball down. It was a very late turn in from Alexander Lehman, and Mitchell Ball now sizing up a chance to get by, and there's a move down the inside for 3rd as Tom Johnson gets by Alexander Lehman. Mitchell Ball knew that was coming from Tom Johnson and had to get out the way and get by his teammate. Joseph
Booth and Mitchell Ball right together now. Now, does Ball have the power and the speed to get past him at Christmas corner? Will he go for his favourite overtaking place, which is Chapman in several corners? He's got, though. He's under pressure from the Classen machine, the number 9 of Tom Johnson. And this has turned into an absolute, what looked like a 2 karts having a bit of a Sunday picnic, has turned into a classic race indeed here, Joe.
Yeah, this is classic racing. High-speed game of chess is what I usually call it. First time today I've used that.
Well done.
But it really is. Now defensive driving from Joseph Booth as the number 9 of Tom Johnson comes into the fray as well. And if Mitchell Ball isn't careful, he's going to lose out to Johnson, who's just waiting. Ben Watson's want to get in as well.
Lehman back to 3rd.
Nudges the number 9 out the way a little bit there, a little bit inadvertent. Tripping over, I think, was more than It was. And it'll be the 1 lap to go board after this one. So the penultimate lap here is what we're about. And Mitchell Ball will have to go around the outside of Christmas as Booth defends into Christmas corner through the left-hand kink and then onto the right-hander at Inkermans.
8 carts in the train now.
Amazing stuff.
It's defending.
Charlie King and Francis Horn joining in. What's
Lehman's
happened there?
Lehman's lost third. It's gone back to, I think, Johnson.
Yeah, but Ben Watson has gone through
super
as well.
Defensive from Joseph Booth again. He knows where he's vulnerable going into Chapman. He's going super defensive. He's got no momentum coming up this straight, which is why we're just the entire, probably half the field now is joined in this train.
Oh, look at this. Mitchell Ball is tripping over Joseph Booth there as they went out of the boot and towards the Nouvelle chicane. Final lap board into oblivion. The right-hander is Crook. Off up the straight now. Can Mitchell Ball get into the slipstream? It's going to be the last of the late breakers. There's not enough room on the inside. Tom Johnson round the outside. Lehman through on Ben Watson.
Lehman's got back to fifth.
No, I know, but he was nearly
he wasn't in fifth beforehand. He's gone back to fifth.
Time running out for Mitchell Ball now, out of Ashby. They've got the left-hander at Parker, followed immediately by the left-hander at Chapman. And defensive driving from Joseph Booth as they come out onto the back straight. It's now down to who's going to be the last of the late breakers into the boot. Who can make a little bit of a cheeky move? And Joseph Booth just hugs that white line on the inside. Over the curb. And then onto the flag.
And he's done it. Booth does it. Takes it from Ball. He's so excited that Joe lost his voice for the last corner there. Fantastic racing. Booth managed to, once he got ahead, he managed to control that. He backed the field up. We had 6 carts covered by less than a second. But it's Joseph Booth who takes the result, takes the points, and takes the O plate. Mitchell Ball is second. Third place is Ben Watson. Fourth, Tom Johnson. Fifth, Alexander Lehman. Sixth, Jake Cox. Seventh, Charlie King. And eighth, Jake Humphrey. Well done from the back.
And incredible that Ben Watson, the number 5, got ahead of his teammate Tom Johnson for the final step of the podium.
Well spotted.
Tremendous driving from all of the drivers. Now then, you see what we've just seen there, everybody.
No accidents.
Did you see how there was a little bit of contact, there was a little bit of inadvertent lunging, but there was no lunging. That's how you go racing. That's what everybody can have. They've done mixed grids. That was the A final. That's what it should be like. Because these drivers are invariably been racing these karts for a while. There's only young Francis Horn there, 14-year-old. He's chosen TKM as the formula he wants to race. He hasn't got junior Rotax. He could have easily have done that. But ask him how much damage he's caused over the season. And I bet there's very, very little. Just wear and tear. That's exactly what I mean. If you want to see how to race a kart, anything, look at Formula TKM. That's what I've presented for my case.
If I had an argument, you know I'd use it.
Yeah, I know.
No, I mean, it was great. It was great race.
It was a fine example, wasn't it?
Really interesting tactics. The two of them knew that they were fighting each other, but they were almost trying to use the other drivers as interlopers just to cause problems for the other of the main rivals.
Yeah, and you have to be clever, don't you? Because you can easily trip over the cart in front and leave yourself vulnerable to the cart behind. And so you have to be clever. And Mitchell Ball, he knew he couldn't just drive over the top of Joseph Booth. He had to, and Joseph Booth,
I don't think he wants to.
Just needed to drive defensively.
I don't think either of them want to do that. I think they actually, they're more. They're obviously these are guys who are racing to win, but they're racing for the joy of racing. And they know what a good win is and what a win that isn't worth the paper it's written on is. But some good performances all down the field there.
Yeah, everybody had a good. In fact, let's have a look at where the Masters finished, shall we? James Workman and James King finished 22nd and 23rd. James King went out on lap 5, actually. Here we go then. A final for the 177s. And I expected to see Jamie Zyra come out there in the at the front of this field.
He's been scored third.
He has, right. So Zyra on the pole position, Nathan Schaefer alongside. This is going to be a cracker. Jamie Zyra, Nathan Schaefer, second row. Harrison Crook, Ryan Taylor-Truman.
There you go.
Third row, Archie Elliott, Richard Evans. Fourth row, Ben Hitch, Jake Davis. Fifth row, Scott Smith, Joshua Pickford, Toby Kiss, Nolly Hancock at row 6. Row 7 is Oliver Smith and Lincoln Bailey-Arneson. Steve Gilly and Callum Porter are row 8. Zach Bolton and Andy Collinson, the two LRG teammates, share row 9. Row 10 is Scott Clee and Steve Thompson. George Walker and Carl Bryant, I should say, on row 11. Cole Edwards, Jack Goodyear are next. We then got Will Murdoch and Rhys Llewellyn. Sean Rudge and Oliver Moss, Alex Thomas and Max Williamson, and then the 4 qualifiers from the B final: Stephen Horner, Stephen Mottram, Daniel Hammett and George Willis.
And of course, it's a treat we're getting for the first time in the day. If we did time qualifying, we'd probably have had it twice already. So this is our first chance to see all the top drivers in the correct order, fighting it out, and they're doing it for real, and they're doing it for a 12-minute main final. Looking good here down the tram lines. They should get the start. Oh, popped out early there. That was off the acceleration line, so it's going to be good going through Oblivion for the first time. And then round the crook. And it looks like, Joe, we've got everyone through the first 3 corners.
We have, incredibly. Jamie Zyra leads easily with Dan Holland Racing. And he's one of the lads who works for Dan Holland. He's a mechanic for Dan Holland Racing here on home soil. So no surprise. Harrison Crook up into second place for TH Corsa. And then we've got Nathan Chaffin racing on the CRG in third. That's Ryan Taylor-Truman in fourth place. Are we going to see the Ryan Taylor-Truman lock-in actually broken here at round 4 at Wilton Mill?
He was making sure he got through. He was quite aggressively trying to move forward through the exit of Ashby, and he managed to get that 4th place. I think he did anyway, as these carts fly over the Nouvelle chicane. It is number 3, so it's Zyra, Crook, Schaefer, Taylor-Truman, Evans, Hitch, Davis, Smith, Pickford, Smith again. That's Scott Smith and then Oliver Smith, and they come through Christmas Corner.
So are we going to see a waiting game, the like of which we saw in the TKM class, or are we going to see Harrison Crook just make a move? It's the Dan Holland Racing cart with the time engine. It's the TH Corsa cart with the Venator in second. Nathan Schaefer and CRG. Not quite sure whose motors Nathan uses. Ryan Taylor-Truman, another Venator engine user, this time on the Sodi cart. And Harrison Crook maybe is playing a waiting game, because if he plays it too gently and he waits too long, Nathan Schaefer's going to be in there as well.
Yeah, Schaefer's been pretty dynamic all weekend with his overtakes, but it looks like we've got a top 3 breaking away. Zyra, Crook and Schaefer. Three different teams. I think maybe 3 different manufacturers, looking at the difference in the body shells. But they are going round. A couple of carts have had problems early on. Archie Elliott, unfortunately, has had a mechanical on lap 2. He's now crawling back to the pits.
Yeah, it's a shame for Archie. His weekend is over. However, our weekend is not over at all. Zyra leading on the number 95. The Lando Norris kart for Dan Holland Racing leads. It's the TH Corsa of Harrison Crook. And I believe Harrison uses a Energy chassis.
Is that NRG, is it?
NRG.
Rather than EN. Yeah, anyway. So a little bit of daylight. The Zyra. It's only about 0.3 of a second, but there goes Schaefer. He decided he wants to be second. And Crook drops in as close as possibly could. Where's Ryan Taylor-Truman? Still about 0.8 seconds behind.
Here we go then. I'm not sure Harrison has got anything in the toolbox to come back. He's going to prove me wrong, but if Schaefer and Harrison Crook continue swapping like this, that's going to play into the hands of Zyra, and he's going to continue to disappear. He hasn't disappeared yet, though, has he?
No, he looked like he had a lead. I'm not sure he made a little tiny error coming into the boot, because he had about half a second, I thought, visually, and that's gone down to about 0.2. I think he may have made a little tiny thing. Doesn't mean he can't get back out again, but Schaefer now's got the drive. Will Schaefer be able to get the lead? They're swarming all over the track. Very defensive, up the inside there. Goes Harrison Cook to try and get second, doesn't make it. And they're going all over the track in the attempt to be defensive coming into Christmas Corner. And once again, there's Crook getting second back from Schaefer. But this is what Zyra wants. And look at the gap he's got.
That's what he wants.
What Zyra wants.
Oh, Zyra. Sorry, I thought you said Zara.
No, he is. You need to get him cleared. I might talk gibberish sometimes, not this particular point. Up the inside
Ryan
there.
Taylor-Truman.
RTT.
He's coming from fourth as well. Championship leader, Southern Cup winner. He's in fourth. He's just keeping a watching brief, I think.
I think Zyra's is just slow round the boot.
Well, there's a bit of race management coming into play, I think, here. Zyra's going to have to go defensive because when these guys go on the brakes, he's not. He proves me completely wrong, and he stays on the optimum line. But these 5 cars, absolutely flat chat on this in this A final, keeping each other at bay. Schaefer settling in behind Harrison Crook, isn't he?
If you watch our leader round the boot, he's certainly lost a bit of time. Last twice he's gone round there, he's lost a bit of time in comparison to the others.
Here we go then.
And this time, not so much.
Not so much now.
But whether it's because the others were able to having to modulate their speed to the speed of Zyra, the 4th place, the safety car of Ryan Taylor Truman, he said just that gap is only 4/10 of a second. Looks like miles, doesn't it? Just 4/10 of a second, but they're at maximum speed now.
Yeah, they are.
And the faster you go, the bigger the gap, the same amount of time is.
They're still a minute away from half distance, so there is a bit of race management going on. I can tell that Zyra doesn't feel the need to defend, does he, into Christmas? He's quite blatant that he's going to take the optimum line, and Crook follows suit, and as does Schaefer. Ryan Taylor Truman's dropped off the back again of Nathan Schaefer.
There's both the lead there.
There's Crook into the lead. You said he was. This is where he was disadvantaged. Now then, can we see Harrison Crook going off and breaking a gap? Nathan Schaefer sees that, and if he sees Harrison Crook begin to break away from Zyra, he'll want to get past the Dan Holland driver himself. Here he goes up the inside. Zyra chops across and down into the lead. Schaefer trying to get by on the inside of Harrison Crook.
Oh!
And that's what I mean about not allowing anybody any room to race.
Ryan Taylor Truman into second.
Schaefer was alongside. Let's have a look at this again. They're side by side in the left-hander, and it's a bit of 50-50, isn't it?
One of those things.
They just...
No, I mean, in fairness, Schaefer actually came back, probably because he had to because of the track, and then he rode up the back of... They're going to be upset. There's going to be upset drivers, but that's racing instinct for me.
Yeah, 50-50, wheel banging out of Christmas corner. The race is on though. Championship leader Ryan Taylor Truman now has free air towards the back of Jamie Zyra.
He's got Richard Evans in his tail,
Yeah, Richard Evans has been on his tail for some time now. And we're getting towards the 5 minute to go mark, so plenty of time.
The 6th car of Harrison Crook is crooked and is going into the pits. So
he's going to lose points, isn't he?
Well, he has dropped scores and dropped scores of 4 moments like that. He's going to feel aggrieved, but I think when he watches it back, he's probably going to still feel aggrieved, but think, yeah, that's one of those things.
Yeah, loses points for the Northern Cup part, but not for the overall championship, as this will probably take the form of his dropped score.
Ryan Taylor Truman, just to point out, is just half a second behind Zyra. It just seems like a lot further because they're going so quickly. It's only half a second, and then again, it's only 3/10 further back to Richard Evans in the blue and white number 7 machine.
3-car train behind these 3 that we're watching there. That's Ben Hitch, Scott Smith and Joshua Pickford. Just give you an idea of where the B final qualifiers have made ground. Stephen Horner up into 23rd. Stephen Mottram 27th. And who else was the qualifier from the Daniel Hammett and George Willis, wasn't
Hammett's
it?
in 26th and Willis is 24th.
Right, so
across the line. No real game. What was the difference in time? It was like a 600th of a second faster for Ryan Taylor Truman. He's got the toe to come up to Christmas, but I don't think Zyra feels in any way under threat at Christmas corner. Taylor Truman obviously been helped by the removal of the 2nd and 3rd.
He's very confident that Christmas is the leader, isn't he? He stays with the optimum line right on the, taking the textbook ride from the braking area, turning into the corner. It's a lot quicker, that Christmas Ben's a lot quicker than it seems.
Up through the boot now. Ryan Taylor Truman with the almost perfect score coming into this weekend as far as the NKC is concerned.
He's got the perfect score for taking A final wins. He won rounds 1, 2 and 3
And he's looking very, very close to Zyra, but he needs to find out where he can make a move, and it's seeming perhaps he can do the same thing that didn't really pay out in the long run of Harrison Crook, which is take a run at him into the entry of the boot.
Yeah, we'll see. He'll be sussing out where he's stronger. He'll feel where he maybe has an opportunity. He'll know what corner he has to be quicker out of than Jamie Zyra, and that's what he's weighing up. There might not be any of that, and he might have to sit there behind him. There might not be any of what I've just said, but you kind of do that. You suss out where you might be quicker. You try not to make a mistake as well. At any kind of mistake, breaking points missed and stuff.
He's got several laps to do it though, Joe.
Yeah, he has 2 minutes. 2 minutes to go. If at all, he might start getting a little bit excited now, Ryan Taylor-Truman, as the clock begins to tick, or continues to tick, I should say. If he's going to get it done, that time is very, very soon.
Zyra, first appearance in the NKC this year, but the previous winner. As we say, local knowledge unrivaled as he works 100 metres away, something like that. But he knows the track. Now, I'm impressed by Evans. Evans this weekend has been very, very strong with the 7 carts. Obviously, he was 7th in the championship last year. Coming to Christmas again. Absolutely no worry whatsoever, has he?
No. Doesn't feel the need to defend, and we are getting towards that final minute. And the drivers can see exactly how much race time is left. Every time they come underneath the start-finish gantry, there's a big notice board, big electrical digiboard that tells them exactly how many minutes are left. And right now it says about a minute, minute 2, minute 1, minute 60 seconds remaining. And there's Evans down the inside of Ryan Taylor-Truman.
Is not what RTT wanted, but everything that Jamie Zyra wanted.
Absolutely not. Richard Evans carrying the number 7.
They might get 3 more,
Might we?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we will. We definitely get 2 more. So this one and another 2. Yeah, 3. So Taylor-Truman, if he was biding his time to have a go at Jamie Zyra, that plan is now being shredded, and he's reformulating another plan in his head because they are losing ground to Zyra.
Yeah, this is the problem. Evans hasn't got that necessarily much pace to get past Zyra, even up to Zyra. Zyra just managed to break them, really. The loss of time in the overtaking manoeuvre was 0.433 of a second. And again, Zyra loses a little bit of time through the boot, but in fairness, I don't think it was the greatest run over the Nouvelle chicane by Evans there either. Evans, the 10th closest was last lap now. Will he pick up a slipstream, Joe? Can he drag out 2 laps to go?
Well, they're coming back together, aren't they, first, second and third. At first, Richard Evans was just beginning to drop off the back of Jamie Zyra's bumper, but now he's coming back to it, and Ryan Taylor-Truman going with him. However, I'm not sure I can see any kind of move being made here, as they're pretty equal in performance. I haven't been able to spot where any of them are weak. I know you mentioned Zyra's perhaps weak spot is going into the boot, but maybe that's deliberate. Maybe he takes his time in there, slowing fast out.
See how
they trip over him. Yeah.
He can only go so close, you don't hit him, but then the exit, you're right, he's got the exit sorted out. Now, interesting, I don't think Evans had a good exit there.
No.
Because the way Truman's behind him, and I would say, well, at the end of the last lap, it's going to take a mistake from Zyra to take the win away, but there's a good chance that Truman might be able to get second. This is where the battle is, second and third. Can Taylor-Truman get past that blue and white number 7 machine of Richard Evans? They go through Inkermans for the final time on this O-plate, don't forget. The winner of this is the O-plate up the inside, and then diving down goes Taylor-Truman to pick up second place. Looks behind him, but the damage has been done. He's too far behind Jamie Zyra.
Yeah, I'm not sure he can ever get... He's still fighting off Richard Evans, who wants that second place back, but great move at Ashby's there for Taylor-Truman, who now defends into the boot, takes the ideal line there. He only has to close the gap off for Richard Evans to come through, and they clatter across the curbs. Ahead of them, though, Jamie Zyra is delighted in a very strong field. Jamie Zyra pays his annual visit to the Junction 6 NKC and takes the checkered flag first in the Rotax 177 kilogram group. Ryan Taylor-Truman, championship leader, will finish in second place this time. Richard Evans third, and then we've got Ben Hitch fourth. Joshua Pickford 5th, Scott Smith 6th, Toby Case 7th, Nathan Chaver recovers to 8th place. Then we got Jake Davis, and it's Oliver Smith that rounds off the top 10. The rest of the finishers there on the leaderboard, or the timing board, I should say. Ben Hitch finished 4th overall. He was the first of the Masters. Oliver Smith was 2nd in 10th overall. Scott Clee was 3rd in 11th place overall. They're the drivers that we'll see on the podium. Steve Gilly in his last race this year. We wish Steve all the very best.
100%.
He was 4th in the Masters, 14th overall. Steve, we know you're going off for some treatment for that condition, and we give you our best wishes and hopefully keep you entertained in the 5th and 6th rounds of the Junction 6 NKC. And the field coming in. Oh, was that a bumper penalty for Richard Evans?
Ooh.
Oh, it looks like it is. So
he
took a photograph of it, didn't he?
Drop him down to 8th or 9th if it does happen.
Yeah, that's going to allow Ben Hitch onto the overall podium.
There's a big scuff on it, but it doesn't necessarily... No. There we all go.
What is happening here, if you're new to karting, or new indeed to the NKC? Well, that nose section of the kart is on a clip that if you get too much of a frontal impact, it springs off the clip and drops. It stays on the kart, but it just drops, and it's sprung off the clip. And if you come in, and there's Steve Gilly there, just getting checked now with his helmet off. Wish you all the very best, Steve. And if the bumper drops, you get a 5-second penalty. It's not open to appeal. It's a black and white offence, an absolute offence, as we used to say it. And it's basically to counter overly aggressive driving, isn't it? Pushing people off. And that is what is being checked.
Quite relaxed, lively pushing there from the brightly coloured number 91, is it, or 97?
That's Max Williamson.
Yep.
Very tall lad.
Very much 177 sizing. And they're away for the
Junior
penultimate
Rotax
race of the day.
Junior Rotax being led out by Freddie Worlock, our pole sitter for round 4 of the Junction 6 NKC. Dylan Morton alongside him. It's Joshua Withcombe and Nathan Traverse that will be on the second row. Jensen Hookie and Lucas Howell start on row 3. Owen Keenan and Frank Warder on row 4. Oliver Meek and Daniel Hartley, who's not making this start, will be on row 5. Lincoln Bevan and Jaden Sherwood are next to Ben Adrian, Josh Gora, and next Dalton Haywood and Leo Basterfield are on row 8. Row 9 is Levi Sangera and Charlie Cheesy Green. Melissa Adrian and Sonny Morgan share row 10. Jacob Hobbs and Jasmine Taylor share row 11. Then we've got Charlie F. Gribb and Sam Mott, Barnaby Grubb and Archie Hogan, Sam Green Gomez and Tom Holden. Jill Leverton and Taylor Dixon are on row 15. And then we've got the 4B finalists that have qualified up. Max Retrex, Jacob Aston, Zari Visserek and Oakley Garthwaite on the back of the grid. Now then,
where can Oakley finish? Is
he going to go top 10?
No, I think he's going to be 12th.
Okay.
What do you say?
Well, I'm going to go top 10.
Okay. More Havens on this?
More Havens.
No one knows what they were talking about with the Havens.
Not at all. No. Here we go.
Slowing down. Are they going to take it?
I think we're going to go racing.
Are they? Okay.
But we got a massive jump on the
inside lane.
Yes.
23, I think it was. Well, 33 must have been Jensen Hookie. I think got a lead off, but they're up and running towards Christmas Corner for this first lap of the 12 minutes. And behind them, are they all going to get round safely? Yeah, that's brilliant. But look at that break of the top two there, Joe, straight away.
Yeah, they have broken
88 is leading, so Freddie Worlock, I think it's Worlock from Withcombe. They've gone off on front row order.
Yeah, that was the pole set, and the second row is...
Oh, that's changed the lead. Withcombe straight in and over and under. He overestimated the amount he could do there, and that's let Worlock through.
Relatively cold tyres caught him out, I think. And now he falls back with the clutches of that third place kart, which is...
The whole field now coming across the massive bump that is the Newville chicane.
Jensen Hookie on the 33 in third. Owen Keenan, Nathan Traverse, Lucas Howell, Dylan Morton, Frank Ward, Jaden Sherwood, Cheesy Green rounds off the
Change
top
to third.
10.
Into third goes the 1-2-9 of Owen Keenan. So Keenan now into third, and he has won a heat, so he's got some pace in that car. But he's made a mistake and lost a huge amount of time, going too wide at the first part of Inkerman's.
And that's the number 67 of Nathan Traverse, who comes through and into third. He's now got three. Oh, it's not. He's dropped back already. Just behind that lead battle that we were watching, Nathan Traverse.
Who's flying up the inside?
It's the 1-2-9 of Owen Keenan, isn't it?
That's Howell, isn't it? The
that's
O-plate.
Lucas Howell on the O-plate, yeah.
On the O-plate. So they're all kind of not tapping their helmet, but they're tapping their helmet. They're ignoring it, obviously, because it's a ridiculous idea in the first place.
Lucas Howell, who was the number 19 before he won the O-plate last month at Rowra, he's our championship leader, and he is now in fourth place. And he's got a massive pressure from Nathan Traverse.
Traverse has looked good all day. It's now just behind him, but it's been a kind of little break there. They've got the top two away, then they're coming together for 3, 4 and 5. But certainly the battle at the moment is the top two. Let's get to the front of the field, because there's about to be a thing about this. Worlock thinks about going around the outside, coming into the boot, but no. And they now come over the Nouvelle chicane, still leading, or now leading, Joseph Whitcomb.
Yeah.
And he's got Freddie Worlock behind him. Behind them, in fourth place, it's our O-plate man. Third place, it's Owen Keenan. But, can Whitcomb make a break, is the question, Joe?
Well, Josh Whitcomb, he's won one heat so far this season, and he's wanting to make that break, no question. As Jensen Hookie, I think, is the driver that goes by behind him. But these three drivers now, third, fourth and fifth place now. That's
Howell's third now.
Lucas Howell ahead of Owen Keenan. Nathan Traverse, the number 67, the orange cart in that train of three. About to be joined by, who's that just
33 at the back of them. It's 33 of Jensen Hookie.
Yeah.
It's quite.
Can they get on terms with Freddie Worlock and start taking pressure? They've got free air. The Lucas Howell O-plate cart goes very wide indeed and loses a massive amount of ground. He's lost that position, but he comes back at him down the inside, has he? No. Owen Keenan takes back third place, and that was all about going wide at the corner, wasn't it?
I think I'm going to lose my bet, because I think Garthwaite is 13th already.
Incredible. From the C final.
So he's gone from 62nd to 13th.
That's a good start, that, Nick. That is a move by Lucas Howell.
That was another one of the can openers. Really cost Owen Keenan there, wasn't it?
Yeah, because Nathan Traverse went through with him. Thank you very much. Cheesy Green slotting onto the back of Jensen Hookie as well. And these drivers have been swapping positions, as Garthwaite now ahead of Tom Holden up to 12th place.
Up the inside for Cheesy Green, and that's another place he's made, and that's from the 33. So Green now, I assume, is actually maybe in 6th, isn't he? Because he's got 1, 2... Yeah, he's in 6th now. Cheesy's in 6th.
I think 7th.
No, because I'm counting the carts. He's 6th.
All right, okay. He's up to 6th already.
Yeah.
All right. That's slowing down.
No, he wasn't. When he came across the line, that's where he was. He'd made 2 this lap. Here we go.
Nathan Traverse there on the orange cart, chasing down the O-plate holder. Meanwhile, just ahead of them, as they bash their way across that curb, across the line. Whitcomb, Worlock, Howell, Traverse, Keenan, Hookie, Ward, Basterfield, Sonny Morgan, Jasmine Taylor, Oakley Garthwaite up to 12th now. Jasmine Taylor next on his list.
No, what, he's not here. You shall not pass as Owen Keenan in the 1-2-8.
We're about a minute away from half distance in this A final. These are the junior Rotax class.
On the
and
inside.
There's Cheesy Green having another bash at Owen Keenan, and this time making it work.
So don't forget, the reason that he's so far down in the starting order is because he had a mechanical in his second or third heat, wasn't he? And he was running second place. He had to park it from second place. So rather than getting, if you get 48 points for second, he got like 2 points or 4 points for just not being disqualified.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. He's been on a bit of a recovery drive as well. No change for Garthwaite that time by. Now he's hitting that brick wall as he meets the competitors in this field that are of equal performance levels as the leaders already into Parker and on to Chapman while we continue watching the progress of Cheesy
there's a little
Green.
bit of spread now, though, Joe.
They've spread right out.
Gap between Withcombe and Weirlock. You've got a gap between Weirlock and Howell and Traverse. In fact, Traverse is now being slightly closed down by Green as they go round top of the boot and they'll come flying over the Nouvelle chicane.
We're about to see Oakley Garthwaite moving up the order, I think, as he now comes onto the rear bumper of Jasmine Taylor. Is it the number 42? No, it's Frank Ward.
He's looking for it.
Jasmine Taylor heading into 10th.
Pretty interestingly, but come on, Lucas from Claire Matters, from the Matters family. It's Lucas Howe currently in third in the O plate. He's obviously no stranger to winning races. But Traverse has looked good all weekend, so this is not going to be an easy path by any means to Charles Green.
No, it's not. It's not when you get to this level, when you get this far up the field. It becomes a bit trickier. We've got 5 minutes of this race remaining, so there's plenty of time for Cheesy to have a good Traverse.
We're going to look at them, but a better lap for Freddie Weirlock this time round. He's closer. He was 7/10. That's going to come down to 6/10. Yeah, it was noticeably a bit closer. He's going 10th and a half. Lucas Howell back a bit further, but the closest bit of action is the bit we've got on the screen at the moment, which is the green and red and white fronted Italian colours, in fact, of Charles Green up against the all-orange machine. That's the 67 Nathan Traverse.
Where is Cheesy going to have a bash at getting by? He's just coming up to his rear bumper now, so he's going to be looking for ways around. And I think when we've seen Charles on the number 77, where he overtakes is pretty much anywhere. The first opportunity that arises, he has a goal, and he's on it. Oakley Garthwaite in 11th, by the way. One more place, and
he's in between us now,
bet.
He's in between us at the moment.
Yeah.
So absolute full pelt running there as they go round the outside of turn 3 and up the hill, and that's Green now into fourth place. Past Traverse. The classic Christmas corner overtake, Joe.
Now then, 3.5 minutes for Cheesy to A, get away from Nathan Traverse, and B, catch Lucas Howell. That's a big ask to get that number 77 cart onto the podium. We'll see if, in fact, if he can get away from Nathan Traverse. We know how quick Nathan can be on that bright orange cart, and there's every chance that he'll come back at the number 77.
Second and third are coming together now. So Lucas Howell getting much, much closer to Freddie Weirlock, who's 8/10 last time round. Watch it now. It's just 4/10. So there's ebbing and flowing, and that's your top three coming up towards us now around Christmas corner. Second and third. That's where the movement is. The O-plate holder, he won it in Rower, 4 or 5 weeks ago. Lucas Howell driving up towards Freddie Weirlock and second place.
And he's leading the championship, remember, on dropped scores. And indeed, Jaden Sherwood took the Southern Cup. However, because of the dropped scores, Jaden Sherwood finds himself in second place coming into this round 4. That man there, or that boy there, I should say,
that chap,
Lucas Howell on the O-plate, now catching Freddie Weirlock for that second place. He's got his eyes set. He wants one more step up the podium before he's satisfied.
Got 2.5 minutes to do it and a lap, so looks like he's going to do it straight away, straight out. Kind of a very relaxed movement there, wasn't it? Come out, and I'll take it. Thank you very much. Now, can he do the other 3/4 of a second to our leader?
Well, 3/4 of a second is doable in 2 minutes. 2 minutes is what, about 3 laps, 4 laps?
They're going to have, I think, this and three more. It may well be. Yeah, you're right. So there's plenty of laps, but it's still, you've got to try and, you're not getting on someone who's trolling around on a summer's drive. You're someone who's absolutely hell-bent on winning this Rotax Junior Rotax A final here at Warden for round 4 of the NKC, and of course the first round of the Northern Cup. Over the line, Withcombe leads, and Howell actually, because he went past, lost overall time. He's got 8/10 of a second to make up. He's got 3 laps to do it.
Withcombe desperately needs to take this overall final win. He's had 1 heat win. He finished in 31st place at round 3 at Dunkswell, and this win would just bounce him straight up the order in the championship table. So he wants this win very, very badly. Lucas Howell needs to gather points, so he maybe has championship on his mind.
He's looking relaxed.
And he, discretion being the better part of the battle with only a minute.
This is junior road tax. There's no discretion here.
I know, I don't think there is. But with only a minute on the clock is what I mean, Nick.
Halve the gap. Halve the gap.
He has, and he's got another minute to get on terms. He's beginning to pick up the toe now towards Christmas. Beginning to pick it up and close the gap slightly. He's now almost on his bumper. He's going to get towards that position where, if Whitcomb's not careful, he's going to have a go at him. The TH Corsa driver right with Whitcomb now as they go into the infield section there, out of Parker, into Chapman, onto the back straight towards the boot section, and Whitcomb having to defend. And just look at Lucas Howell.
Over and under. You could have gone previous versions of the track. You could have gone round there. You can't do it now. Your best chance, Lucas, is to get that drag up towards Christmas Corner. Then how defensive will Whitcomb go?
2 more laps. 2 more laps for Whitcomb. That's how defensive he can go. He's right on the white line. And Howell has to go around the outside. And he's side by side. We've seen what can happen here. And he's got him at Inkermans.
Brilliant driving.
And that was very, very brave driving from both Whitcomb and Howell. And look at these juniors showing the seniors how it's done. Side by side through the kink towards Inkermans. And then Lucas Howell, has he hung on to it though, because they're coming still down the back straight into the boot.
But interestingly, they lost time doing that, and that's put Freddie Worlock absolutely back in the battle for top 3. And more important, Charles Green is sniffing on the chance of a podium.
Yes,
He's only got 1 lap to go.
Yes, he is. Into the final lap then. Lucas Howell on the O-plate numbered cart. Joshua Whitcomb has got Freddie Worlock right on his bumper, and if Whitcomb's not careful, Worlock's going to have a go. He darts across to the right-hand side of the track to defend. This is where he fell out with Lucas Howell, remember. However, he's hanging on to that second place. This is playing massively into the hands of Lucas Howell. And who's coming as well? It's Cheesy Green. Cheesy Green's going to be in on the party. They've got maybe 3 or 4 corners left. One of them is the chicane where we know it's impossible to pass. Here they come then. Lucas Howell on the O-plate is already in front of these carts and round the outside. And Cheesy Green goes down the inside. It's side by side into the chicane. Cheesy Green has got by Worlock though, and will find himself on the podium and almost find himself on the second step of the podium. And it was all about tripping over one another. And apologies to Lucas Howell, who we missed crossing the line because of that drama in action for second, third and fourth. And just look at that. Whitcomb has to defend from Worlock, and Cheesy Green was sniffing there, wasn't he?
He was. A fantastic run in there, though.
With all in his blue-haired splendour, he finds himself on the podium. And just to remind everybody, these results that we shout out are indeed provisional. They have to be checked at scrutineering before they're made official. So I'm looking forward to seeing Lucas Howell, Joshua Whitcomb and Charles Green. Looking forward to seeing his blue hair.
The other thing to remember is a fantastic run by Lucas Howell there, the O-plate man.
Yeah.
Timed it to perfection, came through the few parts of the field. Really, really, really good run by Lucas as well. So congratulations to him. Also, you have won your Havens back. Because
did he do it?
Oakley Garthwaite is in 9th. So he just made up the 53 positions.
Incredible.
So he had a blooming awful day up until after lunch. And then since then, he's probably going to go back feeling very unhappy with 9th overall, but absolutely elated with his performance this afternoon.
It's been like a roller coaster of emotions, hasn't it, for him and his dad?
Absolutely.
I hope it's encouraging them
to
come
me,
back.
That's the joy of a bump up final environment. I've loved this for years because that's what you do in the RC world.
Is it right?
And it's been easy to bump up because there's only 12 cars in a race and you can bump up. But even so, it gives people who've had dreadful times a chance to redeem themselves.
I would not, on paper, if you'd said to me, Oakley Garthwaite C final, are we going to see him in the A final? It's doubtful.
You did say it was pointless.
I didn't say it was pointless.
Did. I'm literally going to clip that.
Really?
Yeah.
You need to.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I didn't say it. It was pointless. Yeah, it's not pointless insofar as you get an extra race if you've had a rotten day and you've qualified for the C final. You've got a rotten, you get a chance to have another race, and then if you're lucky enough to qualify through, you get another race. Well, Garthwaite tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. He made his way from the C final into the B final. And when you consider he started at the back of the B final and made his way up into the top 4. And then from there to finish 9th in the final. Absolutely tremendous.
Some great drives in the junior Rotax class. Well, it always is, but I think there have been some really good drives over the course of these last 3 or 4 races. And clean as, well, relatively clean as a whistle. Certainly clean enough. I'm not seeing any people, I'm not seeing a plethora of people trying to get up here to complain at the moment, do you?
No, it's decidedly empty, isn't it? It's, and this is what you get from having the fastest at the front and the slowest at the back. So maybe, time qualifying is proving itself. Here we go then. It's that man, Jensen Watts, on the Racing Perfection Birrell, on the pole position with Blake Ticehurst making his return to karting. He's been out of the saddle for some time, I'm being told, and he finds himself starting this A final for the senior Rotax class on the front row with Jensen Watts. It's Ollie Varney and Ben Ballou on the second row. Ben Harper and Mason Perrin share row 3. Bobby Rosier, our current champion, and Joseph Rippon are on row 4. Matthew Lambert, Charlie Walsh are next. And then we've got Ethan White and Arthur Thacker, Nathan Jensen, Ashton French, Finley Watson, Jason Duchess, Rafi Celentano, Riven Welsh, Luke Evans and George Townsend are on row 10. Ryan Shepherd, Louis Rees with Levi Earl, Tommy Lee Davis on row 12. Zach Burke and Kieran Gifford on row 13. Adam Catling and James Wood are on row 15. Then we've got Max Kettle and Rufus Flan qualifying on row 15, and then the final 2 rows are our B final qualifiers: Marcus King, Braden Hill, George Hulme and Zach Fletcher.
Here we go. Final race of the day. Senior Rotax A final here at Whilton Mill.
Here we go then. The pace is there and the starter is happy, and Jensen Watts on the Racing Perfection Birrell gets into the lead. We've got
someone out to the right. No, someone out to the right. Yeah, I mean, I think they got going again, but they did shoot out to the right and then rolled on again.
I was about to say, we had some people going very, very sideways, or very, very wide, I should say. However, Jensen Watts has done what he set out to do, and that's get off and into the lead. He's being followed by the current vice champion of 2023, Ollie Varney, who's got ahead of Blake Ticehurst. That's Ticehurst just slotting in behind Varney. Now, if these two start to squabble, which they're invariably about to, and there's a move down the inside. Who's that? That's Mason Perrin.
Yeah, Perrin.
Bright orange cart.
Coming through, but look at the lead that Watts got in one lap. Look at the lead he's got. It's 1.4 seconds in one lap, Joe.
Yeah, that's, I think, because Ollie Varney had to start defending a little bit from Blake Ticehurst into and out of Christmas Corner, already down the hill towards Ashby's. A little bit of oversteer there, and we've got the number 2 dropping down the order as Ticehurst and Perrin and Lambert have gone ahead of the number 2, who finds himself down in 5th place, I think it was.
Finally got a problem, or you just make a mistake? He's dropped back. He's not only dropped positions, he's dropped way back. Actually, geographical wise, he's now behind the 1 of Rosier as well. So it's Rosier who's come through, I think, into 5th. They're going to cross the road any second now. Watt hasn't really extended his lead this time, but I think he's been pegged back slightly by the 3.36 of Ticehurst. He did. Ticehurst has kept the level it is. It's now Perrin 3rd, then Ballou, then Rosier. Rosier has indeed taken Varney, so it's 1 from 2, but they're 5th and 6th.
I thought Varney looked very comfortable in that second place. It's not as comfortable as he'd like. He's coming under pressure now from Matthew Lambert, who was a heat winner, remember, yesterday. And he may have a problem because he is dropping back. Jensen Watts continues with a 1.4 second lead. Blake Ticehurst, though, fastest lap of the race for him.
Took a 10th off it.
Chasing him down, and there's that. Who have we got there, Nick? It's the number 37 of Ben Ballou.
Who's had a busy old day. He's been there or thereabouts at the front of the field, scrapping it out for all the heats we've seen him. Behind him, number 1, Bobby Rosier, the reigning champion.
So 1st, 2nd and 3rd, Jensen Watts, Blake Ticehurst, Mason Perrin begin to string out, but behind them, Ben Ballou has got pressure from Bobby Rosier. Ben Ballou comes up onto the back of Mason Perrin there. So I thought Perrin was beginning to break away, however he's not. The orange helmet of Mason Perrin there, and the orange cart being followed by the blue and white overalled Ben Ballou, with Bobby Rosier, the number 1, down the inside at Parker. And Bobby Rosier up into 5th place. He says, right, I'm going to have a go at Mason Perrin. So there's the 2 champions together there. The number 1, Bobby Rosier, our 162 champion from last year, and ahead of him, Mason Perrin, our junior champion from 2023 season. So our 2 NKC champions from 2023 about to duke it out now in the senior class.
The lead's down to just 0.9 of a second, and there's a gap of 1.5 to this battle here, which is Perrin in the orange with the blue flashes, just ahead of Bobby Rosier, the orange and white, and then behind them there's the 37 and 20, it's Ballou and Ripon. Varney's from another place. Varney's got an issue, hasn't he? Varney's definitely got an issue. There goes
there's
one of Rosier up through Ballou.
Yeah. No, that was Rosier getting inside of Mason Perrin.
Mason Perrin, sorry, my brain misread that.
Ballou's now dropped back behind. Who's that? Is that Joseph Ripon on the number 20 coming through?
Yeah, Rippon's
as
having
well.
a good couple of laps.
Yeah. So Rosier knew he had to get by Perrin because he knew there were drivers coming. They were coming behind him. Look at that train of carts coming behind.
Yeah, the problem he's also got is there is a big break now. The top 2 have got away. Now, interestingly, Watts and Tyser pretty much equidistant. They stayed at 0.9, but they're now 1.9 seconds ahead of Rosier. So Rosier, I think, is going to have a real issue trying to bridge that gap, Joe, because how do you make up 2 seconds of people who are that quick?
It's a big ask, but you know what? You don't win championships by necessarily always winning races, and he'll be thinking championship in his head. Remember, our 2022 champion Simon just didn't have a clue that he'd won the championship after the final round, and that's how you win championships, was by scoring high-level points. Jensen Watts would completely disagree with me, because he wants to win everything.
Blimey.
Oh, and what was that just come off?
I don't know, but there's pinging everywhere.
Did that come off Jensen Watts' kart?
He gained the 10th that time round with the fastest lap of the race, a 47 flat, against a 47.2 for Ticehurst. Not sure, I didn't see what fell off. I think people actually looking around the corner.
There was something fired off. Now, I'm not sure whether it was a case of Jensen Watts running over it or it coming off his car. Time will tell.
Not sure.
Time will tell. And there is the number 20 of Joseph Ripon down the inside, demoting Mason Perrin down the order a little bit further. Now down to 5th, Joseph Perrin up to 4th. And that's because Bobby Rosier has broke away, and Joseph Ripon will want to chase after. Now that Matthew Lambert now comes up behind Mason Perrin. 6 and just under 6.5 minutes remaining. And we've got more challenges. Down the inside has gone Lambert. That was very much the last of the late breakers, wasn't it?
Yeah, Perrin's finding himself doing what he didn't expect. He's going backwards. Both Perrin and Varney have completed what we wouldn't expect them to do. We thought they'd be pushing forward, they've drifted back.
I thought they'd be quite settled in the in the top 5.
The top 5 is well spaced out. You've got Watts, who's got a second or so on Ticehurst. You've got a second and a half on Ripon, who's got a second or so on Perrin. And then it was Perrin, it's not Perrin anymore. So the top 5 not that close. So I would say I think this would be a better lap for Blake Ticehurst. Let's see if I'm correct as I get the scoring. Yeah, he gained about just over a 10th back, but this is kind of the lap ebb and flow rather than a constructive push forward for the lead.
Remember, Jensen Watts, our leader, he's yet to win a final this year, Nick.
Really?
Yeah,
because he got punted out, didn't he?
Punted out at Clay.
Yeah.
He came second at Forest Edge, and then he was 5th.
Yeah,
at
Howard
Dukes Well.
I
think so, yes, it was.
Before Howard
Clay
no longer appears.
Side,
no longer appears in this series.
Yes, that's right. And so he'll be determined to keep Blake Ticehurst behind him. However, Ticehurst's coming. The gap's down to 0.8 of a second. A 46.8 puts Blake Ticehurst, gives Blake Ticehurst the quickest lap.
It was 8.833 last time, 7.3. So, thing to remember is, I know it's a 10th, but once you get within 3 or 4 tenths, you get a free 10th, don't you, down the back of the straight.
You do. You start pulling that. slipstream. We'll keep watching this gaggle in the midfield down the order. But we're going to very soon need to break away and go back to the leaders.
We've got 4.5 minutes, mate.
Yeah, I know. 4.5 minutes for Blake Ticehurst to continue narrowing that gap.
He's really going to have to push. I think this is the problem, that Watts is actually quite relaxed. I think it's the lap time that Watts could do all day. Ticehurst, it was 0.737, so he was a commuter jet behind last time. Let's see how close he gets this time.
I think it's narrower, Nick. You can tell.
It's not a lot, but yeah, I think you're right. That may have come down another 10th. Across he goes.
Yeah, it has.
It goes down to 6.6. 500s that was. So.
Right, I think we need to. He's going to start pulling him in now. There's the gap. Let's stay with that one. Thank you, Frank. That's our leaders that we have got coming out of Christmas through Inkermans down towards Ashby. Now Ash picks them up.
Total speed and concentration there for Tysus. He can't even afford a micro error at this point.
No, he can't. Neither of them can. This is flat out racing. And
Jensen, closer again.
Jensen knows that Tyshurst is coming because you just get a feel. You can hear his engine. His engine's getting closer. Across the chicane. And look at Tyshurst. He just bladdered that curbing there at the Nouvelle chicane. And that gap is down to 2/10. 2/10, and Tyshurst now, he's got the drag coming towards Christmas. 3 minutes remaining. It's going to be a big ask for Jensen Watts to keep him behind. He's got massive pace, as Blake Tyshurst. Now we find out if Jensen Watts has been managing his race. Jensen Watts needs to pick up the pace. If he's got anything in the toolkit, he needs to bring it out now.
Yeah, because he's under severe threat from Tyshurst. Don't forget, Tyshurst was the pole man. We may have highlighted some performances by Watts, but at the end of the 3 heats, the man with the most points overall was Blake Tyshurst, and that's why he started on pole. Didn't make a great start, dropped to third, but he's got himself back in second and now back right behind Watts. But this is the issue now. He's catching is one thing, passing is another. Does he have that extra couple of miles an hour overspeed to get up the inside of Christmas Corner? Can he dive left, as we've seen so many people do at Chapman? What do you think, Joe?
Well, Jensen Watts now knows he's there. He's looking over his shoulder. He just checks his position. He's going to Jensen Watts is now running that decision process through his mind. Do I have to defend? When do I have to start defending? Once you start defending, you naturally slow yourself up because you're not optimising the speed through the corner. And right now, he's getting into that realm of perhaps needing to defend in areas on the track where he's going to have to compromise his lap time.
Well, the defence, as we know, will cost about a second a lap. They only have a 2-second gap from Bobby Rosie, who's now picked up third place overall. So heavy defence could put themselves in problems. They have at least another 3 laps to go as they cross the line now. But can Tyshurst just get that drive out of crook up the hill? Is looking better this time than last time.
Now then, can Watts? Will Watts have to defend? No, he does not. He doesn't feel the need with it. Just about 90 seconds.
Tyshurst didn't shape for a move at all.
No, not at all. 90 seconds on the clock, and Tyshurst happy to sit in the wake of the number 93, Jensen Watts, as they head towards Parker through the left-hander, and then on to the Chapman left-hander that leads onto the back straight. Now this leads into a potential overtaking spot into the boot, but not for these two. Into the boot, Jensen Watts will lead. We're about a minute to go. A minute to go of the 4th round of the Junction 6 NKC.
Listen, 2 more. So they've got 3 more circuits of the round 4 of the NKC. And they are coming towards it again. No thought of a shake from Tyshurst. He's not giving Watts any indication where the move's going to come. He's not feigning, he's not fainting, he's not thinking, he's just trying to get close. And I would say this is better. I think Watts has just got a breathing space of one part there.
There are elements on the track where you know the challenge isn't going to come, so you control your breathing, you just relax a little bit, but then you get tense when you get to the parts where you could be vulnerable. This is not one of them. You have to keep it clean through here. This is important because it's a run down across the line and towards oblivion. He looks over his shoulder. Yes, he's still there. Tyshurst right on his rear bumper. Is the challenge there coming now with just a few seconds on the clock, and it's going to be the final lap board. Is it going to come on the final lap? It's got to. If Tyshurst is going to challenge, it's got to come on the next lap. They're running out of opportunities. Through Ashby on towards the left-hander of Parker. Is he going to be cheeky and just send it? He can't though, because Jensen Watts
he does
it at Chapman. Tyshurst was cheeky indeed, and he just came out of Parker, positioned the cart down his outside, and Jensen Watts now has to look at that. That's how cheeky that was. He did indeed just send it, and if anything, Tyshurst is disappearing on Watts.
Yeah, he's got a couple of tenths. They come round crook for the final time. He only needed one place, and look at that. Immediately he's got a kind of safety gap. Can the aerodynamics of the slipstream just sucked Jensen close enough.
Not at
give
all.
Ticehurst to go. Ticehurst has got those couple of corners. At this point, Watts knows it's going to be do or die or just take the points.
I think he's lost track. He's lost contact. Jensen Watts has lost contact. This has been a brilliant race from Blake Ticehurst. Jensen Watts is your finest adversary. If you can beat Jensen Watts in a fair fight, and that's been exactly what this is, it's just a straightforward motor race, then big credit to Blake Ticehurst. Here they come then for the last time this afternoon across the curbing at the Nouvelle Chicane, and Blake Ticehurst takes the win in very fine style.
Waving to the cameraman.
Jensen Watts in second, Bobby Rosier in third, Joseph Rippin fourth, Ben Ballou fifth, Ollie Varney sixth, Matthew Lambert seventh, Mason Perrin ended up eighth, Ben Harper ninth, and then Finley Watson running off the top 10. The rest of the finishers coming through there on the timing bar as the rest of the field come through. We lost Max Kettle, not sure what happened to Max on lap 9. Levi Earl and James Wood, the two teammates went out at the same lap. I'm not sure if that's
not in the same
connected.
instant.
Absolutely, I'm not sure that is indeed connected. Well, Nick, that concludes round 4 of the Junction 6 NKC. It will be...
What a cracking set of finals.
What a cracking set of finals. And yes, great debate. Thank you for listening and watching and engaging with us. We need to sit around a table in a pub to debate all of those questions and all of those debatable issues. A big thanks to Frank up on the hill, sunning himself, and a big thanks to Ash on the balcony. And a
round of applause to our new
star.
star. Oh,
she claims that's her first day of producing live sport.
Well,
really, I would never play poker with her.
They may not want to in the donut industry, but broadcasting, here you come. Thanks a lot, everyone. Next Karting Live, you said, is the next round of the NKC on the 20th and 21st of September. That will start a 4-week run of Karting Live. If you love Joe and I, you must be insane. But we're doing all sorts of different things which you can find on the internet over the next few weeks, including a couple of full-size races, a couple of RC races, and all sorts of stuff. But from us, thank you very much. We enjoyed having you with us all day, and we will see you again for karting in 4 weeks. Goodbye.